Yo. Wait, where's chat? Am I missing something? Where's chat? Seriously, it's just like gone. Like multi-chat's there, but now Alt F4 is not working. The frick? Hey guys. I don't know where the normal chat doc is. Doesn't matter. I mean, I can do that. I guess that works. That was weird. Hello, 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 hello. Really trying to force that Domino coaching? What do you mean force that? I need to set up the sponsored title command in a second. Give me a sec. I need to get YouTube set up first. Hello, YouTube. Should I make a Domino only account too? You're having a bit of a low day, I'm afraid, so I'm happy for the distraction and entertainment. Sorry, no no low days allowed. You have to be both entertaining, quippy, amusing, handsome. Sorry. Sorry, Queenie. Sad, but it is what it is. You signed up for this. Heard, Chief? Yeah, so knock yourself out, bucko. Oh, I need to set the sponsor command. Is it sponsored? Did I do? How did I spell it? Sponsored? I think I did sponsored. Commands, edit, sponsored. These were free sessions selected from Discord users. You cannot get coaching now. I sponsor them myself. No, I noticed. No, you're messing. No, I'm not messing. I need quippiness, happiness, creativity, cleverness. If I have to put in the hours, so do you. I announced this months ago. It was like a month ago. I don't think it was months ago. It was like weeks ago. Oh, nice. That's good. But you were getting paid? Dude. I don't have a good response to that. Crap. Give me a little bit. Yes, because I'm babysitting, Queenie. Does that give the children the right to misbehave? There it is. Just as fast as ever. Just as clever as ever. They just don't teach people to do this anymore, man. I gotta know when the hog only GM account is. What? Why did I do that? Stop. Frick off. The thumbnail for the upcoming hero, like the hero silhouette. Where was it? Can you link it? I think you should be able to have linking permissions. Pinging Discord. Gonna premiere. Is it on Play Overwatch? I want to see it. What's up, Arceus? Is YouTube there? I haven't seen any YouTubers. Oh, there it is. No, we're good. Total Tactician. Hello. Okay, for a second I wasn't sure if it was connecting or not. Wait, play. Do I know how to ski? No, I don't know how to ski. I've snowboarded in my backyard and like once, and it was bad. Oh, that's a cool outline. Here, I'll show you guys. But no, I'm just egregiously bad at it. I think it's just a very hard skill. Surge, thank you for the sub. Ta-da! The hero. Oh shoot! Exclamation mark sponsor doesn't work on YouTube. Frick. Hang tight. Hang tight. I need to not have the exclamation mark. But yes, I apologize. Why does it make me think of Bayonetta? I didn't know you had a ski resort in my backyard. Is this a light joke? Is this a light joke? I don't have the Duke command, I'm sorry. This is a light joke, isn't it? This happened last time. Wait, hang on. There. You happy? Are you all right now? Are we going to complain? Frick off. Dude, I just, it's not dirty. It's just like stuff. You have the shortest flag football team known to man. Dude, they're not, dude, I love the fact that you only say that because I don't look that short in the picture. I love that that's immediately I know where you were going with that. Immediately. So freaking predictable. I mean, it must be a team of dwarves.
Don't spend it all in one place now.
Thank you, Baggins. I appreciate that. I also saw a watch streak, but I always been a mod. Wait, there's a moderator timer thing too? Nicely done, Pluto. Frick off. Are these sessions selected from Discord users? Yeah, they're selected from Discord users when I ping. And then so here's what happens. Let me break you down how sponsored coaching works. Every few months, I go, wow, this character hasn't had a lot of coaching on Spylo 2, Spylo coaching. So if you're trying to play this character, it's kind of hard to find VODs for that character. Especially up-to-date ones. So I say, let's open up coaching for somebody. And let's make it free. And because there are situations where people have like bad conversion ratios or can't afford the coaching, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I even ask, Bella Noche, shut the frick up. I even ask in the forum what country you're from, and no, it's fine, Robbie. It's a good time to like actually like answer that question. What country you're from, because I do prioritize countries that have bad conversion ratios. So that, you know, if you couldn't otherwise get coaching, this is how to get it. And so it helps the community because you get coaching for heroes that we don't have coaching for. And hopefully the person gets it gets it as well. So, but yeah, I ping the Discord for it. And then I message the people individually because usually when I do the sponsored coaching thing, sorry, I'm fixing my earbud. When I do the sponsored coaching thing, I do get a lot of submissions. So I do prioritize the ones with people that have a lot of hours. And also people of like, I'm doing one, when we do the sponsor coaching, it's like one lowish rank and one highish rank. If that makes sense. So we get a little bit of a spread. Yeah, so. And yes, I'm coaching, I have coached Bambolina. And Bambolina, coincidentally, is also the Domina we're going to be coaching for our lower rank. Yep, Pathlane, yep. Mm-hmm. Pathlane was the other person I reached out to. They had filled out the form, so yeah. Ready for battle. And they were masters, had a lot of hours, so it was perfect. I don't know why I'm pulling this up right away. We need to do like a proper intro here. Let me update my my headline at the bottom as well. By the way, how's everyone how's everybody doing? Spawns? Everyone doing well? Everyone have a good week so far? Domina coaching? How many responses do you usually get for the sponsored coaching? Depends on the hero. If the character that's relatively popular, just for whatever reason, hasn't gotten coached in a while, 30, 40 plus. A character that's super niche, usually about 20. Usually about 20. Doing fantastic. Nice. Oh, well, perfect, Bobby. There you go. So it works out nicely. Okay, let's talk about Domina. So if you guys want my initial takes on Domina on the Spylo Clips channel, we did kind of an initial analysis. We did this when they dropped 5 heroes at once. It was not reasonable for me to be able to play 5 heroes for 40 hours, 30 hours each. So what we did instead is we took what we knew, what we understood about the character at the time, studied some pro POVs, studied their kits, got a little bit more comfortable with the kits, and just did kind of like a crash course in the macro, the micro, with the obvious caveat that there's going to be a lot of the micro that we miss that takes time to learn. And I feel like even today, there's probably some tiny little details that, a Domina one trick could probably be like, well, actually, you can do this, and that's fine enough. But the fundamentals of how to play tank specifically, and more importantly, how to play Domina specifically, are relatively the same. And if you want some of my earlier takes, you can find that video. But today, we're going to be doing Domina sponsored coaching. This is going to be both low rank and a high rank breakdown of how to play the character. The way I like to do this is I'd like to do low rank coaching, high rank coaching. This is free, or this was free. But before we do that, I do like to go into the practice range and kind of talk about how each ability works and the things that you should be thinking about with Domina. Obvious caveat here is that these are subject to change depending on patch notes, mini reworks, or whatever else is coming out in the future. Now, I have not had a Domina coaching session public. For whatever reason, this character hasn't been super popular to play for the large majority of players, period. And then even a smaller subset of people getting coaching, that just hasn't happened. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the way that Domina plays, and then go over each ability. I will be taking questions, but I will be taking questions at set times. So if you had to ask a question, Twitch chat, YouTube chat, I might ignore it for right now just because I'm kind of on my back-to-back-to-back. Hello, Schmaffy. I appreciate it. I have not given Cowboy Style on the toilet a chance yet. I appreciate that. And I also remember you asking that question last year. I'll see you next year. Basically, the concept of Domina is that we have a mid-range tank, which is an important clarification because most tanks function significantly better within close range. The concept of a tank is something big getting your attention, creating space through that threat. And the analogy between Sigma and Domina is relatively fair. They both have decent medium range. However, one of the important concepts that's important to remember with Domina is that she generally wants to keep a bit of a distance early in fights or versus specific characters, usually other tanks. However, she is an absolutely lethal threat up close to squishy characters. There are very few characters that she's actually scared of up close when she has her resources. Her crystal charge, her shield, her slam, and yeah, her gun's not all that necessary to get up close. In fact, it can be kind of hard to track with, but a lot of her abilities are actually lethal up close, and that only becomes more so as she develops her perk. So one of the important caveats we're going to introduce here is that Domina is a poke tank versus other tanks and versus some heroes, some situations. But there is nothing wrong with you looking to gap close with Domina with your kit depending on the resources, depending on the target. There are situations when that's good. Biggest thing to do with Domina is to anchor yourself on a corner, preferably a bit of an off angle, a little bit to the side, providing crossfire with your team to deny the enemy team cover. We'll talk more about that in the gold review. And then utilizing your abilities to apply pressure at the same time as your team. Tempo in Overwatch is essentially the timing of your pressure cycles. So that's a burst of value. That's a burst of value. Even something like reloading means that there's a bit of downtime. But the most important timing... Honey, where's the audio? Is there something wrong with the audio? Okay. The most important timing to get right with Domina, obviously, is going to be this shield. It's going to be this shield. Not just because it's such a long cooldown, but because it is such a powerful cooldown. Being able to move, duck, dodge, avoid damage is incredibly important when it comes to Domina. So finding your angle, your position to fortify with shield, to anchor down that position, that's the biggest weakness and strength of Domina, is the entire lifeblood of how this character works. Now there's other nuances as well. Doing ability damage does heal you. Dealing damage with abilities restores shields. 75% of ability damage dealt. Most of this will be through Crystal Charge, but technically this is also through your Sonic Repulsors as well. The other little bit of nuance as well is the fact that her gun has a little bit of a track and then a little bit of a burst, but it does have a limited range. It's technically hit scan like Zarya, but like Zarya, it also has a limited range, at least until you get your minor perk. The other little bit of nuance here is that their Crystal Charge can be manually detonated at any time, and has a little bit of a fall off depending on how accurately you place it. The wall slam has stun. These are all different nuances that you can utilize to control and apply pressure. The slam is good up close or to keep people away from you. The crystal charge is good in all ranges. The shield is good in all ranges, and the gun is a little bit better in medium ranges. So finding that balance of where to use yourself is incredibly important. The last thing that we're going to talk about here before we actually talk about how to play Domina in a real life setting is her ultimate, which, like the rest of her kit, kind of has a bit of nuance. It's really good at applying offensive pressure. I'll just read from the thing first, okay? So it's going to be Panopticon, 75 damage, hit, and then 300 implosion, 300 to 100 barrier health-based implosion. So depending on how much health is left on the barrier, how much damage you do to that bubble that surrounds them, that's how much damage that they're going to take. The reason why this is important is because if you hit multiple enemies with it, and it is area of effect, all of those enemies are going to have, you can see that guy just got one shot at, are going to have that bubble on them that they must break. Depending on how much they break of it, depends on how much damage that they take afterwards. The fun nuance to this ultimate is the fact that it's also a defensive ultimate as well. Because the people trapped inside the bubble, with few exceptions, like melees can go through it, the people that are trapped inside the bubble are unable to shoot you until they break that bubble. They're unable to shoot you until they break that bubble. In addition, yes, they're also slowed during the ultimate as well. So that bubble might be not useful just to pressure the enemy team, but also to take pressure off of yourself. And you're going to notice it's a consistent theme with a lot of Domina's abilities. With her shield, with her crystal charge, especially with the slow and detonation, the slam. All of these can be used aggressively, or they can be used defensively. And a lot of times that decision is not necessarily made by you, but by how the enemy team responds to your angle. Do they push you? You punish them. Do they ignore you? You punish them. That's kind of the key thing. It's a good, I would say it's a crazy good ultimate. It's just a very unique, creative ultimate. I've been very vocal about a lot of my criticisms of Domina in terms of how her shield is executed. Not the place for that today. But I do want to highlight that I do think that a lot of her abilities do have multiple ways to use them, which to me makes them very interesting overall. Okay, let's actually take a look at the gameplay here, and we're going to talk about how to actually play Domina and how to simplify the problem. Now, we're going to level up the amount of detail that we go into depending on the rank that we're looking at. Because we're looking at gold, this is the definition of average rank, or maybe even a little bit below average. So we're going to focus more on fundamentals. We'll talk about details here and there, but we may not delve as deeply into them. And then we'll move on to Masters. Masters is not perfect. Masters is going to make a lot of fundamental errors as well, but we'll have a little bit more leeway to go into the nitty-gritty. And if there's any nitty-gritty that you felt like I didn't touch on, that you have questions on, or you want to provide some feedback, like, well, I actually think this instead, again, let me know. We'll get to that in a second here. So first thing, that's the most important thing with Domina, is the AA. No, I don't mean Alcoholics Anonymous. That's only if you're a Doomfist player. I mean your anchor angle. In other words, where is my team? Where is my team playing? Okay, then where is my off angle with which to apply pressure? Your job with Domina is not to protect your team directly. No tank in Overwatch really does that exactly. Your job with Domina is to protect your team by providing pressure on the enemy team and controlling one space on the map, not multiple. So for example, Bambolina right here is controlling this position, and the enemies are going to not be allowed to control this position. And if they want to walk on this position and this position, she's not helpless. She's going to punish them for trying to walk on her team. So this is fine. The important problem with this position is there's nothing wrong with this position in a vacuum. The question is, are we actually playing with my team right now? So important that we're playing an off angle so we're not on our team, but we're fighting at the same time as our team. So if you look at it right now we are fighting at the same time as our hit scan DPS on the high ground. Great. The enemy team can see us. We can see them good. But our supports are not. So I want to encourage you to be a little cautious here, because this is technically a 3v5. We have a corner, we have a bit of a sight line, and now we can just shoot and apply pressure. Perfect. I like that crystal. We could use it on Cart, sure, but that might have been eaten by Diva Matrix, so now we're going to pressure the Cassidy. He doesn't want to play there anymore. I think Crystal is one of those cooldowns that, like, there's no real reason to save it if you see an opportunity to apply pressure immediately. What should we do now? Somebody's getting in our face. What's our tool to deal with that pressure? It's a little slow, right? A little slow. Now, that's going to happen in gold because this player, I know Bambolina, she is more of a Wrecking Ball player, and so she's a little new to this, but this needed to be an instantaneous reaction. Diva comes in your face, knock her away. Diva wants to get up close. You don't want to get up close right away, at least not versus Diva. So slam into the wall, sure, but we're going to have to back off of this angle here because we were unable to slam right away. So not the best. That's a good crystal. Diva overextends as a result. Now maybe we can get the kill. Good slam. Nicely done. Now, shield, because our team is now fighting. We're committing to this position. Drop the shield. Shoot what's available. Hello, Bambolina. Good tracking. Really nice tracking. The most difficult part of Domina's tracking is, and this is like a good general tip, is to remember that peak at the end is the most important part. So I won't go down the rabbit hole of tracking versus flicking. Biggest thing is you should do is to track and then be really intentional. Track and be really intentional. And if you could get the headshots, that's great too. But that was pretty good right there.
I am sympathetic, you know.
We don't need to necessarily back away as long as our team is fighting, but I understand us going, okay, my backline is so far away, maybe I should play around them. It's a big commitment. I hope that we get pressure off of this position. Maybe a situation where, well, okay, we are doing a lot of damage here, but we probably need to back off here because our backline can't see, so we can play this angle here. We can play this angle here. We could have played this angle here. We could, you ready for a spicy one? We could have played this angle here. Let them walk in and flank from behind and just hold, right? All of those positions are going to really hurt the enemy team. But we need to be quick with where we go. This is fine. This is fine. It's fine. That D.Va's committing, so we can use shield there. We need to be way faster with that slam, though. So you see, we're losing our shield in our corner because we're letting people run through our shield, and then now the shield is just a very nice piece of lawn furniture. This is pointless. You need to punish her, hit her in the mouth for knocking you away from your shield. This is your life force, right? And now we blind crystal, and in addition, this is not a bad position for us, but it feels like we kind of got forced into using our shield defensively instead of holding the choke or holding the angle or holding the angle because we let them walk forward. Hello, Ace. I'm doing well, mate. Yeah. Target priority. Target priority doesn't matter when you only have a few choices. The first thing that matters is to take a good angle and then to shoot what's on that angle. This is an okay angle. Look at our team. We've got a nice crossfire here. We're going to deny people from coming here, and we're also going to punish the tank from this side. There's nowhere for this D.Va to hide. This is what the definition of an off angle is. Perfectly done from Bambolina. So the question here is, who do we shoot here if we have multiple choices? Well, there's lots of obvious answers, you know, squishy characters, slow characters, but the most important answer here is if I have a choice, I'll probably prioritize the squishy, even if they're harder to shoot. Because my shot, when it does land, has a much larger impact on how they behave than on a tank. Now, we could be focusing Discord here, sure, but even just one shot into this Cassidy completely removes him from the fight. We don't even need to kill him, which then means now we can turn our attention on the D.Va. Great job. Beautifully done. Crystals need to be a little bit more focused, a little bit more relaxed. A lot of crystals are just kind of thrown without any sort of intention. We could walk here in crystal. We could walk back here in crystal. We're not only inaccurately using them, we're rushing them frequently. So we need to be a little faster with the people pushing us to use our slam at this level, and then a little bit more slow with how we're using our crystal. Not exactly an angle right now. I'm a little concerned, but this... because the enemy team hasn't really committed right now. Like, see, our shield was used. The enemy team just walks behind a wall, and then now we don't have a shield again. So it might have been better here to poke from the corner and wait either to push or for them to push you. You're on defense. There's no real rush here. Good shot. Would have been nice to have crystal here. Would have been real nice to have crystal there. Now we have to make a decision. Do we push this, or do we, quote-unquote, anchor and deal with our problems here? We're playing Domina. We don't have the ability to chase to a lot of different places. We have to kind of pick an angle and stick with it. We can kill Cassidy 100%. Let your teammates die. Okay, maybe they can win the 4v3. Maybe, maybe not. But you could definitely win this 1v1. Alternatively, you could tail behind and kill the supports from here or harass them. You must commit. You must commit. You hear the Cassidy? I think you go for Cassidy. And this is where the nuance with how does Domina take this duel versus how do we take a duel versus D.Va, right? Do I need to be respectful of this Cassidy? Absolutely. Do I need to be scared of the Cassidy and keep my distance? Absolutely not. Throw your freaking big old fat shield right here. There's also some nuance about how you can rotate shield. We're not going to go down that rabbit hole right now. But throw your shield right in his face, get in his face, and be like, sayonara, get him out. Get him out. See, this is too passive. We're keeping the Cassidy busy, sure, but we're not really doing anything else to this shield. This guy could be dead. He's right there. Go kill him. You're not a dive tank, but you don't need the mobility to go for that character. On the topic of perks, I do think that there's some nuance with the major perk. The Crystal Burst Charge, when you detonate it, applies a very potent slow that can keep targets from getting away from you and pushing you. And then the other one, the slam on your shield versus certain tanks and matchups could be very effective because it not only does more damage, but also stuns off of your shield. So versus anything that like the D.Va here, pushing through your shield, very, very good. I think major perk, there's arguments for both. For minor perk, I think the regen from your shields is just very, very minor. I think the range from your gun is less minor and more consistently useful. Okay. Oh, man. We rushed it. We should have slammed. We didn't slam in time, and our shield was late. You see what happened here? We just weren't decisive with what we wanted to deal with, and so we did nothing. We did nothing. And then to make matters worse, instead of staying locked into the target that we had to deal with, which was the Cassidy, not the stuff over here, we then got surprised and basically lost a 1v1 versus Cassidy. Not literally, but that's basically the consequence of what happened there. Goodbye. It's been nice to know you. It's fine to hold this general area, but you need to actually focus on controlling these targets and dealing with these targets, right? Okay. We'll watch 1 or 2 more fights, and then we're gonna go ahead and skip to a different section of the map for different questions. I think we could have recontested this if we'd used our shield to cross, but it's too late now. Sure? Sure? Good. We can walk forward now, even though we don't have our shield. We have time. So, I know why. I know why Bambolina's not walking forward, because, oh, it's too close to D.Va. We just talked about that. But our team can absolutely follow up if the D.Va pushes us here. This is a good angle here. This could also be a good angle here. If you're very good with your shield timing, if you're very good with your push timing and your slow, or sorry, your crystal, you'll be absolutely fine. This is kind of hovering in the middle of the open space. We don't really have a great angle because most of our teammates are kind of all in a straight line here. And like I said, the big thing is we don't have cover. So the question here is Bambolina is prioritizing distance over angle/cover. And I think that that's probably something that you need to be very careful about. I would generally prefer to have a little bit closer, but a good corner and a good angle than to be standing basically in the open. I actually coached a Sigma player today who had the exact same problem, where he was very scared of brawl tanks, so much so that he would basically just stand in the open stack with his team and just try to back up instead of just committing sometimes to a closer corner. And the difference between Sigma and Domina is I think if Domina gets her shield timing right, like that D.Va pushes into you, I think she might even be more tanky than Sigma versus up close characters. I think you're even less scared if you can hit your shift, it can hit when you're in front of your team. Bam. All right, I'll go Bam. Is it Bam or Bambi? You see, the problem here is that because we're stuck with our team, this makes it very easy for the enemy team to surround us, right? If we're here, we can be like, well, I can't deal with the D.Va, but I can shoot her before she stages, and I can keep the backline on us. But this backline's not really that scared of us. Bambolina? You like? Okay. I feel like, am I like the mother calling you by your full name and your middle name? Joseph Alexander! Rehoboam Squeezewad, what have you done? Decent shots. Again, random crystals. Maybe just some accidental mechanical stuff, like we're just pressing buttons by accident. Alright. Caravan Palace cover of Black Betty. I actually haven't heard that. I know I have it, I don't remember it. And here's the thing, too. When you don't have a good corner, this is when it's really easy to mess up your shield timing, right? So for Bambolina Shambalam here, it basically means that she doesn't really know when to use shield, because the second that anybody pokes here, it kind of feels like she needs the shield, right? But then your team hasn't really done anything, right? And so should we get our shield forced here by just Bastion kind of looking at us? Okay, Bastion, to be fair, did turret there, but Bastion could have just shot us in the head there without even using turret, and then now all of a sudden, now we don't have shield, now we're vulnerable, right? There's a lot of backing up and giving up space instead of trusting our corner to get value. I think you probably lose this fight no matter what you do. I mean, for crying out loud, you lost 2 people. But imagine if we were here, right? We're dead, but maybe we get a trade, right? Maybe we get a trade. So, Rick off Anderson. Rick off Anderson. All right, different point of the map. This is going to be good here. Now, the question here, does Shambalam want to go top and clear and take the angle here? Does she want to take the coast angle instead? Both of them have sightlines here. It's up to you. I love that Willoob responds to, why are you asking a silver? With coaches don't play. It's fine that Spylo's silver. I love the fact that that's just acceptable here. Yeah, Spylo's silver. That's cool. Yeah, I agree. This is okay, I guess. But again, what principle are we failing here? First off, do we have corner? Second off, do we have an off angle? I mean, look, right? Like, look, like you, this is why I think awareness of your team is so important, right? Just turn and check and be like, oh, probably should go up here. Probably should go a little wider. And let me kind of give you guys a camera POV of why angles matter. Right here. Okay. Vision versus vision. Vision versus vision. Or if you want to get a little silly, probably wouldn't do this, but vision. You see it? Denies cover. If all of the damage things are in one position, even literally on top of each other, then it's very easy for the enemy team to hide. Thank you, Alu. Oh, mama! Wow. Okay. I mean, she was already low, but for crying out loud, that was pretty nice. We'll take that. But this feels so much worse because we are basically being slightly surrounded as we speak. And yes, we definitely need to work a little bit more on our crystal timing, being a little bit more deliberate. Like right here, that's a good crystal. That's a great crystal. Perfectly placed, deliberate with our placement, and that's gonna force Sebastian out. He can't stay there anymore. That's good. That's nice. Sure, we can use our ult here if we want. Yep, sure. I believe it could technically be Matrix, so do be aware of that, but I'm not as worried about the matchup for right now. That's something that you'll just get with time. Drop your shield if you need to. If you need to, perfect. Support player press Q challenge impossible. I mean, this is gold, so I just love the random crystals. Okay, let's flip the script here and let's look a little bit at the attack, and then we can move on to the masters because I want to see how we take space with Domina when you don't have the time to set up your shield and so on. Is the ult reactable? Yes. You can block it. All right. You can block it. You can eat it. This is fine. Like, we are an attack, so we kind of have to be the one. All right, team. Is your team ready to go? He's here. We're walking out. This is okay. Probably shoot what's a little closer here. I think that's something you need the perk for. So this would be a situation where you block your shield here and shoot these guys instead because they're who you can reach. I'm not reading that, Jacob. You be very careful. You don't have your shield here. So this is a situation where you might want to just use cover, shoot tank, or use your abilities rather than peek a bunch of snipers, right? So when your tempo is off, in other words, you don't have your shield, you do need to be a little bit careful about how often you peek. But you know what? We did force the backline to respect this, so the diva was just completely by herself. She was on an angle basically fighting way before anybody of her team could fight. And that's the mistake that you didn't make. 40 seconds of perfume ads? You saying my viewers stink? We need to be more selfish. I appreciate the shield here. It's not a terrible decision, but it might be better for you to move forward, take an angle, and get pressure on these jackasses right here before they become a problem. You see it? Because now you can't exactly pressure these guys because they've got big guns and they're far away. Good idea with the crystal. Not perfectly placed, but good idea. One of the things you'll want to do with crystals, lead it towards cover because that's more likely where people are going to move. And don't be like, oh, well, gold players, they know. Even gold players make these decisions. This is nice. See, this is nice. Maybe it's a little early with the shield timing. Like, our team isn't quite fighting just yet. That's something, again, just right as you walk, check your team. But nobody can take high ground, first off. Second off, everybody walking down this choke that's going to threaten your team is going to have to deal with you. Sure. Knock her back. Knock her back. Yes! Good idea with the crystal, bad placement. I want you to pick one person and smack it right in their face. But yeah, that's beautiful. This is good. Now just keep chilling, keep shooting, keep chilling, keep shooting. Shoot Ana, sure. It's fine. And then now we take the angle here, and now we have a sight line to pressure tank or pressure card. This is good. This is good. This is really good so far. Bambolita, thank you for the sub. Good. You're not shielding for your team. Doesn't matter. You control your angle. You shoot your threats. You deal with your problems. Oh, drop your shield here. Drop your shield. 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 No! Okay, we drop our shield here. Easily win this fight. Easily win this fight because we were better positioned, better mechanics, Walmart. You know what I'm saying? Like, we drop our shield here. Crystal, everything's just dead. They die in a blaze of fury. This was relatively well done. You went from here until you could no longer see any threats. Couldn't even reach the Ana. So then you dropped onto a different angle with a corner and then shielded it off. Yes, your teammates got headshot. That happens. Even with a shield, it's going to happen. So you did a good job using your resources effectively and efficiently. And can somebody meme this? Like, this is like I'm trying to think like a good meme here. Me when they say Tracer's overrated or takes no skill, you know. Me when they say we need another form of Star Wars media. You know, something like that. Me when they say that steroids make me angry and irrational. Have I tried stand-up? I would, but my legs don't work very well. Just don't use a crystal. Just walk forward, plop your shield down, make a decision. Slow it down. Like, it's not about the speed with which you can use the crystal. Evaluate the situation. Boo. Now you guys know why I don't do stand-up. All right, where should Shambhalam be here? Where should the Banshee be? The Banshee. We've got all our team on cart. Where should you selfishly try to control space and get an angle? Probably somewhere up top, right? And coincidentally, this is like the tanking fundamental. That's probably where enemy threats are going to come from. Or at least the really dangerous ones. Just like with you controlling high ground earlier. Now, if you didn't want to hold high ground because it doesn't feel good for you, then that's fine. Control an angle elsewhere. Right. So this is like the fundamental of tanking, right? It doesn't matter how big your shield is. This is why I really don't like her shield that big, because it kind of baits players into thinking that's how you use it, and it's just not. It's just not how Overwatch works. But yeah, you need to be plopping your big old honking shield up here. Don't let him here, because this is what's good for you. When you play tank correctly, you're not really thinking about what's good for your team. That just accidentally happens when you think about what's good for you. That's the beauty of good tanks, is that they can look very selfish with how they're playing, and yet they're protecting their team actively. And crucially, this is the problem, right? This is the problem, right? Blind Crystal, no information. Blind Shield, no information. And to be fair, at least we're not directly stacked on cart. At least we weren't initially. But it makes the rest of our game feel awkward. We're still losing to people above our height. And now we don't really have the opportunity to do that. Now, can we control an angle if we don't have high ground? Of course. Could swing all the way to here, maybe. Plop our shield and try to poke at them from here. Or poke at them from here. That would be okay. That would be okay. I sound like I stole Dr. K's accent. I don't even know how to describe that. I haven't watched a Dr. K video in ages. How would you describe Dr. K's accent? Dr. Toilet Skibbity. That's literally the guy's name in YouTube chat. I'm not making a bad joke. Quick, do that animation. Wait, which arm was it? Sorry. All right, Shibam, let's go. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Think about where we're going first, then we can worry about our shield. I love the fact that we're just like... I mean, to give you credit, you should be shooting while you're doing this, or crystalling or something. That can actually help you get to those positions. But, I mean, I like where we're going. Yeah, get your butt cheeks up here going. Let's go. I mean, this is all right. It's all right. I like where we're moving. I just wish we were doing stuff while we were moving, you know? You can cancel shield placement with alt fire. Oh, okay, cool. With alt fire. What's alt fire? What is alt fire? Is it her... What is her alt fire? Yeah, I know her right click, but what is it? Is it her shield? With primary. Yeah, what is it? What is it? Oh, so you could go pop 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 pop. Okay. Wait, are you saying is then you can cancel the shield by like just pressing the shield button again? Oh, okay. I was sorry. It's been a long time. Okay. Thank you. Not a good ult. Not a good ult because too much of a gamble too far away. Get to your position first. Again, it's all about positioning first and then deciding what you want to do with your abilities. So looking at what I said here, the reason why we need to keep moving is not because this isn't an angle. Bah! The reason why is because you don't need to be scared of getting a little close versus squishies, especially with your ult. If this was Diva in her face here and we needed to poke her out and prod her out, I understand. But just, yeah, chill. Just keep going. Keep going. You're good. You're cooking. But I do like this rotation. I want to applaud you for that. That's well done. And that will... Oh, don't force the kill. Don't force the kill. Ooh. A little dangerous. Might be better to get value out of the ultimate, even if you don't necessarily get the kill. Slam that, man. Slam it. Bambalan or whatever. Okay, I've dapped enough that joke to death. We need to let that go. Sorry, guys. Yeah, just a little bit of panic. Okay, we'll stop there. Big thing for you. Set up on these corners, on these angles. Don't worry as much about your distance unless it's the tank trade. Slow down your crystal placement and be a little faster with using your shift when people get in your face. A lot of little things. You can tell that you're still working on picking up the character. But yeah, good stuff. It's infectious. It really is, Queen. It's a problem. Any questions, Bramblin? Amblin, Gamblin, Bambalan. We gotta stop. I gotta move on to the next hero, man. Hey, Britt, how are you, mate? Scamp. There's something else in there. Yeah. Okay. Played like buns because I just woke up. It's okay. Master's stamina. Hello, John.
Ready for battle.
If shield on right click and not toggle, then press left click to cancel. Okay, let's go. Let's give that a whiz. Let's give that a test. Give that a whirl. Not a whiz.
The perfect world is shaped by my hand.
So that was just tapping it. It's the same for Ram. Yeah, no comment on that one. Oh! Did she have it on toggle? How did she do that? When should you use the ultimate? Just throw it as fast as you get or keep it for a good opportunity? I would use it as fast as you can. I think for the most part, using it like as an opener is fine because like it's really consistent. But you do need a bit of proximity, like a bit of proximity. Like I wouldn't use it like only use it if you're in their face. But I definitely wouldn't be trying to snipe it across the map almost ever. So set up, wait for something to kind of cross the line, and then try to hit multi-hits. But if you're gonna hit one target, aim for a squishy that's relatively close. Oh, so, okay, Skibbity. Okay, this is how it works. You could just tap and release right-click, and it places the shield. Everybody knows that. But if you hold it, if you're holding the button down, and you're like, oh no, I made a mistake, then you can just go and tap it. And it applies to console too. So anything that you have to press the trigger in and release it, you shoot your primary fire and it just cancels it right there. You got me? Turning into Ned Flanders? What do you mean turning into Ned Flanders? I am the Flanders. Oh, that didn't sound at all like Ned Flanders. Holy crap. Can we rewind?
Ready.
Hey! I can't. I'm not gonna do it. 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 Nope. Nope. Does melee cancel it too? I don't know. Good question. Probably. I imagine probably every ability would cancel it, but I'm not gonna test that theory.
Charmed, I'm sure.
This is kind of what I'm talking about in terms of like you're taking an angle here. Now, in higher ranks, you're going to see situations where people take more splits around you. You see it already. So for me, the question here isn't, are you on an angle? You are on an angle. You've got 2 people here, 3 people here. That's fine. You don't need 5 different splits. It's ridiculous. It's totally fine. The question here more for path lane here is more along the lines of, do you prefer this position Or do you prefer this position, just in a total vacuum? Do you like the sightlines? Do you like the cover? Take care. I thought, wait, is somebody leaving? Okay, maybe not. But yeah, for me, I don't know. I don't really know that I would want to rotate here. I would probably blind rotate high ground as long as my entire team's not going here and hold the sight line here, just because this generally is longer. I'm not hindsighting this. Like, honestly, with the power of hindsight, this feels kind of rough with Amalga in your face, but you didn't know that. So this is just more of a map critique. I just don't know that there's a lot of heroes that I want to be here on without knowing. It's kind of hard because forcing that height instantly isn't too easy. Of course not. It's going to be contested, but it's contested on a space that feels probably better for Domina. This is something that I would do dry as a Winston or a Diva or maybe a Rhine. Anything without a lot of range or anything with a little bit of verticality, because you could actually utilize that here. But I do think that probably rotating here is not as optimal as taking height. Not just with Malga, but if anyone takes a card angle or busting, it's like, yeah, for sure. But again, you can hold this space here. You can hold this. Like, if you match Malga here, what you do is you just sit and you shoot and you trade. 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 And then Malga pushes you, he's fricked. Yeah, so just more of a micro detail. And then if you see this, you really can't go back. So this is a tank fundamental we mentioned briefly with Bam. And then this is this is Masters now. Domina's tough here in general, of course. But you can't go back. You must commit to dealing with your problems. And if your EDI just completely fails, that's her problem, not yours. Domina is like the definition of dealing with your own problems, because the character just doesn't... Nice little combo there. That's something to kind of keep an eye on here. So look at the timing of this. Goes for a crystal, slams, and what that does is the crystal is placed such that it detonates as the stun expires. So look at this from his perspective, right? Like, tough, man, right? Tough. Keep that in mind. So basically, any team had better positioning, so the Dom had to go for a play to find value elsewhere. I mean, EDR just freaking died. But, yeah. I mean, yeah, I think Domina being top there in general is a good play. I don't care if it would have won the fight or not. But my point here is not going to be, when I'm doing these, oh, this would have won the fight. I don't care. What's going to make you a better Domina across the board regardless of the situation? When you have options for angles, choose the angle with a better sightline. It's a good anchor. They're pressuring us. It's a good angle. They're pressuring us. It's good timing. They're pressuring us. Maybe my only nitpick here would be the crystal itself, just because this character is just going to fly out instantly anyway. So this would be a situation where dropping our abilities here and then going for a crystal to force it to rotate, or here would be better. Again, a lot of crystal is taking your time to set it up based off of how the enemy team responds to your initial position. I would go as far to say that if you're planning on using your shield early, it might, using your shield once you've committed, it might be better to let the crystal be the punish for how the enemy team responds to your shield. Okay, so you can see it right here. Look at how the enemy team is responding to this angle. They're terrified. What crystal does is it says, you don't actually have cover. Sorry. And that's what makes it unique. Shield could be a bit more aggressive. I agree, but that feels a little bit hindsighted, because also Ana could just sleep us. You know what I'm saying? So like that could just be so it's totally fine to use it here if we had more follow-up with Crystal. But that being said, the angle is good. The timing of the shield is relatively good. And so we're giving our team an ample opportunity to win this fight. Crystal that. Oh, we need to slam that a little sooner. And this is kind of what I talked about in terms of dealing with your problems. This fight is only winnable here if you kill that Ana, or if you're able to get the trade here effectively. This is not winnable if you go, oh no, my team is dying to Malgit again. Let's run it down and then die to the Ana that you gave up. So it was a good try. Good initial setup there. Good initial shield. Decent shots could always be better. I would have liked a little bit better cooldown usage. Faster on the slam on the Mercy there. And a little bit slower with the Crystal once we had actually initially rotated. Okay. Just based off of the cadence of how much we've already talked about already, if you guys do have questions, this is going to be the review to ask them. Okay, based off of our information here, we know enemies, or teammates, excuse me, are behind us, so we can rotate here. I would probably recommend against this angle right now, because we're not very effective at this range until we get minor perk. I would probably rotate towards this angle here and hold the corner or this building here, where we're slightly within effective range, and then use your cooldowns once you've actually rotated effectively. We're a little slow. You can anchor your shield here. You can anchor your shield here. Don't be scared to anchor your shield, because if you anchor your shield, now you can shoot, now you can crystal aggressively and punish. And this forces the Malga into a situation where he has to commit through your shield or fully disengage. I would not, do not, if your shield is going to force the enemy team to do something kind of stupid, either full out or full in, when your team is in a position to shoot even a little bit, it's an okay shield. I understand maybe why we're being hesitant now because our Onron is dead, but that's just an important principle. Yeah, see, like, look what we could do with this shield now. Right? Use that crystal. Yeah, see, do you see what I'm saying about the crystal? Right? That it wasn't perfectly placed, but that hurts. I wouldn't even mind slamming that earlier. That's fine. I don't think that was stupid. We saved it for cardiac. That's okay. But you see, we were down one, and we were winning that trade. He tried to punish our shield timing. You see, this is the problem with the mindset here of, oh, I always want to shield second or shield first. No, just get maximum value out of it. Because in theory, they were like, oh, she doesn't have shield anymore. We can punish that. But you had already hurt them too badly for them to punish you effectively. The key thing is that, is my team in a position to do anything? Like, for example, right now, if the answer is yes, you're going to get value of the shield. And we do have a bit of an off angle here. A little bit. It's fine. Beautiful. Yeah, for free. Absolutely free. I would prefer to layer these abilities slightly differently. What I would do in this situation, if I'm nitpicking, is I'd probably go for the slam first. Shoot slam, okay? Then I would ultimate afterwards, just because the slam has a cooldown that's relatively short. And by the time that we have the ult expire now, we have our slam again. And we can heal underneath that slam as well. But beyond that, this is fine. We need to focus this squishy. Yep, there you go. Obviously, to focus the Malga there is totally fine because you're inside a cage, so it's all right. Do you see the difference here between our Domina here focusing mostly on her responsibilities here compared to the gold Domina? Not perfect, as we've established, but you can see the level of improvement of just kind of focusing simply on what we can control. Is it worth it to take a little damage before slamming to get the leech value? Is that greedy? It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, that's exactly what would have happened there, for sure. Yeah, it's fine. I like the transition there to go to squishies as they walk forward. I think the shield placement is relatively okay. Just a little too deep because it allows the Malga... I don't know. This one, maybe we just take too much damage before we have our shield. That's probably the biggest feedback I have here, is if we're going to swing wide here, we needed to have more HP, and we needed to have a shield placed a little bit better. So yeah, I think that, again, that's a little... I think this is a shield that would have worked if we'd been full HP, or if we aren't full HP, put it more conservatively and swing from a result there. Yeah, for sure. So just better HP awareness, or more conservative shield placement on that angle, on that corner.
Well, hello, you.
Which hero works best, worst with Domina? I don't know. More map situational. Domina on a map like this... So the thing with Domina is that she has egregious weaknesses in terms of mobility. So if the map has a lot of open space, it's very, very important that it's very, not important, but it's very useful to have flankers, both on support and DPS, to control those side angles so you can just sit on cart, sit on high ground, sit on a corner, and just do whatever you want. What is the rule for using shield? We talked about it earlier, but wherever we are committing to a corner, committing to a fight. Like right now, the enemy team is committed. Our team is committed. This shield's fine. This shield's fine. It's deep, but that's okay. See, they're going to kite that out, right? But the problem now is that they're all 1 HP because of the shield. And so if they decide to push us, if we even backed off here and they're like, oh, we don't have shield, let's push it, they're not in a position to push you. They're not in a position to push you. So this is fine. I would focus squishies more here. We're getting into the classic Malga trap of like, oh, he's low, guys. He's low. He's not. He's not low. He's never low. Good shield, obviously. Yeah. We need to shoot squishies more and our on-run fed. That's it. Still win the fight, though. A lot of resources dumped onto us, and our team capitalizes off of that, so that was well done. Okay, where's our angle here? Chat, take a second. Look at our setup, right? Look at our setup. Where's our angle? We need a corner, and we need a crossfire. On and on should have ulted the weaker on it. Yeah. And Malga was getting main character. That everybody was focusing Malga and he just lives. Yeah, exactly. So we've got split here. We've got split here. I wouldn't mind us being here, but this cover is more permanent than payload right now. So just drop here, hold, 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 wait for the new team to commit, drop your shield, shoot and poke whoever presses you here or whoever presses you here. This isn't your problem. This isn't your problem. Hold the space here. The reason why the room is better is not just because, oh, it's a deeper angle. Kind of, sure. I mean, this is still technically an angle here. It's just, it's more permanent cover. That's it. That's the only thing that matters right now. This is too bad shield. Bad shield. This is a shield to compensate for us not having cover. That's it. So now we've committed a shield, and thankfully that Malga commits. So that actually is perfect. So that actually works out nicely, but that's a little bit lucky. That time, I guess the Malga really does over. You can use your ult there. Very good. Again, what did I say about range? This ult is so much better when you get it at a close range. Perfect use of the ability there. To slam after the ult expires. And then we get our shield just in time. Sweaty, 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 but well played. Ooh! Only criticism there is we need to be to that corner. Only criticism. That was well done. Don't chase too far. He's just going to keep running. You're too slow. Yeah, because now we're losing presence on point. Now the Malga's back. Yeah, this is Masters. Good. We could drop our shield here. Yep. Yeah, we ended up chasing the soldier too long, and then they had a respawn advantage. So, well played. Well played. Yeah, good job. I don't know if we win that regardless, because we lost a couple of people and they had closer spawn. I don't think we had close spawn there yet. But, yeah. Okay.
Namaskar.
Let's actually look at another code here. Let's look at another code. I would like to, because we do have a few codes, it might be a good time to look at a different map, because I think it's good to mix it up.
Ready for battle. One.
Let's kick this off.
Nice, different map, different matchup. Is this a commitment from the enemy team and or your team? This is the only information we have. We don't have wall bangs here. Ignore the Sierra, ignore the Brigitte, ignore the Tracer. This is the only information that we have. Is this a commitment here? Yes. So then therefore this should be a shield. You should shield right here and walk and smash their face in. That's it. The problem here again is that we have a tendency here to use our crystal and then immediately shield afterwards. With the power of hindsight, let's explain what we would have done instead. Walk, shoot, drop shield. Then what do we do with our crystal? Based off of what we've seen now, this crystal will now force the Brigitte back, force the Lucio back. The point being is that a crystal into shield is often redundant. It does the exact same thing as just shooting and shielding. Whereas a crystal allows you unique opportunities that you otherwise wouldn't have. For people that are behind cover, for people that are trying to disengage you, and it also allows you to heal up the damage that you took while walking forward to place your shield in the first place. We're on a nice angle right now. Look at my Cast Mercy. Look at the Dominant Junkrat combo. This is good map control. There's nowhere for the enemy team to be. We just need our crystal right now. They're like, oh, but this shield is only protecting us. Yes, it's protecting us and our Junkrat. And it means that we're not taking damage. Which means if we're not taking damage, then my supports can play deathmatch and they don't have to worry about me. That's one of the key things that Dom needs to do in these dive matchups where, you know, everybody's surrounding you, is you need to put yourself on one of those angles that dive wants to be on. Fight them, don't take damage. That's it. So this is good. I like that focus on the targets. I think our mechanics are really quite good. Good use. I love the multitasking with Dominant. You look at this target, and yet you're still able to snap your crystal at the right time. Feels so cool. You feel like a rock star. Well done. Well done. Only criticism was that micro feedback with the crystal. Good job. Okay, what are we doing here? I don't know if we should hold here, but I understand the logic. I do want us to turn around and check, though. So you see this? Are we allowed to hold here now, chat? Yeah, I mean, look at our Cast Mercy, look at our Junk, we're holding here. So let's hold the corner and be decisive and deliberate. Okay, so I get the mindset here of splitting support resources, but this is something that you do when you guarantee your safety. I don't think this is worth it. I would prefer you to hold here, hold here, hold here, shield yourself. Because the irony of shielding somebody else off, but not shielding yourself, is that now you're the one that's getting hammered. So, something to keep in mind. Good slam. Just wish we had more of a better shield trade, that's all. Drop your shield, drop your shield, drop your shield, drop your shield. Yes. It's alright. Needed to play that one better, but that was alright. Do you see what I was saying about squishies up close versus Domina? It's not a free win. It's not a free win. Alright, where's our team? We're gonna go main while our team goes left. That's fine. This is a mistake. This is a mistake. This is a mistake. You have seen your team's position. So, chat, where should my Domina rotate through now? And where should she anchor her angle? Where should she get her AA? We've got pressure here. Before we were here, right? But that was when our cast mercy was here. For us here, we need to continue to here and hold the space here. Shoot, poke, pressure. Deal with this. If you go here and then cross in the open to go chase that threat over here, you're gonna get your face melted. High ground on the map. Yeah, I don't know that I'd rotate all the way to the high ground. Might take too long. But yeah, you do need to deal exactly with this position here. We ignore it. We get shredded. We're getting smoked. I mean, we're just unbelievably lucky. What was that, 11 HP? You need to trust your initial position. Okay. Nice crystal. Oh my gosh, that Brigitte went flying with that Junkrat. Just walking left inside would have also worked, right? Well, it would have worked if we'd started here, because then we wouldn't have taken the damage in the crossing. But I don't mind with us going main or right when our team is left. It's fine with me. Take a different angle here. Probably better than going inside left, right? We're indecisive with what we wanted to deal with and where we wanted to play. I would be too scared of my teammates backing up and leaving that flank behind me wide open. As in this flank right here? From you being here? Sucks. What do you do instead? Face tank 600 damage? Your choice. Like, every decision you make in Overwatch comes with an element of trust that your teammates are going to be able to deal with a threat as best they possibly can. And every decision that they make is trusting you to deal with you not taking a face tank amount of damage. One of the biggest mistakes that tank players make is they don't trust their teammates to deal with problems. And so that then they go try to deal with the problem, take an unbelievable amount of damage, and then demand support pocket 24/7. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because you didn't trust your teammates, you have become the problem. You have become the problem. That's an important concept, right? It's like, are they going to win every time in that duel? No. Are they going to lose to the Doomfist? Maybe. Are you going to do your job the best you possibly can? Yes. So do I trust my teammates to be able to deal with the Doomfist? I don't know. But I know if I don't deal with this guy here because I'm positioned here, they're going to kill me, and maybe they'll kill my backline. You know? This is the problem with tank players. Tank players try to be teammates, and then they wonder why their teammates struggle because they're just constantly taking damage by running all over the map. Constantly taking damage. That's the support player's worst nightmare. And I know we violate support players in this channel because they're boosted in garbage. But it is worth noting that a lot of that is problematic because of how tank players perform and how they're constantly trying to deal with threats. Like right now, what are we doing? Are we committing to this position? We need to make a decision here. You need to make a decision with where we are going and what we are holding. Where are we going? Do you see it? Do you see my problem here? You didn't trust your Junkrat. You didn't trust your supports. So now what have we done? We've let the Sierra casting walk for free and taken damage while he rotated here. If we wanted to play this angle to begin with, we should have been here to begin with. Remember, you're playing the character that's slow. You don't get to move around the map. Deal with your problem. Deal with your problem. Doesn't mean you can't move this far away. You know, you got an active shield. But if this shield's not here, then these guys are destroying our team. You know? I got GM4 in support. Easiest thing in my entire life. A lot of chasing. A lot of chasing. Even here, right? This right here. No, it's fine. Trust. Just shoot your gun. You don't have slam anymore, so there's no real reason for you to go closer, right? So you need to make sure that this doesn't become a problem. What happens as soon as we vacate that? We got the Brig with our gun that we would have gotten anyway. We leave our Kitsune, and they get caught in a Sierra ult that we would have avoided entirely if we just simply sat in the corner. Right? So I know we're kind of being harsh here, but it's because this is a consistent pattern in this particular game. Deal with your problems. Never won a match in an all-GM lobby? No, I've won matches in lobbies GM2, GM1 when I was the lowest rated player in the lobby. So much less impressive to beat Champ 5 and GM1 players, chat. Break off. It's fine. It's a little cheeky. Oh man, we need to hit that crystal. That sucks. We'll look at one last fight here. It's called getting carried. Frick off. But you didn't see my stats. I think this is fine. To be honest, this is more of a nitpick. I think the way that we're playing this is relatively okay. I think my big thing is here is that we needed to hit the shot and hit the crystal, and we just didn't. You know, that crystal instantly exploding there, that's going to kill that Sierra. And then that will maybe trade and allow your team to win elsewhere. To be honest, I think we're okay beyond that. We saw everything. Slamming Power Matrix, yeah. Big play. Choose. Cassidy or Doomfist? Your choice. Not both. Sure? Ooh, 3, 2, 1. I think that's absurdly long. No. You're already here. Commit. Drop the shield. Merry Christmas. Now, if we commit to this rotation, I'm okay with it, but we probably should keep committing, right? There's been a lot of dancing back and forth. Yep. Don't chase the Doom. Deal with this. Yeah, exactly. Use cover. I don't know if I'd even turn my back on them. You see? Commit. Don't chase too much. I know it's difficult. Easier said than done. Good shield. Here, live because your drone blocked a shot. That's fine. Too far away, not your problem. Everybody's too far away now, so now we just find cover and wait for somebody to touch point and then annihilate them, you know? Okay, we're gonna stop here. Biggest thing the Sierra, oh my gosh, this Dom needs to work on is the timing of the crystal around the shield placement, right? Like take the space, take the angle, and then being a lot more decisive with the angles that we're actually controlling instead of chasing. I know it's difficult, again, when you're playing a highly mobile composition like this or against a highly mobile composition like this, but your importance of your decisiveness is the amount of peace of mind that your team can have that when you're going to be on a problem, that you're going to actually deal with that problem and that we're not going to go dance around. Your team, if you can cut off BAP Sierra pocket here, your team will have no problem punching through this Doomfist. No problem at all. If you deal with the Doomfist here and get all the way to this angle here, your team won't worry about the BAP Sierra as much. It's not about who's more important, BAP Sierra or Doomfist. It's about who are you better equipped, better positioned to deal with in that moment. And then once you deal with it, that's it. So fundamental of Overwatch. Beyond that, the micro was pretty good. The aim was good. I think the use of the shift was good. The ideas with their ultimates and shields were also relatively good. I mean, this is Masters, so we'd expect it. Like I said, my main critique from the limited time that we saw was the use of Crystal. Are there any questions? That's why I pick Extended Beam. Yeah. It does feel like, I don't know, easier said than done. Technically here, I understand the logic given this map, but I think if we were to get to like Garden or Night Market, thank you. If we were to get to Garden or Night Market, we'd probably find a lot more situations in which the range would be useful. Queenie and Surly on the same page. I despise you guys. You know what? Frick it. Let's watch one more fight. One more code. And this is not playing like Buns either. This is fine. This looks like Masters 4. This looks like low mid Masters Domino play. It's been pretty solid. So you play pretty well first thing in the morning, I guess. The rarity, rejoice. Yeah. We'll watch one fight. Different match, different matchup, different map, different map up, different match. Choose your angle, right? We can mark Tracer here. I think both of these are equally fine for Domino. There's no like advantage. But yeah, we can deal with this. Parasocial thing on the enemy Sigma is a little much. Sure. I would say in this particular situation, more hindsighty, but I wouldn't have minded a deeper shield. As you see, he's backing off just by a meter or so. But it's really not that bad because you've guaranteed cleared him, and then you can just kind of sit on your shield and be patient. Because for him to go all the way from here all the way back, that's expensive. So it's more of a nitpick, but yeah, this is okay. I think y'all would agree a lot, given your propensity for dumping. Yeah. No, Sarah Lee is my biggest fan. Right, Sarah Lee? I don't like this shield. I don't like this shield because I don't like us taking the fight here, knowing we have two people on point. And if you didn't know you had a player on point, then you shouldn't be shoving the choke. You should be playing back angle here. Again, this is like the principle of off angle, but not playing by yourself. Right, and you know this, like you're a Masters player, so you understand this, but there are some situations where you're very clearly unaware of where your team is fighting. And so you played this one well, the slam, the crystal, the shots, like this is all good, but this doesn't result in winning a fight despite you playing well because you're doing it by yourself. Not literally by yourself, but mostly. I don't really enjoy your Overwatch game. Sure, we can deal with Sig. We can deal with Tracer. Again, I still feel like we're holding too close. Like we know where our junk is. We know where our soldier is. You probably should be anchoring closer to here, right? There's nothing wrong with this lane, so to speak, right? But how far forward you're holding the lane, this. Okay, okay, hang on a second. This is really, really important. We need to remove the. Hang on. You know what? I'm gonna stop right here, guys. I think I've hammered it home. I'm just gonna leave this on. I'm gonna go pee real fast. That we're done with our sponsored coaching. Wait, I need to remove the black screen. Hang on. But I'm just gonna leave this with a muted mic for like a minute or two, and just see if anybody joins chat and is like, what's going on? So I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Don't tell the new chatters what's going on. Be right back.
I just joined.
Okay, I could. I'm sorry, guys. I know I ran the bit into the ground, but I was absolutely dying, man. It was just too. I'm muted over here. It was just way too much fun. Okay, we're done. We're done. That was our Thomas sponsored coaching, I guess. So yeah, we there you go. It was fun. I just can't get over it, man. Like, where did he go? He just like, dude, he's still tripping, bro. What? Bro, like, are you good, man? Are you good? Okay, now he's just, dude, it literally looks like a face filter. And now he looks evil. Okay, what the heck is going on? Oh my days. What a pause. Total chance. Check best to Spilo. That's awful. Yes, Pathlane. We got lots of you in. You did a good job. Appreciate you. Appreciate your codes. No. Do we react, Slop? Do we react, Slop? What do we have? There's actually a lot of stuff submitted here, so... Oh, dude, we have the unpopular opinion thread. We haven't done a hot takes one in a long time. We should do a hot takes. 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 I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Noxious. We should do one. Oh, no! I'm so predictable! Oh, no! Oh, frick! Oh, no, wait, Chad, I gotta show this to you. I gotta show this to you. Dude. Oh, man, I'm freaking cooked, bro. What? Dude, the first comment and this said, "Oh, nice, another Spilo Reddit hot takes video incoming." Aw, man. Aw. Dang it. Am I that predictable? I mean, listen, guys, I'm a sucker for hot takes. I love fun little conflicts. You know what I'm saying? Nothing toxic, just fun. Frick, man. All right, we'll go through it. So, unpopular opinion thread. If we do this for a YouTube video, I should get my editors to do something fun with this one. How should we color code this? How should we do this? We should do bad opinion. Because here's the thing with hot takes, right? It's like you want to reward people for having a hot take, but I also want to reward people for having a hot take that's actually like well thought out, even if I don't agree with it. I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, I could see there was some effort put into there. Now, obviously, it's just a Reddit thread, so we don't want to read too deep, but that's part of the fun, you know? It's like when people have like a full-on hot take crash out, it's like, I want to reward that if it's well thought out. And then I could be like, oh, that's such a low-hanging fruit. Everybody basically agrees with that. Okay, let's start. Let's do this. Okay. Good hot take, well thought out, well communicated, agreed. All right, that gets a pass. All right. Second hot take will be technical hot take, but not for r/competitive Overwatch. In other words, stuff like tank diff is overrated, counter swapping's not that good. Yeah. I understand that's technically a hot take for the majority of the Overwatch community, the casual community, but within this community, okay, 100%, you're just punching down at that point. We don't care about that. Third hot take will be, this is not a hot take. This is just a good statement. You don't get points for that, right? And then the fourth hot take will be, this is a terrible opinion. This is also, or a hot take that's just really, really badly communicated and just sloppy. So the good thing about that is that I can criticize 3 out of 4. Wait, the first one as well, because I could be like, yeah, that's a terrible opinion, but it's well communicated. So it's like, it's literally win. I could do no wrong. I don't have to give my hot takes. I just have to criticize others. That's the luxury of being a critic. You don't have to have an opinion. Okay, so how should we color code this? Green for bad opinion or hot take. Oh no, we should do. We should no, maybe not. We should do color. Maybe we should do like spicy, bland. I don't know. Whatever. Maybe my editors will let me know this one. Making a tier list of people's opinions? Yes. Would I call Kiriko conventionally attractive? I don't know. What do you mean unconventionally? Did you look at her? No, when I was talking about Damen, I was talking about her like... Isn't she like really tall and big? That's more. Yes, you got. This is bait. I can't answer this question. You guys have twisted every beautiful thing that I have ever said. Click off, dude. Click off. All right, unpopular opinion thread. What's your Stop! I know! What's your unpopular opinion about the competitive scene or the game itself? Also, make sure to sort by controversial. And we'll start with the top here. My unpopular opinion is that we should bring back 2CP. Overwatch has changed a lot since the mode was removed. With 5v5 and a few slight tweaks, it shouldn't be obnoxious anymore. Honestly, 2CP was fun. This is, I think, a great example of a good hot take. I disagree with it. I'll elaborate why. But there's some good thoughts about it. It is a good, pretty interesting hot take. We don't see this one too often. So this is perfect. This is exactly what this video is for. Dark fight, great job. Let me explain to you the arguments behind why people would want 2CP. So a lot of the reasons why people don't like 2CP is they immediately associate them with chokes and slop and poke slop. And the argument that that would be better in Overwatch 2 is objectively true. There's one fewer player on each team. I think the spam over Overwatch has changed in more of terms of more mobility. There's more counterplay. There's more agency, at least on a specific. Don't no, please before the 60 series are like. Just there's more space, okay? There's more space, all right? And I think also if you were to update the 2CP maps, I trust the current map rework team to be able to restructure the map so that there are a lot more attackers favored, which is great. The problem with that is that 2CP as a game mode, ignore the maps for just a second, as a game mode kind of functions off of winning fights infrequently as attackers. You understand what I'm saying? As in, the way that the game mode worked is it was generally massively defenders favored, because if it wasn't, then you would just cap instantly, because on paper, you only need to win 2 fights. Now, I say on paper because I don't think that that's necessarily unsolvable completely. Technically, you could significantly increase the cap time for each point so that retaking on both first and second point would be viable solutions. You could also then compress the space so people could rotate a lot better. There's all sorts of little tweaks that you could do to that, but I do think that it would take a bit of a comprehensive, like a real rework to how the objective works and not just the maps themselves. So cap instantly goes 6 rounds, who cares? Great question. Great question. The reason why you should care is because if you do cap very quickly, then the downtime between swapping becomes obnoxious. I had the exact same argument as you, Booze, with King's Row. I was like, who cares if it's attackers favored more so than other escort? Both cap 3 points, who cares? Because the point of full capping King's Row doesn't take 2 minutes. It might take 6 or 5, you know? You could speed it up. That's exactly, you are right. Yeah, I'm not saying that there isn't a solution to your point. Exactly. You could speed up the flip-flop almost instantaneously. You could make the cap take longer. There are things that you could do. So I disagree with this, but I don't disagree with it from a point of it's not possible or it's not even a good idea. It would just be a lot of work. But yeah, who knows? I think this is a perfect unpopular opinion because you can see the argument and it's also not completely inconceivable. Yeah. It's not inconceivable. Oh, what's up, Drudo? At a collegiate esports conference? Yes, was that the one over in Minnesota? I think slowing it down is a better solution than speeding up. Yeah, I haven't put a lot of thought of it personally. I can see arguments for both, but yeah, interesting. Cool idea. Would require a lot of work. But yeah, we'll move on. Another Spilo Reddit hot take video incoming. I'm trying to get in the video. Okay, watch. We'll be on the lookout for Lord Donut. All right, guys. We're going to lock on Lord Donut. You are in my sights. Nice. What are thoughts on the current state of supports in Overwatch? They're fine. I do miss watching the esports when it was 6v6. I felt like a lot more like two teams moving chess pieces around the board. Not saying 6v6 is inherently better for the game's general health, but it did make for a much more interesting competitive viewing experience. I think it was situationally dependent. I think 6v6 had the risk of being more brawl sustain slop but that was also highly correlated with the way that supports were balanced in 6v6, and I think that's a lot better nowadays. And I also agree, I think it's almost objectively true that in terms of the highest level of skill ceiling macro, 6v6, just by having another piece on the board, was more complicated. There was some dynamics with how the off tank interacted with the main tank. Most of the time, I think both tanks would have just kind of controlled their own lanes, but there was some synergy there. I think this is, I wouldn't say objectively true, but I do think that this is subjectively true. And this is something that, like, we didn't really give a grade to this kind of a take. I didn't even think about this kind of a take, because this is probably a hot take within the competitive Overwatch scene. And maybe it's not something that I've seen said before. So I don't know if it's necessarily a hot take or not, but it's definitely at least mildly controversial, and I appreciate the thought being put into that. So we've had two good takes in a row. Two interesting takes in a row. Atlas is an excellent map. That's a hot take for the general community, but maybe not within competitive Overwatch. But it gets unfairly hated because it promotes a different playstyle than others. Would have loved an elaboration on that point, unless you're talking about Flashpoint in general. And the community never gave it a chance to really learn how to play it. This is not a hot take necessarily, again, within the competitive community, which makes it hated more, and the people continue to not learn it, and so on. If it introduced before map voting, it would be a beloved map. Bland. Quirky take? Is that what I'm going with here? I agree. Like, I agree with this, but I don't know that's necessarily a hot take within the competitive Overwatch subreddit. Yeah. Lukewarm. But I don't know if I want to say bland, because it is a hot take for the right community, but it's just not within the competitive Overwatch community. Because otherwise we could just all spit out our things that the Overwatch casual community believes that is just false, but that wouldn't be that interesting, would it? The whole point is that you're going to have a little bit of contention here. Yeah. Malga is the hardest of the easy tanks. Is this a hot take? The fact that I have to think about it means the answer is mostly yes. If I'm hesitating, it's at least a warm take. Do I agree with it? Well, that's kind of part of the discussion here. By the way, this is just my opinion. I think I have an educated opinion in these things, but I'm not even going to be 100% correct on all these. I do think that he's up there. If I were to define the easy, what would you guys define as the easy tanks? Okay, so this is like the hot take gotcha sentence, right? But let's define what we mean by easy tanks. In the competitive Overwatch subreddit, I would define the easy tanks as ones with lower skill ceilings, not skill floors. Okay? Skill floors. All right? Or skill ceilings, sorry. And so based off of that, what tanks have lower skill ceilings compared to characters like Ball or Winston? Ram, Ryan, Roadhog, Malga-ish. Yeah, Malga's kind of borderline, right? And maybe even Orisa. But this is the spicy take here. Ready for this one? I actually think Orisa is probably the hardest of the higher skill ceiling tanks. I think Orisa is. Zarya, that Zarya is a great one. I think Orisa has a higher skill ceiling than Zarya. I do. Not by a lot, maybe, but I definitely think she does. But I actually think Malga has to be up there for me. Malga is definitely harder than at least several of those in terms of skill ceiling, like the potential mechanical and cooldown macro understanding of how to play the tank. And Malga's skill ceiling largely comes from the mechanics of hitting slam, the mechanics of aiming your shots, and the repositioning. I would say Malga's probably slightly higher skill ceiling, but yeah, comparatively. How do you get value in Malga other than tank trading? Poking with your weapon from off angles, hitting your slams, rotations, being able to time your repositioning to avoid cooldowns and high damage. Doomfist has a much higher skill ceiling. You're insane. Orisa's entire kit is bailout. Well, you don't understand the definition of skill ceiling if that's what you think. Skill floor would be a bailout. But even then, that's not alone. Surviving does not provide value to win games. My definition is your ability to win games. And Orisa, that's from a skill floor. To win games from a skill ceiling perspective, Orisa has multiple ways to provide value. She has ways repositioning through her javelin spin, but most of Orisa's skill ceiling, I think, has to do with the precise cooldown timing, which is not incredibly hard, but is harder than some of the easier tanks. But most of Orisa's value, I think, skill ceiling comes through her javelin, because the amount of value that you can get out of consistently hitting javelins is really high. Now, if you argue that it's not that hard, then I would say from a cooldown repositioning standpoint, Malga is objectively harder. Like, repositioning with Malga is way, way, way important and way harder. Hey, nice. So I think I might be wrong with Orisa, but I'm not so sure. That's my argument anyway. Domina, love you too. No, I don't think so. I think Domina's a little bit lower. Yeah, you guys can't look at this as how obnoxious the character is. That's not at all the context with which this is being said. I'm pretty sure this is what Krasamat means, is in terms of the skill thing, especially within the competitive Overwatch. So the fact that we've had this conversation that long, this is a good take. This is a good hot take, excuse me. And it's also one that's provoked a lot of thought, and he might have a point there. Might have a point here. Shut up, Queenie. What about Domina Spiral? My horrible confession is that I loved Overwatch 1 Orisa and prefer her to Overwatch 2 Orisa. Is it a hot take? Yeah, it's at least warm. It's at least warm, so we give credit where credit's due, and I can see the argument there. Halt was a really, really fun ability to utilize. Shield timing was very important. Orisa was a very, very cancerous hero for the health of the game, with the implementation within 6v6 and sustain. But Overwatch 1 Orisa had just as much of a skill ceiling as Overwatch 2 Orisa, basically. A lot less repositioning, but Halt was like... So Halt was one of the most important high skill ceiling abilities in all of Overwatch. Bongo is dumb and easy, but Halt was insane. Halt was insane. A very, very, very high skill ceiling ability. Was she worse than modern Orisa design health-wise? Hard to say. Hard to say. Yeah, you could break it. Yeah. So far, these takes have been great. These have been really thoughtful, interesting takes that I don't necessarily all agree with, but they've been thoughtful, and this is why I love looking at these. So great job. These are great. And this is okay. Also, shout out to the community for actually upvoting the interesting takes, not just the ones. Okay, we'll sort by controversial a little bit, but usually when I sort by controversial, usually I just find lazy opinions or popular takes. So actually, this has been pretty good. Reinhardt players who force the character to shout dishonor after being counter-swapped are more annoying, if more than any main out there. I don't know how he became the Reddit wholesome guy and generally such an outdated hero and mindset. I mean, it's relatively hot, I guess. It's certainly relatively warm. I have seen this before. I think we literally talked about Ryan the last time we did a hot takes thread. And it's spicy, just put him at the top. I mean, I find Roadhog players to be despicable human beings. And Mercy mains are also obnoxious. I don't know. I get it. I mean, this would probably be more of a hot take if you'd said it like 8 years ago. So I'm not going to grade this one that well, because it's like, yeah. I think most people within the competitive Overwatch subreddit at least agree with you, as Efficient Artist says here. But yeah, okay. All right. It's not that hot. I don't think it's that hot of a take. Again, I swear I did it in the last video. I might be wrong, but if that's so, that's going to be really funny. Map voting is the worst thing ever added to the game, and it's not even close. All right. I would have loved more elaboration here. So the only points I'm going to dock from this is for lack of elaboration. It's a hot take. And I can construct arguments for this. I've heard arguments for this. We've talked about this. And it's also a pretty hot take within the community as well. So the fact some of you guys are disagreeing with that. Do you see the chat right now? W reply, L take, W take, lock that guy up, W take. That's good. The only points I'm going to dock, which I don't really care. I mean, I doubt this guy cares. You know, he's just typing on competitive Overwatch and then going and living his life. You know, is that I would have loved a little bit of an elaboration. I will give you my opinion on it, okay? Or I will be the advocate for this, even though I do like map voting. I do think that map voting, especially in low to mid ranks, has been very toxic at reinforcing the same play styles and the same maps over and over and over again. I think that the implementation of Landslide has guaranteed that. I think that the implementation of bringing up maps that you vote for frequently and not bringing up maps that you don't vote for more frequently, which, by the way, we know is a thing, right? The map voting, it does favor maps that you like, leads to probably people getting stuck in a rut too often instead of being forced to try new things. I do think allowing people to play what they want and have control of their own game is a good thing, but I also think that games forcing you to take a little bit of homework and to do a little bit of stretching outside of your comfort zone is also a good thing, not just in Overwatch, but just in general. So, and I think map voting sometimes more so than even hero bans compresses that experience. I think it also causes a bit of a... we know it's caused some problems because of the incentives that they did for Antarctic Peninsula, where a lot of the map design team doesn't really get rewarded for designing stuff like Atlas because people just don't vote for it. People just don't vote for Atlas very much. I have people in my chat, when I was giving Numbani a D tier on my map design, they were like, are you stupid? That's a worst map in Overwatch, F tier, literally worse than this. And I was like, dude, they changed the spawns. It's still not great, but they changed the spawn from attacker. They bumped the defender spawn forward. First point, Numbani has the second highest success rate in all of hybrid maps. And everyone's like, oh, because they haven't played it. Numbani is not a good map, but people don't know that it's better because nobody wants to play it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's like a great example of like the downside of map voting is it reinforces biases and it forces people to play in the same way. And the funny thing about it is like the argument that like, oh, people just want to play what they want to play. Well, the problem with that argument is that as somebody who's coached and played a lot with lower ranks, I'm freaking watching my wife playing Gold Widowmaker. Everybody votes the same Shambali, Escort, Hybrid, Slop. And I watch her and her team get full held on first point. And then the enemy team gets full held on first point. Like, frequently. I would love some statistics on that to not let it be anecdotal. But in my experience, the low mid ranks just get stuck on Escort and they just keep voting for it. They just get stuck and they just keep getting voted for it. Or they'll get staggered on second point and nobody actually takes a team fight. It's like there has to be some sort of psychological study about people avoiding risk or whatever, and then actively significantly having a worse time and enjoying the game less as a result. So anyway, I give points for this. It's not bat voting that is bad. It's the dumb people that are allowed to vote for trash like Circuit. But the problem with that is you just can't fix that unless you incentivize people to step outside their comfort zone or you mandate it. So that's just how it is. You're pretty sure it already exists? I'm serious? What exists? Sorry. But anyway. Casual low elo players don't like Flashpoint Push because they don't like to think learn new modes. That's not a hot take at all. And it's also not a hot take for r/competitive Overwatch. That's just fact. So no, not a good take. To study about what you talked about, Serpentis? Okay, good to know. Thank you for that. Not sure if this is controversial or not, but the esport is in the healthiest state it has ever been, including Overwatch League. I don't know the finances behind the scene here, but as somebody that is a little bit more in the know and was definitely more in the know back when I was in the league, especially in its dying days, this is objectively true. To give you guys like the baby's first Overwatch esports crash course, Overwatch League was a complete bubble, economic bubble, completely undeserved the amount of resource investment because it didn't make money. there was no monetization or merchandising because of the way that esports worked at the time, and having lands and selling occasional merch didn't. These teams were bleeding tens of millions of dollars every year. That was never going to last. So from a visual standpoint, the game, it was beautiful and enjoyable as a viewer through Overwatch League, much more so than OWCS, but it was never going to last. And it was the more of the Emperor's New Clothes situation that we did, the worse the collapse was going to be. Right now, and then the collapse, teams are, I mean, I was a victim of that collapse as well. People just completely ripping, not investing any money at all. Yeah, they sold like the NFL. Yeah, we won't go into that. And that, by the way, that also put a lot of pressure, as we know, on the development team as well. They're saying the league was dying when you were involved. Shut the frick up, Kyle. Now, from my understanding, is that Blizzard still invests money into OWCS, but it's closer to, I don't know, they're probably still losing money, like, to be perfectly honest with you guys, but I know they're losing a lot less money. And teams are, I don't know if they're pulling a profit. I'm not familiar with the organizations that are involved, but they are investing less. And so they're probably losing less. And if we look for, and basically what's the good thing about this is that the current state of OWCS right now is more accurate with what's deserved. And the reason why that's important for a viewer is it's more likely that things aren't going to all of a sudden get bad. It's more likely to be like, yeah, we're probably going to have OWCS in its current state, most likely for at least some time. So it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. So the good news as a viewer, the bad news as a viewer is it's not the same as Overwatch League. The good news as a viewer is it's probably not going to go anywhere because there's not going to be a huge bubble explosion necessarily. That's my very, very, very short understanding of things. And I think if you look outside of the money and the investment, there's been a lot of things that have improved Overwatch visibility, frequent balance patches, new heroes, banning. All of these things have made map voting. All of these things have made the sport, I think, just more enjoyable as a viewer. And so, yeah. Okay, Hyperring is a better design for a team speed boost than Lucio's Aura is. Lower boost, more obvious, and lower uptime. More DPS characters. Wow. Oh, okay. Okay, we'll stop with that. Ooh. Lower boost, more obvious, and lower uptime. Dang. I never thought about that. I'll give it a bit of a hot take point because it's definitely not something that you'd see in a game that Juno has a better design ability than Lucio. Which obviously that's a really reductionist explanation for what's being said here. But, Amp does have visibility problems. That's true. And I've also said, what have I said about a way to nerf Lucio? I don't like what they did with Beat. I would have preferred that they had just made the Amp speed a little bit slower. That's a good way to affect his performance and scrimmages, as opposed to ranked. And that's a good argument from the other side of things about why Juno's speedring, in theory, is a little bit more interesting or different. Okay, cool. Cool take. Very interesting. More DPS characters should have ults like Symmetra. Ooh. Okay, let me let them cook. Instead of flashy burst damage, which the last 4 DPS all have, Bola kind of sucks, but oh well. Agreed with this one too. But not... I'm going to get... Okay, so let me explain. Simwall as a concept is very interesting. It's executed poorly because it's uninteractable and basically unbreakable and lasts way too long. That's very annoying to deal with. Very annoying to deal with. But I have been a proponent of not every role needs to have ultimates that do the same thing. And I do think that this is probably kind of a hot take. It's at least a warm take. Okay, so points for the warmth of the take, but also interesting points too. I was a defender of Cat ult, kind of. I understand why people got frustrated with it, but one of the arguments I could not disagree with more was the fact that Cat ult just needed to do healing, or they needed... it's not a support ult. I hated that sentence. What does it even mean? Who cares? Let new ideas and hybrid heroes come into play. It's totally fine. I have no problem with Simwall doing something other than just be big burst of damage. I think we need more ultimates like that. Some of the more, like, that's one of the reasons why I'm kind of a fan of Domino Ultimate conceptually, is that there's different ways to use it. It's kind of a creative peel ultimate or an aggressive ultimate. It's a dual ultimate. So yeah, just mix it up. Now, I wouldn't want a big AoE healing thing from my Genji player. I mean, that would be kind of hilarious, but why not mix it up? right? Generally have way more problems with just AoE damage burst ults, you know? So I agree that the execution of Symmetra Ultimate is kind of annoying, but I like the concept of DPS, tank, or support ultimates bending the rules with what the role can do, and I do think it makes for a more interesting experience. So, cool take, interesting take. Maybe not everybody agrees. Maybe a lot of people agree, but at the very least, I'm going to give points for not being something that I've seen talked about enough. So cool. Buffing Bastion was a mistake. When did they buff Bastion? Was it the nade perk? Was it the primary fire rate? That was the last time. The fire rate and the hitbox. The fire rate and the hitbox. Okay, I don't think it was a mistake. I think they've dialed it down to where he's in a decent spot right now, to be honest. I understand that kind of raised to mind how bad the nade perk was, because that was always like the most broken part of Bastion, and then now he had no basic weaknesses. But I still think that like where he's at now, he's not so hilariously easy to shoot now, and he's not so hilariously useless when he doesn't have turret form. Again, shifting power budget around allows you to be able to nerf things like the nade perk without dropping the character into the gutter. So I don't agree with this. It is a hot take, I think. I don't understand why they did it in the first place. I played tank at M2 and D3 DPS Casino until 4 in games played. Yet didn't face a single person that really plays Bastion as a main character despite playing in two kinds of different ranks. Yes and no. I understand the argument here. It's like Bastion is just inherently a terrible hero because he's just the counter swap hero. Maybe. I mainly play Winston and JQ, and I'm just really tired of enemy switching to this robot because they had to play a big one. So Kame, it's very annoying. Why buff character people swap to because they just want to win by shredding a tank? Yeah, I understand your sentiment. I don't think that the buffs that they gave to Bastion necessarily affect you all that much, though. That would be my argument. If you're playing Winston JQ, you don't really care about the buffs that they did to Bastion. And he probably would have been swapped to regardless of whether they buffed him or not. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? So, like, the hero is buffing Bastion was a mistake as his initial take, but that has basically no correlation with the next paragraph, especially considering now that he's basically at the same win rate he was when he was buffed initially, or before he was buffed initially. You know, you can dislike Bastion all you like. At least he used to be bad when not in form. Now with nade, one of the most underrated cooldowns in the game, and better gun. I mean, he's always had nade. And better gun, he's a legit threat at all times, under the biggest threat 1/3 of the game. Again, I don't think that as a Winston JQ, Bastion without turret is big enough. And if he still is, then fine. We just take even more of the budget out of the turret. So, and Winston has received some stuff versus him. You could do damage. You ignore armor now as Winston. I don't know if you ignore damage reduction, but you do ignore armor specifically. You do your alt fired. You have chain lightning versus Bastion now, and so on. But yeah, this is okay. I don't know. It's okay. Discord should never have been buffed. Then it's just not fun to play against with 30% Discord. It shouldn't be a hot take. I don't think this is a hot take. I 100% agree. As a Zen player, I think increasing his Discord orb to 30% is the last thing that they should have done. Basically, one of the worst things that they could have done is Zen. Very, very bad decision. Agreed. Hit scan projectile sizes should be brought down overall. Players should be rewarded for bad aim. Complicated. This is a lazy take, I would say. Because it's the way that you frame it is saying players should be rewarded for bad aim, but that's not descriptive. What do you mean bad aim? Do you mean, go back to where we were pre-season 9 for everybody, or just for hit scan? Our hit scan hero is currently overperforming in relation to other characters right now. Do you understand what I'm saying? I hate to be that guy, but like this is like a very easy thing to say in the YouTube comments, but I'm expecting better from a subreddit. So both of these takes, no. The next DPS hero and support hero shouldn't have a movement ability or easy escape. Again, shouldn't have easy escape. We have enough mobility creep as it is. I would like Team 4 to try otherwise to make hero kits more interesting without mobility. Saying they shouldn't have a movement ability. We have enough mobility creep as it is. Again, yes and no. Mobility creep would be defined not as just releasing heroes with mobility, but giving heroes that don't have mobility. And that is also done with the inherent understanding or the assumption that the game is better without mobility. I agree that it is interesting challenge-wise to create characters that don't have mobility. Mobility is the easiest way to add dynamism to a character. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's always bad to do that. It's like playing Dark Souls and saying that the easiest way to add interest to a boss is to make the boss do multi-hit combos. Is it easy to do multi-hit combos when you're designing a boss? Of course it is. But is it bad to have a boss with multi-hit combos? No. Could you do a boss without multi-hit combos and still be difficulty? Probably, possibly. But it doesn't mean that it's bad to do those multi-hit combos. Ana, Sigma, Ashe, those characters, well, okay, to be fair, Ashe technically has movement, but yeah. So I understand the spirit of what's being said here, but I don't know if it's necessarily a hot take, and I would have loved more elaboration about what we mean by mobility creep, what we mean by movement ability. Again, whatever. Hybrid as maps are easily the worst in the game. It's not a hot take, not within competitive Overwatch. Lazy. Genji is not bad, but feels bad to play. Currently, deflect 10 second cooldown was a stupid change. Again, this is not a hot take. This is probably the worst take we've had so far. We're basically 1 for 5 in terms of arguably hot take within the subreddit. Maybe the Genji one's okay, but again, like I just don't feel like in the competitive subreddit this makes a whole lot of sense. My take on mobility is mobility that doesn't reward aggression and rewards passivity. Lifeweaver Dash would be a good example of a mobility that is not really rewarded for aggression. Kiriko Teleport is one that generally is used more passively. Cooldowns that don't just have no counterplay, or double slide by Soj, where it doesn't feel like there's really any downtime with the mobility. Stuff like that. That's my take. That's pretty subjective, but that's my opinion of things. Balance team isn't perfect by any means, but they do a pretty good job overall. I don't know if this is a hot take within competitive Overwatch, but maybe it needs to be said every now and again. Especially compared to other online first-person shooter games, you could argue the bar is in hell, but that's the case. I'd say Overwatch is a quarter above it. I don't think this is really a hot take, but I won't take any points against it. Sure. Sierra needs a rework already and was a massive fumble in terms of what she could be within this competitive Overwatch subreddit. Surely this is not a hot take. Ice Cold. Has to be Ice Cold. Masters Plus needs a complete rank reset along with reinstating SR plus decay and reinstating SR and decay. It already has SR. That's what we have SR now. I'm not sure what this means, but reinstating decay GM plus. You guys need to go watch my interview with Gavin Winter about the complication aspects of decay and GM plus, where you end up having accounts that are decaying faster, and that like completely trashes match quality when the person comes back and plays. If people want the number, yeah, I understand. But like when people say reinstating SR, that acts like SR is not here. It is here. It's just a different visual. Yeah, this is sure. I guess it's a take, but yeah, it's a take that I don't necessarily agree with. So I'm going to be subjectively biased against it. But more importantly, I would have liked more elaboration on what's actually being said, what we actually mean here. I hope that we mean not rank separate from your MMR, because we don't want to go down that rabbit hole. We'll talk about that in the Gavin Winter thing. People that want MMR back are, I'm going to say this nicely, wrong. Just wrong. I'll put a hot take in stream chat. We'll talk maybe later. I will say, Tim Damian, I appreciate your take, and it's an interesting take, and we've talked about it a lot of times before because it's actually a very complicated discussion. I don't necessarily disagree. Cheater compensation could be deleted or significantly reworked if it due to its toxicity, report abusing, thanks, rank inflation, obviously weight towards streamers. Again, I don't think this should be a hot take. Maybe it is. I just don't think it is within competitive Overwatch. I'd like to see one season with 2 CP reinstated with some adjustments. Okay, we've already talked about that one. I won't go over that one. That's probably a good hot take, as we kind of said. I would have liked more elaboration about why it should be reinstated, like the OP said. Ryan OTPs are worse. Okay. I'm noticing a pattern here. You should not be able to hide your top 3 most played heroes in Hero Select. There's legitimately not a justification to hiding it. This is an argument against private profiles. Again, I've heard this comment a lot. I don't think this is necessarily a hot take. Para Iso needs a true delete and rework treatment. Okay, well, yeah. Yep. So, whatever. Again, just because I say whatever doesn't mean that like, yeah, you're an idiot. I disagree with you. It just means like, no. Man, I'd have to think of what are some of my hot takes. Listen, if I'm letting other people put themselves out there, maybe I should think of a hot take or two. I think the new hero design is fundamentally inferior in both art and gameplay design, with many heroes looking almost identical with certain skins. The designs become increasingly more boring, generic, and the game more and more leaning towards low risk, high reward, low skill floor abilities like Seer's Tracking Dart, Arn's Fire Dance, or Venture's Burrow. I don't think this is a hot take. I think I see this even in the casual community a great deal of the time. And then Kane the Boom goes, honestly, my hot take is that it isn't fundamentally inferior, at least with gameplay design. It's a mixed bag. Early Overwatch design worked so well because it was simple at a base level, but deep enough to show skill expression. Many heroes, that was true. They hit the nail on the coffin with these recently with Dominant, Emre, Wooing, dare I say, Freya. But when I say it's a mixed bag, we have to remember Overwatch 1 had its misses as well. Sim, Bastion, Mei didn't fit into the original game any better than, say, Hazard or Jetpack. I mean, I think Hazard's fine. You know, I mean, block slop aside, like, I don't know. I don't know if Emre, Dominant get the pass, but Hazard doesn't. That's my take. That's the beauty of disagreeing, though. A launch Brigitte happened. People still say old Blizzard would never release a hero this broken in response to both Vendetta or Malga. Ooh, true. Although I think Brigitte was actually both stronger than both of them. I would, well, I think. It's a rose-tinted glass situation. I won't lie. I agree that a lot of the new heroes are pretty bland, but after they managed to rescue Freya's characterization, I won't write any of them off just yet. Okay, that's fine. We'll go a little faster here. I think it's pretty much all pushing control maps. Nope. My probably benefit is I like Symmetra. Nope. Does anyone not like Symmetra? Okay, for this sub, okay, is that I like Symmetra. Sure. Maybe people, I think people in the sub are probably tired of seeing Symmetra being played at the professional level, but I do agree, like, if it was easy, everybody would do it, you know, so, okay. All right, Robert. Tanks create space is the laziest explanation of a tank's job and is a huge reason the average player thinks that everything comes down to the tank matchup. I can think of a few different ways to quickly describe their job that's way less misleading. Tanks apply and absorb pressure. Tanks create openings and neutralize threats. Tanks take control of the tempo of the fight. Okay, I think these are much better at suggesting that tanks get value in a myriad of ways that aren't only pressing W. That's true. A lot of people also think that taking space is going directly down main or on the payload. That's a huge misconception. But even these definitions have the flaw that no quick soundbite can empathize, which is that every single job in Overwatch is shared across all roles because every hero in the game has tools at their disposal to affect the flow of the fight. True. I think the only thing that is unique within the sub roles that we currently have right now is that supports, I believe, are really the only hero that heals. I mean, you could say, oh, soldier, you know, yeah, but like legitimately, like so the only thing that's done uniquely is done uniquely by supports. Tanks have different strengths and weaknesses, but tanks, everybody damages, everybody takes space, everybody takes and applies pressure, everybody controls tempo, but you're right that tanks probably do these things a little bit more frequently. Now, more than ever, taking space, applying pressure, and controlling the tempo of the fight are the job of the entire team, and more often than not, games are lost because one team's squishies are the one found to do so, not the tank. I don't think this is a hot take, but it is well communicated, so you're going to get some bonus points from me. If off-rolling on DPS and support through Platinum and One Masters taught me anything, it's that the first people to cry tank diff are the DPS that don't control any space, not already controlled by their tank, supports who never use their ult to meaningfully affect the flow of the fight. Troll Duty, thank you for the raid, I appreciate it. And just really any squishy that can't handle an ounce of pressure from any flankers without needing their tank to turn on and bail them out. One of the iciest takes that we've had in the subreddit, but it's well said. I agree with it. Frick off. I'm breaking my rules. So brave. So brave. It's not that hot of a take, but it's well explained and well said. So, yeah. Listen, we gave credit for takes that were very spicy but not really well explained, so we'll give credit to this one too. Is there anything here? Like, we need to get more. So we've gone on for some time. Let's go to some controversial stuff. Let's do a quick controversial check. But yeah. Cat shouldn't be nerfed in any way. All complaints about her permaflight are emotional overreaction. I respect this. I respect this a lot. I don't agree, but I respect it. Cat shouldn't be nerfed in any way. All complaints about her permaflight are emotional overreaction. Now, I'm going to, again, do what I did with some of the comments earlier and explain why this is being said. The thought process is that, in theory, Cat permaflying in most games the Cat in doesn't have that big of an impact in the games, at least not consistently. That being said, I do think that is in the developer's best interests to pay attention to edge cases that are egregiously frustrating. From a mathematical standpoint, I do think that the number of times that I've played with or against Cat, where Cat being untouchable has actually had an impact on the fight, is in the single-digit percentage. Like the number of times where cat bashing matters, or cat doing this, or cat noon, it just doesn't happen near as often as you think. That being said, when it does happen, it does feel very frustrating for a large percentage of the playlist. And I mean real large, because there's absolutely very little you can do about it. And so it's one of those situations where that outlier situation feels very frustrating because you lack complete agency. And so I do think it's in the developer's best interest to look at those edge cases, even if they happen infrequently, because from a psychological standpoint, they stick and they will impact how you approach the game moving forward. So I think I understand where this is being said. And this kind of opinion needs to be kept in mind because there's some truth to this. This is why when people were, you guys remember when people were freaking out about Cat, and I was like, yeah, the claw needs to be nerfed. The permanent tether probably needs to be nerfed as well, but I think people are kind of overreacting. I'm going to stand by that statement. You know, I'm not saying that I'm the bastion of objectivity here, but I think in that regard, I was like, you know, okay, ban her if you want, but I don't think the character deserves a 97% ban rate or whatever, 90% ban rate. There was a certain amount of emotion in there, and it doesn't take a wizard to say with a character that has a 95% ban rate, but with like a 54, 53% win rate, she probably doesn't deserve that ban rate. The Bastion. Oh. So yes, this is important to keep in mind. I agree. And I do think this is a hot take too. I think this is a hot take. So points. Hit scans should be nerfed down to sub 40% win rate to encourage people to play actually interesting characters instead of the generic cult. Okay. I mean, come on, man. Like, yeah, it's a hot take, but come on, man. Sub 40% win rate. I mean, come on. I mean, I wouldn't do that. I mean, okay. Season 9 should be reverted. It made way too hard to have an impact in a game that already had low agency. Y'all are like the Snyder bros at this point. Oh my gosh, that's a great response. Listen, I'm not a huge fan of Season 9, more so because of how inconsistently it's been applied. Hottie, thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate it.
You know what this is?
But the intent
Trash can.
of making aim more consistent, okay, fine. I understand people's problem with that. But then compensating by making burst damage worse, I agree with that take. I think that's a sustained pressure. It's been, the problem is that they're just not stuck with it a lot of times. They're just inconsistently of application. And even the release of Season 9 was a total mess with the ability damage and all that kind of stuff. We won't go down that rabbit hole. So for me, the idea of Season 9, I think, is overhated, especially the fact that you can play with the health pools and so on. I just think that the reason why it gets such a bad rap is it was so poorly executed and it's been so inconsistently applied since then with regards to burst damage that it's really left a bad taste in people's mouth. That being said, it being the thing that's the problem with Overwatch is so hilariously inaccurate, it doesn't even deserve a response. I say that as I respond to it, but you guys know what I'm saying. Every time you talk about Season 9 being bad, you always complain about the way Season 9 had been reverted. Well, that's my point, right? Because if you revert the breakpoints of Season 9, you now have the burst damage of pre-Season 9 with the hitboxes of post-Season 9. So you're right. Do you like Season 9 or you hate Season 9? I don't care. Just don't have the burst of pre-Season 9 and the ease of application post-Season 9. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because before, the burst was actually harder to get. And it still is hard to get for some heroes. And not for us. Take care, Hottie. You know, so that I don't think it's an inconsistent opinion to have. Bird Toast, thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate that. That's very generous. But do you understand what I'm saying? Thank you very much, Bird Toast. So it's just inconsistently applied. And I still think to this day, we still see some of the trickle-down effect of how certain heroes' performance being like Sojourn, right? Her performance. Now, am I sad that Sojourn doesn't have a one-shot with real? Of course not. But they've never really fixed it, you know? Okay. The 5 heroes bulk released in Sierra Vendetta are horribly designed and woefully underbaked. I don't think... Okay. Is this a hot take? Saying they're horribly designed is probably a hot take, for sure. Woefully underbaked, maybe less. My opinion, underbaked and badly designed aren't exactly the same. It's more of a random... It's more semantics. For me, it's more along the lines of design potential, of like what the intent of the character was, and underbaked is the execution of that idea, if that makes sense. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know. That's just my opinion. I think a lot of the characters that were released have interesting designs. I think the only one that Okay, spicy take here. A little bit of a spicy take. Here's your hot take. Here's your spiral hot take. I don't think a single hero out of these 7 heroes has a bad conceptual design. Not a single one. I think they're all at least okay. The worst one for me would probably be Emre. That's my spicy take. The idea of a drone repositioning character, the idea of a sword combo high mobility character that can, the idea of what Dominic can do, the idea of what Mizuka can do, even Jetpack Cat might be the one that's kind of pushing it for me, but I don't let people have their fun, right? I actually like the idea and the concepts of all of them. That's my hot take. And if you disagree, then I guess that's why it's a hot take. I think that the execution of basically all of them has gone from being a little off to being a lot off. Do you understand? They're all potential men. Yeah, exactly. I think I don't, you know what's funny? Okay, here's another hot take. I think you'd be hard pressed to find a hero released in like the last 4 or 5 years that is badly designed. I don't even think Lifeweaver is horrific ideas. I think Lifeweaver is a bunch of interesting ideas that aren't well executed. I think Lifeweaver is really far on release. Lifeweaver was really far off from what he should have been. But even the concept of like being able to reposition. Okay, maybe Lifeweaver is kind of stretching, but like there were some ideas there. Malga's actually a good point. Malga's a good point. Maybe Malga's the worst design hero they've released. Okay, so here's a great example of my opinion. Okay, my opinion is that Malga is a bad design that's well executed now. Bad design, good execution. Do you guys want to see what I'm saying? The idea of having a tank that like burn, it just was never really going to work fair. And they've made a really good job of it. And I actually really enjoy playing Malga now. But the concept of a tank that builds sustain through tank trading and is that big, and I just don't know if there's any way to really perfectly put like Malga. Let's put it this way: Malga will never be an S tier design. Never. It's just not possible. It just isn't possible. You understand what I'm saying? It just isn't. It just is not possible with the concept of the character. They've done a good job with it, but it's just not possible to make him an S tier character. There's a roadblock there. Somebody asked EDRA. Great point. I agree. Bad design. I agree. Bad design. Boring design. Nothing you can do with the character without fundamentally, completely ripping her entire design apart. Starting with Pylon, starting with everything. Just you almost have to start from scratch with EDR, almost, to make it a good design. Is it an egregiously offensive worst design in the history of Overwatch? No. But it just there's just nothing interesting about that character at all. So that's a good point. But I would say from Venture, I mean, Venture has problems, but it's an interesting idea. Yeah. Cap the Sun, good shot. Yeah, I would keep Cap the Sun, maybe. But do you see these? Okay, listen, I said I wanted a hot take. There's your hot take. Since Venture, I think that they've all had interesting, decent, or good designs, but they've all been underbanked. And Malga's example of a bad design, pretty well executed now, since they've actually fixed it out. That's my take. How do I sign up for coaching? I need to change the stream title. We're done with the sponsored coaching. I'm sorry. Let me update the stream title right now so there's no more confusion. We did it earlier today. I apologize. Hazard underbaked. Okay, sorry. The last seven. I would say Hazard was hot takes. How it functioned and so on, but I would have to put a lot more thought into it, and I'm not going to do that right now. Okay. Game design, visual clarity, animation, character, and sound effects are all a tier below even the worst design pre-2004 heroes. I don't know if that's applicable to all of them, but I do think that as a whole, their execution, visual clarity, animation has been a little bit lower. I don't know if that's all of them, though. Overwatch team always having issues designing heroes, but they felt polished. New heroes felt very rushed. Only massive art design passovers. Yeah, I don't know if this is a hot take, but hey, it prompted a discussion. The next one's crazy. Okay. Comp has become the least competitive mode with hero bans. So this is implying that having bans makes a mode less competitive. By competitive, they don't mean winning or losing, gaining points, but they mean in terms of the consistency of effort, you know? The mode is no longer about beating others. Okay, there you go. There's the definition of competition, which seems fair. It's about handicapping the opponent instead so you have a better chance of winning. I don't agree with that. I don't know if that's the case because you don't know what the enemy team can play. It's not a game about gimping. If at best you could be like, okay, this hero is good on this map, but then you might have that person on your team. I don't think that that's necessarily the case. Couple this with map voting. See, they've already moved on, and I think that that's an important oversight. Couple this with map voting also trying to eliminate the places where you know you struggle, and it's just laughable how little it actually resembles competitive. In other words, he's basically saying if he had phrased this as hero bans are uncompetitive because it allows you to overly ease your experience or remove friction with characters that deserve friction, that's a good point. So I'm going to be gracious here and assume that's what he meant, and we just didn't phrase it very well, in which case I will give some points for this, because this is more along the lines of what I think was needed to be said. Because the idea of that you can remove edge cases and defend your weaknesses just through bans and map booting is true. And we've talked about this a great deal with characters like Widowmaker, Roadhog, and so on, that can kind of tailor their existence. And because people like to assist each other, characters that are easy to counter swap often get protected. If I have a Roadhog player in my team, I have a really hard time not letting him ban Ana because I want to win. But I am mad about it. And then if I ban Roadhog when he's on my team, because I don't like playing versus Roadhog, now he's mad at me, right? So there is that awkward dynamic with characters like Roadhog, like Widow, whatever, that are easier to counter to where you kind of have to play around them. And that just becomes very frustrating for people. And for the Roadhog player, that boost, I mean, bans boost one-tricks. People talk about one-tricking getting victimized. Banning has boosted many of those one-tricks that are easier to counter. So it's equivalent of a professional team saying the other team can't use certain players in the game, has to be on the turf. Maybe, but the analogy falls apart there to an extent because you know who you're playing and you know whether you want to, you know, home field advantage. Home field advantage is irrelevant if it's 50-50, if both teams have to play on a map that just arbitrarily. Now you could say, well, I voted for the map that was better for my hero, but so did they, right? So maybe you could say that it's 50, like it's a coin toss, but you technically have just as much agency as you did before. My agreement is that couple this with map voting, trying to eliminate places, is in general that people will play for the thing that feels a little bit safer. And you could say that if you're consistently, if every single time you log into Overwatch, you vote for a map that's better for your hero, you will boost yourself. Just because due to the fact that some people just don't map vote at all. And so if I'm like, for example, you guys saw me climb the GM, I try to avoid map voting. I try to avoid map voting because it would have been really easy for me to be a plat player and vote hybrid escort slop over and over and over and over again because I had better win rates on those maps. Now, occasionally I'd be like, oh, I don't want to play Nepal. I dislike this map. And that technically was a competitive vote for me. But I very rarely made that decision because I wanted it to be a more natural fight through the adversity and figure it out. And some people, if they're smart and they just want ranked now, they can tailor their experience. So, okay, we'll move on. Last one here. Wow. Okay, this is a good first sentence. I hate Tracer. All right, this is a hot take, and it's a hot take in this community. My argument is Tracer is the healthiest character in the entire game, with maybe the exception of Winston, to be meta, or even remotely meta. I think she is poorly designed and has all the problems Doomfist, Ball Venture, and Vendetta have, but the community ignores it because it's a high skill character. Okay. It's Rag's Reddit account. Is Rag here? That's too bad. Rag, is this you, mate? Tracer can be very much a feast or famine glass cannon character. I'm gonna read it. No, we're gonna dissect it point by point. I'm gonna be a little bit. No. That's a very common misconception of the character, but no. Tracer is one of the most consistent characters in the game because she is not a Feast or Famine Glass Cannon character. The only significant aspect of character that is Glass Cannon consistently is Pulse Bomb. Because it even when you're good at it, you're still going to miss it. Because a lot of Tracer's survivability is through her movement, the health bar being lower is not that bad. And in fact, as somebody that has coached more Tracer than literally any other character, I might have done, no exaggeration, over 1,000 Tracer VOD reviews over my years. I'm not exaggerating. I've done, especially all the way, the ones I've done off of stream, the ones I've done in the Overwatch League. I mean, yeah. Even bad tracers don't necessarily have high deaths. I don't, in my experience coaching bronze, silver, gold, and platinum tracers, they are not as feast or famine as you might think, because they rarely get the one clip, and because the people that they're playing versus don't always hit their shots, they don't always get punished either. Now, the biggest thing that a tracer can do to improve their survivability is to work on their movement, in which case they're going to move up. But even a person that picks up tracer is not immediately going to be dying off of cooldown any more so than they would with necessarily any other brawl or dive character. So tracer usually, I would say, has higher deaths per 10 than maybe the average DPS, but not dramatically. So nor does she have more one clipping. She actually has more capability of managing multiple people's attention than most. And to say that that only happens at the highest level, I think is incorrect. And I think I'm probably more qualified to say that than almost any other person in the world, given how often I coach and work with people that are not very good at the game playing this character. Username, thank you for the sub. You invest your cooldowns, mainly blinks, into a fight, and if you don't pick someone at the start, you're fricked. That is just completely not true. But honestly, I'm giving mad respect for the amount of time explaining this concept and the fact that it's a hot take. So I completely disagree, but honestly, again, credit where credit is due. This is where it needs to be said. So don't this good for you, Valentine. Let's keep going here. Yeah, she is not a get in and kill somebody hero like Vendetta, right? Even Venture, Vendetta, both of those characters are not as consistent at getting out, right? They're not as consistent at managing multiple people's attention. I think Doomfist is a good shout. Venture, I actually agree with the Doomfist, Venture, and Vendetta comment mostly. I don't think Ball is in that category as much. But yeah, we'll keep going here. So she'll be often be used to pick off stragglers. No. The ability to control an angle, manage people's attention is fine. Tracer is actually one of the best tanking heroes in the game, even in low to mid ranks. Tanking heroes is in characters that can manage multiple people's attention for periods of time. It's certainly within the DPS category. And it's usually a matchup in her favor because of her small hitbox and high damage. Hard to hit a tiny hitbox teleporting every second. Yes, but it's also easy for the character to mess it up. So as you said, feast or famine, but I feel like her... I don't... Okay, so here's another... Let's actually start with the more important point here. The most important thing is to not get straggled on the details. It's incorrect statements. This is an incorrect statement. It's important to point this out. High damage is not a strength of Tracer. It's certainly not post-season 9. Have there been times where Tracer's had high damage in relation to her movement when she's been overtuned? Absolutely. There's been moments. There was moments last year when that was the case. I think I wouldn't call her high damage, but I'd say medium damage. Too high given the amount of upsides that she has. But Tracer has one of the slowest TDKs out of most of the heroes in the game, DPS. Think they mean Team Decay? Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. Doesn't matter. Tracer has one of the slowest TDKs. One of the first things that we coach and all ranks with Tracer is do not rely off of your tracking and your damage. You do not rely off of it. That is the worst thing that you could do as a Tracer player. What if you just hard locked into their head, though? I'm going to ask you a question. How many characters in Overwatch have faster TDKs if you just hard lock into their head? If you just hit the shots. I mean, I could name 30, basically. Within, not within DPS cast, sorry, but within the, yeah, like a lot. Junkrat's got faster TDK, Ashe has faster TDK, Hanzo has faster TDK, Emre has faster TDK, Cassie has faster TDK, Venture often, depending on the HP. I think Venture might have faster TDK, depending on the random thing for the sub, depending on how the HP of the target. Echo is faster TDK to my knowledge, or more consistent bursts, certainly. Sombra might have faster TDK. Reaper definitely has faster TDK. I mean, we could just go on, right? Torb. Soldier, yep. And the other thing too as well is right, it's you're not going to be able to consistently hit the clip with Tracer. And that's the case for most heroes, but I think with Tracer more so than other heroes. So what's up? What's up, Martin? Sombra does have faster TDK if you land the waves. Yeah, so I would need you guys to fact check me in the details here. So I might be wrong with these details. So it's just my impression. But no, she does not have high damage from a statistical perspective, but she also doesn't have very fast TDK. That's why she's a good tank, because it's actually, she's more of a skill-based survivability hero, which is why I like her so much. Because it scales well with effort, but also you don't necessarily need to get eliminations to secure value. Well, one of the advantages, so when Tracer has high damage, it's through the element of surprise. That's the key thing. So when she does have, so you could say indirectly in the same way that Sombra has great burst, even though technically her burst isn't that high, it's because of her ability to stage and move might lead you into situations where you are surprised. And if you are surprised, it will be relative TDK because of the way that she's able to set it up. But even that setup takes some measure of risk and reward and skill. So I understand the argument there, but I think just saying high damage without at least some qualifiers is at least incredibly misleading, if not completely inaccurate. The argument that she's a high skill hero and is therefore acceptable design-wise doesn't seem to correlate with a lot of other high skill characters like Widow Doomfist because those heroes are seen as toxic. Well, the difference is because Widowmaker can put herself in situations where there is no counterplay to the Widowmaker, no matter how well you play. And as the Widowmaker, there's also nothing that you can do yourself. I would argue that Widow has a lower skill ceiling than Tracer, given the fact that most of her skill ceiling is mostly mechanical, whereas Tracer has a lot more variables going on. But even if we say that that's true, the problem is the fact that with Tracer, you can hit your shots. You can predict and mark her movement. I've had games where I've been able to play versus Tracers that were easily a rank higher than me, and because I played my butt cheeks off. And the Tracer I was able to survive, I was able to live, I was able to mark. Like your ability to play versus a Tracer scales with your level, and there never gets to a point where a Tracer is completely undealable, usually when the character is balanced, and there's very few times when that's not the case. The other thing is that Tracer is very consistent, so there's situations that are going to be more difficult with Tracer, yes, but there are not situations that are impossible. Widow is feast or famine, high small hitbox, high damage. Feast or famine, this is Widow Doomfist. Especially the old DPS Doomfist days, there were situations when you literally had no counterplay. And yet the Doomfist would also situationally also have no counterplay himself. And I still think that's to a lesser extent the case today with Doomfist, which is why he kind of falls off at the professional level. You understand? So Widow, Doomfist, Feast or Famine, right? But not because, sometimes you get the high skill move, sometimes you don't. It's that Feast or Famine, as in, does the map or the situation allow Widow Doomfist as a high skill character to function, or does it not? That's why those characters are seen as toxic. Same thing with Roadhog, right? Tracer's skill lowered significantly with Season 9. Really? You mean the character that has a harder time one-clipping people lowered with Season 9? I don't want to hear about, the hitboxes. And 15 changes because he now has 25 more HP. Oh, man. I remember this argument. 175 HP Tracer? How egregious is that? Meanwhile, we had characters gaining 50 HP, which proportionally, if you go from 150 to 175, let's do the math here, right? How many 25s go into 150? 6. So when you add 25, you're adding 1/6 of their HP. When you go from 250 to 300, how many 50s go into 250? 5. Going from 250 to 300, 1/5. 1/5, 20%, is bigger than 16.7%. So there were a lot of heroes that gained proportional or more HP than Tracer. And that's ignoring the context of how many characters relied off of breakpoints and how much Tracer relied off of breakpoints pre-Season 9, or even hitbox projectile sizes. Again, the conversation is a lot more complicated. Easy to hit shots, applies to everybody. And a passive that made one of the few soft counters to her basically negligible. As in the heal passive? Because as we've talked about this is beneficial almost as much. Now, this is my initial concern with flankers as well. I definitely feel like flankers probably get a little bit more out of this. But so did supports. So maybe this is worth discussing. Her perks are bonkers, busted 2 up there with honest. I wouldn't say that necessarily anymore, but for a long time, this is, I think, definitely true. And I think this is one of the big misses with the balancing of her since then. But since then, from that point, but since then, I think it's been a little bit better. Are we talking about the full HP from the packs? But the argument doesn't work though because Tracer's maximum heal off of recall is based off of her maximum HP, meaning her actual effective HP gain from season much higher than 25. Right. So the ceiling of how much HP that you can actually gain off of recall is higher because you have your recall is a total amount, and it's also not affected by the DPS passive. That's true. Character's broken. We have to supply arguments for Valentine here. Meanwhile, we lost stun on Cassidy and Brigitte outside of Ultimate, as well as Maze Freeze. What? Thus making Tracer even stronger as the answers to her shrink. I mean, we have Kiriko. And Hinder's basically just as bad. Maybe it's like slower animation you can react to. I don't really know. Why is May losing freeze affect tracers? That hadn't counter tracers since 2015, but it was a Sift deterrent. What, a Sift deterrent? You really think that gold tracers really cared about May freeze? May, you're missing the low-hanging fruit here. What about May alt-fire one-shotting tracers? Now that was a deterrent. We're having the Spoon Fiend Valentine better arguments for Tracer here. How about the concept that controlling angles, which was more intuitive with Tracer, is easier in 5v5 than compared to 66? Tracer is, I think, stronger in 5v5 a lot of times. Now you could argue that with the exception of Pulse Bomb. Come on, we can do better, Valentine. Tracer's been absolutely busted for many months on and off since Season 9. She's been miserable to play against. I don't think Tracer has been consistently busted with any rank outside of GM Champion and has actually only... I don't know the exact statistics, but I think that she hasn't been even in the top tier GM Champion since like summer. And that was post perks, crucially. Post perks, and they upped her damage. And this is the GM champ, where the skill ceiling of characters should be rewarded for higher performance. Because you don't want characters other than Tracer performing better in GM champ. You want to know why? Because then those characters dominate the lower ranks. This is consistently a problem. Vendetta's the number one win rate in GM champ. Vendetta's the number one rate in bronze. Right? That's what happens. That's what happens. You got to be really careful. You got to be really careful. I recognize I'm mad because bad. Not necessarily. I'm a hard-suck console plat player. Okay? And I'm not going to pretend I'm hot or had the best understanding of the various design elements of the game. Okay, this adds a lot of context. Playing versus a character that moves in and around you is a lot harder with console due to the limitations of that what's the term? Not is it just of that device, console, whatever. Yeah, I understand. I mean, it's crazy to me that a console player is complaining about Tracer and not complaining about aim assist with hit scan. Platform, sure. But yeah, I mean, there's some problems that are unique to console. Now, I don't know how good Tracer players are in plat. It's been a while since I've coached a console Tracer player. I do know it's a big challenge for them to move effectively. So surely it has to be balanced out. Nevertheless, I do think I can offer at least some good points here. I don't have a solution here other than making Mizuki and Briggs stronger. Oh boy. And Briggs starting to feel surprisingly decent with a 300 HP barrier, but no suggesting that triggers everyone's Goats launch Brig PTSD. Such an enormous amount of resources to force one of her infinite blinks. Her win rate went up after Season 9 changes? No, we don't know this at all. Well, this is the first completely nonsense statement. We didn't have access to this at all. Now you're saying that she was more picked post Season 9, so maybe that's probably a good guess. Because if I remember correctly, there was more Ball Tracer, I think, Lucio, Zen, I think. And so you could say, like, in my experience, that her performance was better. I saw a lot more Tracer after Season 9, but that's the best that anybody can say. We have no idea what her win rate was like post Season 9, and we have no idea what it was like for the years after Season 9 until stats were out. Tracer remains in a perpetual victimhood crisis. I mean, that's a spicy take to say, but yeah, I mean, a credit goes to the hot take. You know, say what you will about Valentine, but Valentine was spitting. I don't agree with almost a single thing that's being said, almost, but yeah, respect. You telling it's Rag? Yeah, it's console player, but Rag's masters in console. So my thing with Tracer is that whenever Tracer dominates in higher ranks, when she does, I don't think she's dominating exactly right now. She seems to be like fine. Is the fact it's like, I'm sorry, talk to the devs. We need more characters like Tracer that can compete with her. Because again, the question is if you don't want Tracer to be the top of the win rate. I'm not saying Tracer deserves 57% win rate, but 52, 53, near the top 3 or 4. Who else? Who else in the DPS lobby do you want to be dominating? You tell me. Genji? Okay. I mean, we saw what that would look like at lower ranks, with all due respect. Widowmaker? Definitely not on. You know? That's a mix. That's a tough question, no? Like, it has to be at least something that causes some pause. Like, I'm looking at her win rate right now on damage, and she's not even in the top 6. 6, 7. I'll pull it up really quick here. Here you go. This is where Tracer is a GM champ in America right now. Pretty high ban rate, so do keep that in mind. So she might sneak through, but this is not even close to being a concern. Maybe she's higher in Europe. Yep, a little bit. Still top 5, narrowly. And then Asia, she should be higher because there's metas that are a little bit more dive favored. And she's 4th. But again, I mean, she had, to my knowledge, somebody might remember better than I do. I don't think she's been in the top 2 in GM champ since summer. And again, that was obviously the truth with her perks. Her perks were absolutely broken. Just at all ranks. No one bans her in Asia? Yeah, because they want to play with her. So, but anyway, subjective in terms of your experience versus the character. And I think saying that you're a console player explains that some of that, because you do have more limitations with dealing with characters that dance around you, although those characters technically have limitations too, but I get it. Yeah, I understand. I totally understand. Do you think Reaper's balanced? No. Console? Yeah, we could actually look. Great question. Look at console. Let's look at, this is Asia. I don't really want to look at console. Like, we're getting kind of, so console Tracer's very high in Asia. I mean, that's ridiculously high in Asia, but I don't think looking at console Grandmaster matters at all, because it's a complete clown fiesta with Zimmers and mouse and keyboards and whatever. So if we go to Platinum, I mean, Tracer's down there. Go to America, Tracer's wait, where is Tracer? Did I just miss her? Okay, no, yeah, she's not that low. Okay. Whew. I was like, Tracer's way. There goes my narrative. But yeah, nothing super major. Go to Europe. And again. And we can, and I imagine it'll probably be relatively the same throughout all the ranks here. But you'll start to see hit scan character. I mean, freaking Ashe. It's just ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. So freaking Ashe, man. Widowmaker with a 53% win rate, and I just cannot imagine playing console GM. I would lose my mind. Your console Hanzo despair? Yeah. I don't know how you do it. I would be so frustrated by Zemming. So. Oh my gosh, this is cursed. This is cursed. Thank you, Queenie, I think. I don't know. Curse you? Thank you. Frick off. Ugh. Oh my days. Let's do more React Slop here. Maybe we'll do one more thing here. But yeah, that was a good one. There was some good hot takes in there. There's some well thought up opinions. Stuff I disagree with, stuff I agreed with. I don't know. That was good. That was maybe the best one we've done in a while. Felt like there was a lot more effort put into it than last time, which is nice, because there's been times where I was a little concerned about r/competitive Overwatch. Things were a little sloppy and a little lazy, a little goofball, but this one was like, even though I didn't necessarily agree with all of them, it was like, okay, well, we're putting some thought into it. So, thoughts? Any of these stand out to you guys? Why some gamers improve faster from Wizard Hyung? Stop listening to high ranked players. Ooh. That one I'm bookmarking. Stop listening to high ranked players. Take yours. Wizard Hyung, improve faster. High ranked players, improve faster. And tanks will never be fun. Okay, let's do a poll here. What? Okay, so don't listen to high ranks. Why improve slow? Tanks always bad. Polls live in Twitch. Sorry, YouTube. Improve faster is the only mildly interesting. What is my hottest take? I don't know, man. I don't sit there and think about this stuff. It had to come up naturally, like what I was saying about the design versus the execution. Ripped into that vid. You don't like that video at all? I mean, of course. I mean, I'm not surprised. Not even knowing anything about that, I'm sure that Rolf and Greed ripped into it. Always bad. So tank's always unfun, right? Yeah. I'm thinking hot take. I don't know. Not a hot take, but I don't think escort hybrid game mode is inherently flawed. I don't think that's necessarily a hot take, but I don't think the escort or game mode is inherently flawed. I think the maps are just generally older and worse designed. I don't mind the concept of having to push the objective by giving up map control. I think maybe my problem with escort hybrid is the way that spawns work can be difficult. They're either too close or too far. I don't know. I have to think more about it. But that's an undercooked opinion. Again, that's not a hot take for the larger community, but just kind of between you guys. Okay. Stop treating high ranked players like coaches. Let's change our stream title here. Sleepy Kitty, yeah. See if she reacts here. Hang on a second. Push can have that problem sometimes too. Yeah. Push is a good analogy because you still have that concept of like somebody has to sit on point and it is more of an open map and spawns can be weird. So like I think that is kind of like the closest analogy that we have here. Talking about walkbacks. Yeah, I that is one of the facets of push versus, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Amari, what are you doing? All right. I'll change our headline here. Stop listening to high ranks. I will give my opinion on this statement. I talk a little bit more about it in detail in my my GM climb video, which we're working on right now. But I think high ranked players provide lots of valuable feedback. However, I do think that they can have a slightly warped perspective about what it takes to improve at the game because they may not even remember what initially it took. And they also, the thing with coaches is it's not necessarily, okay, let me kind of explain to you. My biggest argument from a casual ranked perspective on why coaches can and should be better than ranked players is it's not that coaches have a better understanding of the game. That's actually a misconception. Although I think that can be the case, it's not necessarily by default the case. The problem is that with with coaches, it is their job, goal / experience of getting people that don't know how to rank up to rank up. Do you understand? So whether it comes to like their approach to the game, the mindset of the game, practice routine, warm up, all of these things that they've had a lot of experience with talking with players. So it's actually less about necessarily the feedback about how to play the character completely and more about their communicational skills, more about their ability to kind of interact and work with the people. You know what I'm saying? So I've actually worked with a lot of coaches that don't have the best understanding of the game, but are actually fairly effective coaches because they give players a good format, good structure, and a good converse to help those players improve. They can relate, they can understand, they can provide some advice that is actionable. That being said, I think the skill ceiling of what a coach can understand when it comes to the game is probably higher. Doesn't mean that they're always higher. I think if anything, I would say the high ranked player, a very, very high, like a pro player on average is smarter than the average coach out there about understanding how the game works. But I think that coaches can have a higher skill ceiling just based off of the fact that that's all they should be doing if they're doing it at the highest level. Like I trust what Christopher says over what a pro player understands about the game, about the map. You know what I'm saying? So there's the skill ceiling of coaches is higher when it comes to understanding the game, but that's actually not that important. It's actually more important that coaches have more experience with helping players get to that point. The argument that higher ranked players can provide more accurate individual microfeedback is oftentimes true. That is oftentimes true. And there are even situations in which I will, when I'm working with champion players, I will talk with a champion player and ask, hey, what do you think is the best micro tech in this situation? Explain to me why. And I like to pride myself on my micro knowledge for the most part. I think that I do a pretty good job of being able to coach basically any character up to the champion level on a micro level. But I'm not going to know every single ball rollout. You know, I'm not going to know the animation cancel with the Dominus Shield that you guys brought up, you know. So that's the important caveat. This is a provocative title. Let's take a look and we'll go from there. And I also don't think that my experience is the same as others. Like I've worked really hard at my micro knowledge and the ability to coach one-on-one characters. And to be honest with you guys, I don't always trust the coaches to understand the micro as well as I do. I just don't. I mean, I was in the professional scene for a long time, and I've yet to meet anybody within my scene that has as broad of a knowledge of the different characters. And that sounds like an ego stroke, but that's because that was my thing. That has been my thing for many years. So, yeah.
Stop listening to high-rank players. Why do I say this? Well, let me explain. High-rank players are usually people who either have a lot of time on their hands, are naturally good at video games, or have put a lot of time into learning this game. In the process of learning how to become a high rank, you end up developing fundamentals that you might not even realize you have. Things like proper positioning, when to back out of fights, and ult usage. Most of these things are done without much thought, and over time can cause someone at these ranks to forget that the lower ranks don't even know what these are. It's essentially the curse of knowledge. The better you get at something, the harder it is to remember not knowing.
I would say it's the curse of skill rather than knowledge, but it's much more of a nitpick. I agree with the point.
This causes a lot of players to become hostile towards lower ranks, claiming that Gold and Masters are completely different games, that you don't know anything about the game until you reach these ranks.
That is true. There's this concept of that Gold and Masters is a totally different rank, and you need to just do this and to climb. It's like no. The game is largely the same in many formats. It's just executed infinitely faster and infinitely more accurately. That's true.
I pose a middle ground. While yes, Masters and Gold are two completely different playstyles, I truly do believe that a Gold player can have the knowledge of a Masters player. It is instead these fundamentals that the Gold player lacks. Yet,
Can, but not likely. Can, but not likely. I would never criticize somebody for rank checking somebody for giving feedback when it's done respectfully. When I was initially getting into coaching, people would rank check me a lot, like way back in the day. And it would frustrate me a little bit, but I understood it because I didn't have that pedigree. I didn't have that resume. But if they rank check you after you've been established and they don't take the feedback based off the quality of advice, then that's their problem. I mean, people still rank check me to this day. And for those people that I just don't care. If that's a low IQ move, and it doesn't really bother me, but I didn't get offended before people knew or had the ability to understand and check my expertise. I've never met a Gold player with a Master's knowledge. I've met many. But you are right that on average that's definitely not the case. That's just simple statistics, I think.
consistently, I see high-ranked players give advice on things that require these fundamentals to even be applied. While yes, you do need to position properly in-game, first you need to know the map, know where the team fight is going to happen, and position yourself according to that. No singular spot on a map can be considered good positioning consistently. And while rules like taking high ground and taking off angles are good advice for some, it can really harm players that don't understand how to apply those things. Say you're a Sojourn. Your goal is to take an angle that will hold good pressure and force an enemy team to crossfire. Yet, if you get told that a certain area is a good off angle, only to lack the mechanical skill to get there in a quick manner, you're going to end up spending a lot of the fight doing basically nothing trying to get there. Sure, high ground is really good on Widow or Ashe, yet a cast sitting on a far high ground is throwing. Along with this, each rank plays completely differently. It is not just that Gold and Masters are two different.
Let's see where he goes with it.
games. It's that bronze is a different game than silver, silver is different from gold, gold to plat, plat to diamond, etc. Each rank has its own playstyle that you have to learn in that rank to get out of that rank. There is no
No. The base principles never change if you explain them in the way that is applicable. People that say that, oh, you have to play differently often are looking for a shortcut. Let me give you guys an example. In bronze, a rank that I used to be, and a rank that I've coached hundreds of times, not hundreds of times, 100 or two, okay, over the years. It is very common for fights to happen in completely arbitrary locations. The choke that they shouldn't be holding, the spawn they shouldn't be holding, the back high ground, whatever. So the principle here that applies to all ranks is not holding that choke, or holding that high ground, or holding that flank. The principle is, where is my team? Where should I position myself in relation to the rest of my team? And if there is 3 of your teammates forward, 2 of your teammates back, then deciding which group you want to play with is important. Because that also happens in GM and Champ occasionally. People hold the wrong positions, they overextend, and so you have to make a decision about that. That is a good skill to develop in bronze. Now, the variability of how often that happens in bronze is a lot higher, but it's not bad to practice that skill, and that doesn't fly out the window the second you climb out of bronze. That continues to be an important skill. In fact, when you're in Champion, it is important to continue to revisit those fundamentals of like, hey, you're just rolling out here because you assume you're, but hang on, look at what you're doing. You're running a Junkrat, right? So they're here and you're holding this choke here. So you need, right? So that's an important skill that applies to all ranks. Often applies to all ranks. Now, if you're a support player in low ranks, the game might feel a little different because when you off angle in low ranks, you might be by yourself. You might just be DPSing and not healing as often. But in my experience, not only is that wildly overrated, I frequently coach silver gold VODs where DPS and tanks are consistently taking off angles, like 2/3 of the time. But just because you get to a higher rank, that changes what you do on the angle. You might be healing more on the angle because somebody's actually with you, but you're still taking the same angle. You're still angling. You just what you're doing on the angle is slightly different. The play style only changes because the way that the environment changes. The mindset, the mentality of I take a split from my team. Oh, look, there's somebody with me. Great. Again, it's the way that you explain the fundamentals that it allows people to not have to relearn or unlearn things. That's just overly complicated to me. The speed of the game is faster. I don't think this person is saying growing horrible habits is okay. Like, we don't have to go into hyperbole. I understand your like we, you know, we can be. We're trying to be here as we are trying to be the trying to dissect the argument here as accurately and as graciously as we can. So for me, I understand the point being here. Like that support example is a great example where it's like that's why I don't tell support players to DPS more. You take an angle with a teammate, without teammate. Preferably with, but if they don't, you go by yourself. That's the fundamental. But that's not something that's only applicable in bronze. That's applicable all the way to the highest level, right? So that way we don't need to learn a gimmick or learn how every rank plays differently. People do that because the reason why that became popular for educational content is because that's a very, very fun way to phrase a piece of content. I'm not saying that that's what the way it's being used here, but I think that's why that idea has stuck so long, is because the thing that got me from bronze to silver was this. The thing that got me from silver to gold was this. The thing that every gold player needs to hear. That kind of content does well, but it's just not accurate. It's just not accurate. It's lazy. I'm not saying this again, this person is lazy, but holistically, that concept that has infected the educational community and probably does in every game is lazy. It's the same within the fitness community, within the sports community. It's like people want something catchy. They want a hook. It's not. That's it. You know? So learn the fundamentals, apply the fundamentals, and that's the only thing you need to worry about. Fundamentals like cover, taking an off angle, mechanics, knowing your kit, stuff like that. You shouldn't. We shouldn't be trying to skip steps here. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of not. It's actually the game is simpler than people make it out to me. It's not easier. It's just simpler.
Advice that applies to every rank equally, and most
now
of
that being said, the concept of that, like, oh, you just need to do this. Ironically, the thing that he's accusing sounds like he's accusing coaches, high ranked players are not doing, which is not understanding the way that they get out of those low ranks, is actually what I see high ranked players doing more often. Like I will often see high ranked players being like, "Oh, you're playing Kiriko and gold. You just need to ignore your team and just go DPS the enemy backline. That's how you get out of gold." Do you understand? Do you see what I'm saying? That I actually hear that type of bad advice more often from pro players, because I'm like, well, yeah, if you're GM mechanics, sure, it's gonna work. But you shouldn't be going in with the mindset of going in DPS flanking. You should flank, you should angle, but maybe you heal, maybe you damage. Maybe you don't get a kill, maybe just distract, I don't know, but just do something that's going to consistently work for the rest of your Overwatch career. The high ranks do skip steps though, but the point being here is that saying that they skip steps when you should be doing one step at a time of a different concept is just a mistake of a different variety, in my opinion. It's a little too cheeseball, I think.
Even be harmful at certain ranks. Take King's Row as an example. On first point, in gold, there is usually a team fight to take point, a team fight to push through a first choke, a team fight to push the second corner, sometimes even a second team fight in that corridor, and then a team fight to cap the second point. In Diamond, only 2 ranks.
I mean, conjecture, I actually find in low ranks, team fights happen less frequently. There's a lot more staggering in second point, but are kind of irrelevant.
Away, there is a team fight on point. Then immediately, it skips to the first corner, completely removing the fight on the worst choke in King's Row. Then, the next team
I mean, rarely.
fight is usually either in the corridor or on the second point cap. This removes 2 whole team fights from the equation. This means a previously good position in gold might be a completely inaccessible spot in diamond. This also...
But this is my point. You shouldn't be coaching players to take specific positions. You should say, look at your team, now read the situation. You don't... I remember one of the first things that I did back in 66 Overwatch when I was trying to get to Grandmaster is I spent a lot of time, I was like, plat. I watched ML7 did an on a positioning series. And to be fair, there were some helpful ideas in there that really helped me. But all of a sudden I was like, man, none of my teammates play in these positions. Like I can't. And what helped me is just to be like, well, what are the fundamentals of Ana? Find a sightline, find a corner. It doesn't matter where my team plays, right? That's what matters. That's that skill of live time adapting. There's just no shortcut for that. You got to figure it out, you know?
Goes in the opposite direction. If you're a diamond player and set up at your usual defense spot, you might be giving up a whole area of space in gold. This is why I believe that direct high...
But there's no pattern here. You'll see some teams in bronze spawn camp, and then you'll watch the Grandmaster teams do the exact same spawn camp because within the context of what they're running, it actually makes sense. You see this in Rialto first point sometimes, right?
Rank advice can hinder lower rank players. Sure, while the diamond player can probably hold their spot even if they gave up the space, a gold player copying that diamond might throw the game by doing that. This leads on to my next point. Opinions. Most high rank players' advice is usually just the path that they took to get to where they are. I also want to mention real quick that some coaches don't count because they usually teach the fundamentals rather than just random advice. There are, however, a lot of people who try to coach and do just spout nonsense. Anyways, meaning that while they might have the ability to make it to GM by doing whatever they did, you might not be able to recreate that. Maybe they got lucky matchmaking and got a really good win streak that completely skipped having to do an entire rank, leading you to get stuck there if you followed their advice. The possibilities are...
You see, we keep kind of going back to that point of like, oh, you skipped the thing that you needed to learn to go from plat to diamond, which I think is just slowing down the argument. His initial point, it made sense, and then I think we got kind of lost in the weeds.
Endless with how much could go wrong by following someone else's direct advice. Another thing I see a lot of high rank players do is talk about their opinions. Whether this is about how good a character is, how good a character...
Yeah, well, that's also because of their age, but yes, that's true.
can be, how bad a character is, or even how a character...
Well, you want to know why? Because until you're 27 or 25, everything is life or death hyperbole. There are no absolutes, guys. There's a certain irony in that statement, maybe, but you get what I'm saying. That is 100% true.
Should be reworked. These are all opinions. How so? Well, if a player is constantly fighting a really good group of Hanzos that stops them every game, they might think that Hanzo is a broken character, when he's very obviously not. If you look anywhere else...
That's not necessarily unique to higher rank players. It's just probably due to the demographic of higher rank players being due to some obvious circumstances, more younger would be the better description.
You see how absolutely atrocious this glorified slot machine is. However, that player might go on to spout their absurd opinion and maybe happen to have a fan base large enough to make it seem like their opinion might just be a fact with how much it's being spread around. This is what I find a lot of low-rank fans of high-rank content creators do. They'll argue with you about how, oh, this person said this and therefore you're wrong because they are a higher rank than you, when in all reality, that content creator could be speaking genuine nonsense and their fan...
So his argument is indirectly, I think, saying that younger people tend to have more strong opinions, but I think his other argument is when you play the game all day long, especially if you play a specific set of heroes, you are going to be uniquely confronted with specific sets of problems that uniquely frustrate you, which then means that you're going to have an inherent bias about certain matchups and certain heroes that are going to sway how perhaps you either give feedback or, more importantly, on your opinions on the game. And this is definitely true. This is absolutely true. This is actually absolutely true. Yeah, so yeah.
Would still quote it. This inevitably is how the internet works. Misinformation will be spread, and if credible people spread it, it makes it a whole lot worse and more believable for the weak-minded. Now, this isn't saying that a low-rank player taking high-rank players' advice is weak-minded in any way. It is very easy to look at someone who made it to a higher rank and take what they say as true because, hey, they're a higher rank than you, they're doing something right, obviously what they're saying must be true. This is where I say, form your own opinion, and this goes for every single one of you out there. Don't just go off someone's word and roll with it because they have...
Even for coaches, right? My most successful students are the ones that argue with me, like respectfully, or push back, or ask a lot of questions, or take my fundamentals and then they go and experiment and come up with their own theories. You know what I'm saying? Is Rhea in chat? Rhea's a champ tracer player. I don't remember when I first coached Rhea, but he's worked his way up from scrap. And he doesn't always agree with me on every single thing that I coach. He still asks me questions, he still respects his opinion, but I respect the fact that he thinks for himself and comes up with his own conclusions. And most of my high-ranked players are like that. I used to get into arguments and disagreements, not arguments, but I would get into disagreements with Backbone, with Hottie all the time. They would respect my opinion, I would respect theirs, and I'd like to think that for the most part, I was right, and they'd listen to my opinion most of the time, and they did. But the whole point is that there's nothing worse than having a player that just shuts up and does exactly what you say necessarily. There needs to be... Overwatch is too fast and too complicated of a game in the moment to have a person that only follows exactly what you say literally without really understanding the root cause and then being able to think for themselves. So, yeah.
Some status symbol behind them. Do research and find out if what that person said is true, especially if you're going to try and start an...
And do research, but also play. Like, do your in-game research, try things, experiment, look at your own VODs,
argument and use that as evidence. Now listen, I'm not going to name names
because this is also not really applicable to to getting better at the game either. So we're kind of going off on a tangent on game opinions, which I do agree with if you're giving feedback to developers and so on, but this isn't really to do with game improvement. So I'm curious where this is going.
It's because I don't want to start drama. I also want to say, if you do believe someone, go for it. Just please don't be a douchebag about it, and especially don't start arguments unless you know what you're talking about. On to my next point. Each rank has its own advice that works for that rank. A gold player might have very good advice for a silver player.
I'll let this play, but I strongly disagree. I've already talked about why I disagree. And then I'm just going to let him move on.
As they just got out of that, a plat player might have really, really good advice for a gold player and so on. This means that most of the advice a grandmaster can give will probably only apply to masters or diamond. There are, of course, times where people understand that low ranks don't have these fundamentals, and these people can be very good at giving advice, even down to bronze. But even then, there will never be someone better to coach than someone who just went through what they're coaching on. This means that a silver player...
In terms of a mentality about how they approach the game, potentially. I understand the argument here. I'm going to try to provide a unique perspective of I was able to get because of this struggle. Remember when I climbed the GM, right? What did I learn from climbing the GM? Did I learn all these immense, crazy strategical details that I never understood with Onizen? No, of course not. Not only because of my experience, but because, it just reps, right? I already knew how to coach Onizen. But what I did was reminded of, again, is the amount of mental patience, the strategy, the outside the game stuff, right? So I think there's a grain of truth in this.
Player will probably give the best advice to a bronze player. This leads me on to my next point. Really quick, if you're enjoying the video so far, make sure to like and subscribe as it helps me out a ton. And
this is Phantom Phoenix, by the way, guys. So I will link the video in chat right now. I don't know why there's a timestamp with the link, but yeah.
And head over to the Discord if you'd like to talk to your fellow fans. All right, my next point is, don't just listen to advice that people give. This connects back to my opinion point. While something may have worked for someone, there is no guarantee
don't listen to advice,
that it will
guys,
work for
unless
you.
I get
Another thing is, advice usually only applies to a certain hero. This is a little bit of a sidetrack, but a Ramattra main giving advice on Ball will never give as good of advice as a Ball main. And
sure,
in the end, they might even end up giving advice that ruins how that person plays Ball. Same goes for every other hero in the game. For this, I'll use myself as an example. I am a Ram main, Winston main, and Ball main. I don't play Ball as much as I used to, so I'll just say Ram and Winston for simplicity. Along with this, I absolutely suck at DPS and support in comparison to how good I am at tank. I'm almost a master's tank, yet consistently I peak around high plat on both DPS and support. This means while I can give great tank advice, my advice for supports and DPS
you should be GM and support.
More harmful than good. Along with that, my advice for a
Otherwise,
Sigma
my narrative's
might only be
destroyed.
platinum level, yet I'm a high diamond tank. This means that while someone might be a high rank,
now wait a second here. I thought the whole point of this is that high rank players players isn't necessary to provide feedback, and yet he's trashing his ability to give feedback by saying that he's not a high rank with the other heroes. I know the point here, but I'm just saying that this is it's kind of funny.
That very rarely means that they're fit to coach at that high level of a rank. Sure, I'm a diamond tank, but I'd probably only be around a platinum coach if I were to coach. And even then, I don't play every support or DPS, therefore I probably wouldn't give platinum advice on every support or DPS. Now, what does all of this mean? Basically, if you're a soldier main following advice from someone who's a GM wrecking ball, that might not be the best way to go.
But do people actually do that? I don't think people actually do that. I don't think that's a consistent problem within the community. I think that kind of is a little bit more self-evident.
Especially if this person isn't a coach. This person got to where they are playing their hero. They might not know anything.
I understand. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. It absolutely does happen, but it does feel like that's probably enough of an occurrence where, I don't know, maybe I'm nitpicking
about how to play soldier, let alone
yes,
how to play soldier
true.
at the current level that they're at. So please, if you're looking at someone's rank, look at who they play alongside that rank. Don't just look at someone's rank. This goes back to the fundamentals. Not all coaches are good at coaching all ranks. I'll use my coach as an example here. My coach is a top 500 support player. But since he wants to coach, he's learned enough about the other roles to be able to confidently teach them. However, while he's able to coach me at a diamond level, he's openly said that he struggles with coaching lower ranks as most of the advice he gives just doesn't apply in those lower ranks. Some coaches, however, try to coach these lower ranks even if they have no clue what they're talking about. Now, why would they do this? Well, it's simple. Money. Hell, if I got paid $95 to tell a bronze player a bunch of jargon that they won't understand, I would do it too. But even
$95. Should I raise prices, guys?
even then, I could never bring myself to do that, as I know that they will think that they're the problem when
I'm
my
not
advice
charging
doesn't work.
$95
This also
for bronze
causes
players.
massive ego
Yeah.
issues, where a low-rank player believes they know more than those around them, even if in reality they're gold still, and the advice that they think they know will never help them get to platinum. Now, what do I
Again, are we contradicting?
want you to take out of all of this? First,
I'm not sure.
form your own opinion. Don't just listen to someone because they are a higher rank. Listen to yourself, find your own information, and kind of just merge it all into what you think is true.
First.
Second, try and search for coaching that applies to you if you even search for coaching. Don't just find someone who says they're a coach and roll with them. Find someone who has played your character and who is knowledgeable in the rank that you're in. That is, if you even need coaching. Do not get coaching if you don't need it. If you're actively improving or not dedicated to the game, coaching probably isn't for you, and it's probably just a waste of time and money. Third, make sure
I actually think if you're improving at the game, that's exactly when you should be getting coaching. I think because then you're probably more motivated to actually apply there. For me, coaching just comes down to, do you really want to apply yourself to what you're doing to any level point in time, and or do you have disposable income? So yeah, if you don't have disposable income, you shouldn't get coaching. If you aren't that interested in applying more, or because again, it's a bell curve, right? Not everybody can be Grandmaster, then you shouldn't get coaching, you know, so.
that before you argue, you fact check yourself. And this goes outside of just the game. I see way too many people, just in general, real life scenarios.
Well, you raise your prices now, you can do more sponsored coaching to meet the need like you didn't cause it. Bro, Queenie, good idea. The reason why I raise prices is partly due to inflation, but also more importantly, because I would be booked out like 9 weeks. Like 9 weeks. And that's a big problem because when you're booked out 9 weeks, people start to miss sessions. People start to no-show. People start to get confused. People start to cancel because it's been 2 months since they booked the session. So what I try to do is we try to have a point in time where like 5 weeks is like the sweet spot. So needs a new Lambo? Yeah. No, I know, Queenie. I know you're messing, but it's like what was Robbie Bobby saying something earlier that I kind of ran with it, and he's like, I was joking. I was like, yeah, but I needed that to explain it. So
Arguing points that are either opinion-based or just not true, because they heard someone say it, they heard it through word of mouth, some way they managed to get information that was incorrect. If you are in an argument with someone, if you have facts to back your claim and they do not, then just stop the argument. There's no reason fighting someone who is hard stuck on
Nice
thinking that their
Pepsi
opinion is
Playboy.
correct, because no matter what you do, they will just get tilted and it will just cause anger. The other side of this is also true. If you are arguing a point that does not apply to anything or doesn't exist,
let
or you
others
try to
dictate
change
your
the
worth.
topic to make yourself seem right, just stop. Learn when to admit you're wrong and your life will become so much easier. Anyways, enough of the philosophical talk. Lastly, spread love, not hate. Don't target anyone that is trying to coach. Don't point out when someone's wrong. Just leave people be. I do not intend this video as any form of hate. I purely wanted to bring attention to the amount of misinformation that is being spread to do with advice and how to get good at Overwatch. Anyways, with that, I think I've covered everything I wanted to. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoyed, and I hope you all have a great rest of your day/night, and I'll see
all right, yeah, thanks, Fan of Phoenix. That was good. That was thoughtful. I don't know what else, what the type of videos. How listening to the community actually ruins games. counters exist more. It looks like some interesting stuff. Check them out. Okay. Did you guys want to watch the tank video? That was someone who was the second most voted. Maybe we'll watch that, then we won't do another poll, and we'll go from there. Yeah, I mean, I think obviously I had some points there I kind of wanted to emphasize, but the irony here is also this is a person that's just making some videos for fun and providing some interesting advice, and given the fact that this is like literally my profession, it's really classless of me to punch down too far, you know? So I think that there was some good points there. I wanted to provide some critiques, but I think it was overall was a very well-made video, well scripted. He's got a great voice. Great stuff. I think a lot of people would benefit from listening to the feedback. It was good. It was good. And I appreciate you guys being respectful throughout the video too, you know? It's easier for a community to be like, especially because y'all more likely will agree with my opinions. That's why you're here, so. But yeah. Okay. Now, you guys said, somebody in chat said that this was Greed and Relth hated this video. Game balance isn't real. No, can you link it in chat? Can you link it please? If it's relatively short-ish, we might be able to give it a watch. You're only here to hate watch? Love that, Rain. Thank you. I'm not near famous enough or important enough to be hate watched. It's not short. Well, I mean, okay. If it's... I'm not saying we need to be like super fast slot, but maybe we can watch it in parts. It's an hour? Well, if it's a good hour, maybe we'll watch. Oh, man, this is tempting. All right, we might have to take a look at that one. That's a saucy one right there. All right.
Please tell me your grievances with playing tank in 5v5.
Tanks will never be fine because being on the front line means you're confronted with the most obnoxious aspects of the game. You are permanently more focused because you are the initiator. You're the most visible threat, so therefore you're the most important threat. It is not to do with anything to do with inherent to tanking itself. From a strategy, it's more psychological than anything else. In addition, proximity dictates threat. So characters that often demand proximity often demand threat. And when you demand threat, you get shot, focused, and burned. And that wins fights. That's what tanking is about. But there's this MMO concept of tanking is protecting your teammates, which shifts people's expectations to where I can just kind of absorb attention for forever. And that's not how tanking works. In Overwatch, tanking is a much more lethal. And in 5v5, that attention is not split over two tanks. It's focused on the one. Now, the concept is it should be balanced by having DPS and supports take more initiative and taking more responsibility by how they take space. But the reality is the case is that doesn't really happen as much as it should due to player understanding. So the reality is that in low to mid ranks, 5v5 tanking is probably a little bit more responsibility spam focused than it is in 66. Now, that does come with Kiss Curse of with 5v5 you have more positional freedom as a solo tank, so if you're smart enough to figure it out you can, but I do think that that's probably objectively true. I don't think that you can fix the tank problem by going to 66. I do think that there are certain things that are better in 66 and certain things that are worse than 66. You're less reliant off of your tank combo. You have more space with which to maneuver around the map. That's it. So that's it. Okay.
Well, I don't know. I just feel like I get blamed a lot. Not to mention the counter swapping. Yes, of course. You said you get blamed a lot. What is it like?
I literally watch your feed on CD. Both of you. Let's
Tank is miserable, and everybody knows. Barely anyone plays it anymore, and even with the swap from two
Wait, was
tanks
I
to one
here?
tank, the queue times are still
There's no way I was here. I don't think I've...
miserable.
That looks like my thumbnail, but I don't think it is. Is it my thumbnail? That looks like a Ryan thumbnail. That's a Yeetle one, I think. Is that mine? That might be mine. That's a Spile of Paint thumbnail. That's mine. Dang it. It's the worst thumbnail up here, dude. Oh, no.
Barely anyone plays it anymore, and even with the swap from two tanks to one tank, the queue times are still pretty much as skewed as they were before. The suffering was primarily caused when the stun hell meta of Overwatch happened, which is as skewed as they were before.
Are they? I don't know if this is necessarily true. I know we're just kind of like bullet pointing, but I'm not so sure the queue times are as bad as they were before. Maybe in Champ, but I don't know. I would love for some statistics on that. Maybe that's the question for Gavin sometime. Are Q times better or worse for DPS and support on average? No idea.
This suffering was primarily caused when the stun hell meta of Overwatch happened with heroes like Crecity, Mei, and... This resulted in these moments where you would get stunned like a billion times in a row, often resulting in broken keyboards and uninstalling. Can I play? Fast forward a few
I'm struggling, guys. I'm really struggling. I'm going to hang in here for as long as I possibly can, but I'm struggling.
years and they added Sigma, a genuine mistake to the game in every way gameplay-wise. He had sustain, he had a shield, he had great damage, he had so much stuff that playing Sigma felt like making a pact with the devil. This was a sharp right turn when it came to the balance philosophy they initially had for tanks, where you had characters like Reinhardt, who is strictly close range, has almost no mobility, and can't do anything while his shield is up, Roadhog, who doesn't have any way to block damage and also doesn't have the damage reducing armor health, leaving him vulnerable to stuns and giving enemies their ultimates faster, and Orisa, who... Wait. Yeah, tank was kind of ass in Overwatch 1. You would play these games where either the victory was decided by who ran out of their "you can't kill me" abilities first, whoever was able to spam more ultimates, or just get blown up every time you tried to peek normally. Basically, the only way to have fun solo queuing in the game was to play one of these three guys. One of these two guys. This guy. Not only were they just good in general, they had the most self-sufficiency out of the bunch, requiring not nearly as much synergy as the other tanks to be viable. Hey ChatGPT, what's the definition of self-sufficiency?
Self-sufficiency is the ability to provide for one's own needs without depending on others.
Cool, thanks. Since self-sufficiency is tied to your ability to get value without the help of others, the role that has the most self-sufficiency, should have the most self-sufficiency out of all of these is DPS. And while you may get weirded out about me talking about self-sufficiency in a team-based game, let's not kid ourselves. Teamwork is an illusion. I mean, just think about it. If people actually wanted Overwatch to be a team-based game, then DPS wouldn't be the most played role by a country mile, and people wouldn't blame their teammates every time they make a mistake.
Yeah, I don't remember why I didn't avoid barbecue after our last game. That's on me.
So unless tanks become more self-sufficient, tanks will always be the least played role, just like how it's always been since the inception of role queue. So what's the solution, Doctor? Should tanks be more self-sufficient? No, nigga. Wait, what? But you just said, yeah, let me finish. Tanks should inherently not be self-sufficient. Neither should supports. The inherent job of both of these roles doesn't support that. What? Okay, let me be clear. If you were to suck out the DNA of any Overwatch character, you would find 6 different types of strands in them. Mobility, damage, utility, healing, sustain, and mitigation. Supports tend to have a higher developed utility and healing strand, while having less of the damage and mitigation strand. Tanks tend to have a higher sustain.
Is one of the most popular competitive games of all time, and on February 16th, 2011, the developers released a patch containing the following change for Vladimir's Sanguine Pool. Removed. On-cast bonus, movement speed. The player sentiment after playing the update was rough. Users rushed online to express how bad this change felt. Vladimir's play rate plummeted, and his win rate also decreased. But here's the twist. The developer had forgotten to submit the files for that particular change, and so it never actually went out to play.
This is good. We're off to a good start. Let me give you my 3-minute discourse. It's probably gonna be like 5 minutes discourse on game balance. Game balance is overrated. It is one of the biggest catchphrases that people throw around without really understanding exactly what it means or whether, when and where, how it needs to be used, because good balance and good design aren't necessarily the perfect things. The definition of balanced is that, in theory, every character has the same performance, or everything is done exactly in relation. Okay, let's put it this way. What's a good definition for balance? What's a good definition for balance? Your expected output for your input is consistent. Now, the reason why balance is so tricky, let's talk about it from a PvP perspective, is that due to the variability of hero design, whether it's characters that have higher skill ceilings or lower skill ceilings, or more higher skill floors or lower skill floors, is that not every character demands or has the same volume input as others. In other words, there are certain characters that are by inherent design have fewer options and are easier to play. And if the game was balanced according to a strict 50% win rate, then those characters, there would be no reason to ever play the harder characters besides personal choice. So the concept of that games need to be balanced is an incredibly mixed bag, because the question is, what's an acceptable win rate for characters that are easier to play? What do we mean by easier to play? Are we talking about easier to pick up or easier to perfect? What aspects are easier to pick up? At what point is the game health good? At what line? What win rate? Why are characters easier to play? You know what I'm saying? So these things are incredibly complex, incredibly difficult. My definition of balance in terms of my preference is that I have always preferred, from a balance perspective, the effort required to play a character to directly lead to performance in terms of win rate. So in other words, if we look at the win rate, the lowest win rate characters at the highest ranks should be the ones that demand the most effort. And then as you go down the ranks, things kind of broad out a little bit, because in theory, it's easier to get that ceiling of value with those easier to play characters. That kind of starts to scale. From a design perspective, and this is why it's important to divorce the two, I have always been of the opinion that it is good to have as little deviance between the skill ceiling of all characters as possible. In other words, you don't want Overwatch 1 Genji versus Overwatch 1 Brigitte, or Overwatch 1 Tracer versus Overwatch 1 Brigitte, where the skill ceiling of release Brigitte, due to the inherent limitations of her design, fewer packs, less mobility, easier to use ultimate, all of these things reduce the amount of things that a really good Brigitte could do when played perfectly. But Tracer had essentially the same skill ceiling that she does now. The reason why that's important is it means that we don't need Brigitte to be bad for her to be playable in higher ranks. When Brigitte becomes slightly harder to play, then you are allowed to make the value that the character is allowed to provide slightly higher. Do you understand? And the concept that we need to make every character more complicated is conflating complexity with difficulty. Do you understand? And it is not necessary to have complexity and difficulty to be the exact same. We've talked about this many times. More buttons does not make a character harder to play at its ceiling. It might make it more complicated to pick up at the moment, which is why oftentimes lower skill floors and higher skill ceilings can often be more favorable for a game. So the argument here is that balance is incredibly difficult, or maybe not even real, checks out. Because until you have a design where all characters are relatively understandable and very high skill ceilings in relation to others, right? Like obviously skill ceiling is relative. Then you have a game where at any point in time, a character is objectively stronger at your skill level. If you are playing right now, this season, Reaper is boosting you because Reaper's balance in relation to his effort is disproportionate. It is easier to get value out of Reaper in basically all ranks this season than it is in the past. So Reaper's is imbalanced slightly. In addition, if you are a very good Orisa player in higher ranks, Orisa has more of a skill ceiling than her win rate attests compared to Zarya, compared to Ramatra, okay? So you are technically nerfing yourself by Orisa being not as performative at the highest ranks. But that starts to become difficult when you realize that Orisa is seen as a solution character in lower ranks. So if we buff Orisa in a way that affects her lower rank performance, now she's going to feel oppressive in lower ranks. And as this video just rightfully pointed out, the difference between feeling of what a character's performance is and their actual performance can be complete nonsense. Characters that are usually more visible, visual, or controversial generally are a lot more dangerous to be strong, imbalanced. And those are often very subjective definitions as well. So my argument has always been, I it's also just almost mathematically impossible to have a perfectly balanced game because of the interconnectivity, at least within team-based games. I don't know how it works with individual games as well, because one hero getting buffed is going to have a trickle-down effect to how the interactions with the heroes go. So balancing is complicated. Balancing is extremely complicated. It's not impossible to have great balance in terms of the performance of characters in relation to their design and effort. However, it is impossible to have quote-unquote perfect balance because it is very subjective to even describe the performance and effort of characters. That in of itself is subjective. It's like saying what's the difference between a good game and a bad game? It's subjective, but it's to say that we shouldn't strive for good balance is also foolishness. People know what there are many generally accepted metrics, and we should stick with those as best as we possibly can. Right. So, okay. But yeah, let's game balance isn't real. Meta's always switching even out. Exactly, right? So people will learn different ways to exploit different characters, and it turns out that character is actually pretty good, right? Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely true.
Players. Game balance isn't real.
It's a provocative title. Obviously, it's not true. There has been objectively bad balance metas during Overwatch. This past fall was a bad balance meta. You could feel it. Sigma, oppressive. Vendetta, oppressive. EDI, oppressive, given the amount of effort put into those characters, especially the last two. And in my opinion, playing the game, my subjective experience matched that. I enjoyed the game less during those moments because the heroes that have higher skill ceilings didn't feel like I was performing as well as I did before, and characters that were dribbling on their keyboard in comparison to my sweatiness were getting more value than they should. That's my opinion of balance. That is very subjective though, and that is something that is difficult to attain. But I think to say that like Vendetta subjectively has a higher skill ceiling than Tracer is nonsense. And I just think that you're wrong. That's like saying that the Hello Kitty movie is subjectively better than Citizen Kane. You're allowed to enjoy Hello Kitty, but in terms of the effort, the skillful, the execution, the time put into that, then you're just wrong. You're just wrong. Like we can. It's like saying at what point are you good at Overwatch? It's really hard to draw the line, but we all know where that line can be approximately. We all know there is a line somewhere. We just don't know where. I had this. There's like it's not a paradox, but I had this thought when I was like 9 years old. Let me give you, which is kind of like a good example. You're staring at a door, kind of half asleep. You're staring at a door that's not closed all the way, okay? And the door slowly opens. Somebody's on the other side of the door, slowly opening it centimeter per minute or a centimeter per hour to the where it's not perceptive to actually notice that the door is actually opening. At what point do you actually notice that the door has actually opened? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. There's going to be a specific point in time different for every person where you go, wait a second, that door is opening. I don't even know how it's open. It's like watching a plant grow. At some point, you're going to notice the difference, right? When do you notice the difference? How long it takes doesn't really matter. I mean, it's entirely subjective. That's the subjective versus subjectivity part, right? Maybe not the best analogy, but you understand what I'm saying. At some point, you got to go, wait, something stinks. Vendetta has 500 damage on her overhead slam. That's imbalanced, right? Yes. Yes. Is it so right, it's paradox? Okay, interesting. But you get what I'm saying.
Okay, I know that might sound ridiculous and dramatic to some of you, but give me a chance before you...
But this is YouTube, so yeah, I get it.
Rush to the comments to light me up. Let's define some terms. Game tuning is the act of adjusting a game to achieve a goal. Tuning is a very real action that developers take. Game tuning is real.
But yeah, I will say the last thing I'll say is that people throw around the word balance all the time, and then we'll completely shift. I used to have these. This is why I stopped having these conversations on Twitter, because it's just not a good platform for it. But let me give you a great example of this. I've talked about this before. Sigma had a 61% win rate in GM Champ and was like 58, 59% in all ranks for a brief period of time when he had his breakpoints. They hotfixed Sigma GM. They hotfixed him immediately, like 2 days later. Zarya, Diva, who were also hated but had like 54% win rates, were not hotfixed. Somebody in my comments, I tweeted something about like, people are complaining about this, but this is like objectively, the balance. Somebody in my comments goes, no, they don't care about balance. They only care about when the tanks that they don't want to play are too good or whatever. And I was like, my friend, from a balance perspective, you can look at the numbers right now, ignoring bans. We didn't even have bans at the point in time or whatever. Like this is 6-1. This is 5-4. This is all ranks. This is just higher ranks. By every parameter possible that we have available to us, this plant has grown. This door has opened. You can see this, right? Like this, it's not 1% or 2% where we can, it's big, 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 big. And then I would say, oh, well, the stats don't matter. We need to stop worrying about stats with balance. And that's when I was just like, not, statistics deserve context. You need to consider the amount of times that Zarya gets banned. No, the statistics don't matter with balance. And that's when I realized that I'm talking to a wall. I'm talking to a wall. This is why this title deserves to be the title that it is, because people throw this term around without having any understanding of what it actually means, the difficulty of achieving those goals, and the nuance of when and where and how it actually needs to be used. Kiriko is just fundamentally imbalanced. It doesn't matter what your statistics mean. What do you mean imbalance? Well, she could just two-tap anybody, but if she can, then why isn't she? Oh, because it's incredibly easy to do that, and all the Kiriko players suck. But yet, if you go to GM Champion, people aren't doing that. And if you watch all the unranked champ with Kirikos, they're not climbing at a dramatically faster rate than any other support. Well, yeah, where does the argument end? Your argument is that you don't like Kiriko, and you're going to list all the things that are broken about Kiriko that are very frustrating about Kiriko, and I would agree with that. I think Kiriko is just really poorly executed, incredibly frustrating. But that's not balance. That's not balance. That's the design. That's how the hero feels, not how the character performs. Balance implies weight. This implies mathematics and measurements. This is not a feeling. You don't whip out a set of balance things and like I'm out there and like back in the turn of the century Rome, 2 shekels of gold for 50 pounds of flour or whatever they use, kilo. What do they don't know? Freaking not kilos. Well, I'm looking at this gold here. And I'm thinking, that's not very pretty gold. That's ugly gold. And you know what? I don't like gold. So I need 5 shekels of gold for this. No. Like it. I've measured it. You see it. This is how much it's supposed to be. No. I don't like gold. I don't like that gold. Okay, I've got I've got a tuning scale here. So 3 pounds of this, 3 pounds of this. That's no. See, I don't like I don't like that there. So that's not balanced, but it is balanced. You see, like it's balanced. You see that it's even. Well, no, but I don't like that material on the left there. So I think it would be balanced if it was like this. It just makes no sense. It just makes no sense. Balance implies even. I mean, there's numbers, there's math. You can measure it. The subjective part of it is that you shouldn't have a perfectly balanced game if not all heroes are created alike, if not all materials weigh the same. So people throw the term around a lot without understanding the nuance about it. And that's my problem. The problem with the game is balance in its current state is that it feels like there are too many characters that do everything and every character can be played in every map. But do you see the problem? That doesn't make sense. That's not balance. That's not does that make all those characters overpowered? What you've critiqued is a design decision to make characters have a much more even experience rather than having strengths and weaknesses. But that's not balance. That's not balance. You could say that I think it's better balance to have to, I don't know. Like, I don't even know how you construe that as balanced. It's unbalanced that characters can be played on, you could say, oh, it's unbalanced that all the characters can be played on all maps. But that would showcase in that character's performance statistically over a large sample size if you factored in for map pick rates and ban rates and so on. Do you understand? That doesn't make sense. How do you call that balance? Again, I know that statistics demand context, but that doesn't make sense. It's imbalanced to have a game without strengths and weaknesses. No, that's not what balance means. That's a design choice that you may or may not disagree with. if you say characters that are released without weaknesses in general overperform, then I would disagree with you from a historical contextual situation, but there would be something to that potentially. But that's not necessarily true. Yeah, exactly, Tatty Poke. And the reason why I'm critiquing you is not because I necessarily disagree with you, but that's because that's why we have to be very carefully with our vernacular, because people immediately construe balance as being these characters are too good. And sometimes they are, but sometimes they're not. And there's even that conflation where it's like characters generally on the safe side of strong, right? That tired trope, right? And it just so coincides that we've had a lot of characters that are generally more dynamic. I keep doing this, it's annoying. But that's been more of that, but that's always been the case. Look at Brigitte. Do you think Brigitte didn't have weaknesses on her release? The character had 0 range and essentially 0 mobility. She had very clear strengths and weaknesses, and she was an abomination in terms of balance. And the same thing goes with Sigma, and the same thing goes for Wrecking Ball, and the same thing goes in Malga even. When a character can power through weaknesses because he's so or she is so incredibly strong, that is balance, but that's a measurement. You can feel it, sure, but you can also measure that. You can measure that. And there's the reason why this is so important is because you have characters like Wu Yang that are rocking 58.5% win rate on their release, but because he's sitting in the back, people don't always notice that. But you know what? That's a problem. There's a lot of Ana players out there that are losing games, definitely not me, and they don't know why. And that's your job as a game developer to recognize that and to adjust that without making Wu Yang feel worse. We've already talked about this, how DPS heroes often get targeted with bans more because when DPS heroes are even a little bit imbalanced, and sometimes even when they're not, they become more obvious. And again, so that's a very complicated design decision. More obvious balance problems are a lot more community focused than less obvious, right? We all look at Cat Bash and, oh, Cat sucks. When in reality, that doesn't happen that often, but it's very visible. So how do you balance your decision on balance?
Balance, however, is not an act. It isn't something you do. It's a goal.
Yeah, balance is a relation to each other, right? I remember people talk about a lot about power creep in Overwatch and how it can break certain systems, and I agree with that. But if everybody's power creep, technically it's still balanced as long as it doesn't break certain systems at the expense of others. Doesn't mean that the game's better, but it doesn't necessarily mean the game's imbalanced. It just means it's different. If you're saying that the balance of the game is fine since power creep, but the power creep of perks has dramatically affected other heroes better than others, and that has affected the game's balance, yes. If you said that you enjoy the game from a design perspective because the power creep of perks, fill in the blank, Season 9, whatever, has made you enjoy fewer systems less, then that's true. That's true. If you say systems like hero bans and map bans have boosted certain heroes because their ability to protect themselves versus others, and so their performance has gone up conjecturally or statistically, then yeah, I see the point there. But yes, sorry. 3-minute talk, by the way.
Generally, developers and players alike want to achieve the goal of game balance. When players give feedback to developers, they often do so with game balance in mind. Developers tune the game to try to achieve balance. Again, tuning is the act, balance is the goal.
Yes.
So
yes. Tune to achieve balance. Now you could say they balance the game to achieve balance, but yeah, tune, that's probably a better term.
while tuning is easily defined, we need to ask, what does game balance as a goal even mean if, as we just learned, simply telling players that something in the game has changed when it has not can so deeply affect their perception of the game's balance? Game balance isn't real. That's right, game balance is mostly just vibes, but they're vibes that really matter. Whether you're a developer tuning a competitive game or a player interested in playing or discussing these games, let me explain why game balance isn't what you think and share some of my techniques for tuning competitive games. But first, why should you care about my view on this topic? Let me introduce myself. My name is Adam Hart, but you might know me as Keats in the fighting game community. As early as age 6, my dad and I would compete with each other and create new games together. I started playing fighting games when Street Fighter II hit arcades in 1991, and I got the competitive itch around 1997. The lack of nearby tournaments led me to running my own local events, which got me hooked enough to start traveling the country to attend regional and major tournaments, which led me to evolving my own events into the Regional Major Series Ultimate Fighting Game Tournament, or UFGT, which popular fighting game commentator Ultra David has called one of the most influential tournament series in FGC history. Thanks, bud. During my travels, I scored an EVO Top 8 medal in 2011 by getting 7th place in Tatsunoko vs. Capcom Ultimate All-Stars. I was the editor-in-chief of top fighting game website Shoryuken.com for many years, writing about news, events, and co-hosting their weekly podcast, Wake Up SRK. I got into game development when I created Dive Kick with my wife and friends, and then I joined Iron Galaxy Studios to release a commercial version. I also helped Iron Galaxy Studios with Street Fighter III Third Strike Online, Marvel vs. Capcom Origins, and Darkstalkers Resurrection. I then served as lead combat designer on Killer Instinct, the 2013 version, Season 2, and for the rest of the game's development cycle, and then as lead designer on Rumbleverse. On Divekick, Killer Instinct, and Rumbleverse, in addition to my many other duties, I was in charge of game tuning, and I interacted heavily with each game's community. In other words, trying to achieve competitive game balance has been a major focus of my career as a game developer since 2012. During this professional experience, I came to view game balance very differently than I did at the start, and very differently than most of our industry. The proof of this view is in the pudding. Endgame Killer Instinct is still considered by many to be one of the greatest fighting games of all time, with major tournaments still ongoing. A lot of players feel its balance is among the best in the entire genre. But before I jump into the meat of this talk, I want to share a quick word about the examples I'm going to use in this video. I lived through nearly all of the events I'm going to reference, but the ones I was less close to required me to do some research. I did my absolute best to represent the facts and feelings of the time, and I want to make it clear that if I use an example in a negative way, that I'm not disparaging the people who made those games, made those design choices, or players who love those games. I want to acknowledge that all of us developers are trying to do the best we can at a very difficult task. We've all made mistakes, me very much included, and I'll probably make more mistakes in the future. The point of this video and its examples isn't to point fingers or say I'm the best or something like that. It's to use our history to observe lessons to help you understand my perspective on game balance. Cool? All right, let's begin. Has this ever happened to you? You're at the GameStop reading the back of the box for the latest competitive game, and the bullet points say 16 playable characters, 12 fighting stages. The gameplay is very fair.
No advantages or disadvantages? That's
I
weird.
bet you couldn't wait to get home and play the game so you could experience the fairness firsthand. Let's be real. Fairness is not a selling point, and people don't generally buy.
Oh, that's a joke. Okay, I'm stupid. I was like, wait, that was a legit selling point? What? This is a great point. Fairness is not a selling point because it's not the best analogy that I have for this, the best example I have for this is Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals was from a statistical perspective, not from a game loop, whether you like the game loop. Remember, that's a design problem. But from a statistical perspective, especially considering that they didn't have mirrored win rates or non-mirrored win rates counted out. From a statistical perspective, a very, very, very imbalanced game on launch. Some of the support characters were massive. This is not even including the open queue. Massively boosted. Mantis was broken. Luna was very good. Magneto, I believe Doctor Strange was absolutely ridiculously strong. So regardless of whether you like the game loop or not, that's irrelevant, right? That you could win a lot more games by playing certain characters, and nobody cared because fairness was not the selling point. Remember, if everything's broken, nothing's broken. That sentence doesn't make sense within balanced perspective anyway. But I mean, it technically does if it's accurate, but it wasn't. It wasn't. Not everything was broken. There were certain characters that had a broken aspect of their ability, but within a mathematical performance, were not broken. Not even close to broken. As Willoob is saying, it is an excellent selling point, but the staying point is the competitive viability and balance, where if I put in so many hours, I will be rewarded with this so-and-so performance. If I put in so many hours, I will continue to evolve and learn more and new and different interactions that scratch that novelty itch that worse, simpler, lazier games don't have. Let me give you guys an example. When I played Elden Ring, I don't remember when, not long after its release, I lost interest in casting because that game had not had many of the balance patches it's had since then. This meant that the novelty and excitement of playing a really broken spell, or the disappointment of playing a really broken spell because it was terrible, meant that a lot of the new things and the interesting things that I would have explored more so, I didn't because there wasn't any motivation or reward for it. Why do anything different or harder when I could just do the same thing over and over and over again, which is why I stopped playing that game. Now, since then, I do think that they've had many, many, many patches since then. They had a ton of stuff after I left, which in theory made the balance better. Mathematically, maybe. And so if I were to go back to the game, maybe there would be more of an interest in trying many of the things I didn't try to begin with. But that's what keeps people playing, is going that I can always try this different thing, or I can play this one a little bit better. That's why people have played chess for 1,000 years, because that game has a very, very high skill ceiling of what you can do and the variety of what you can do. It's not just the challenge, it's also that fairness, lack of fairness, reduces novelty because there are fewer options with which you can explore. The more high skill ceiling characters that Overwatch has, the more characters that you were able to explore, not only playing, but interacting with. An example of a duel is Ana versus Tracer. As an Ana versus Tracer, when do I use Sleep Dart? When do I use Grenade? From the Tracer versus Ana, when do I use Blink? When do I use Recall? When do I melee? When do I shoot? These are very complicated interactions from two relatively high skill ceiling characters interacting. And so that duel remains interesting for a long time at all ranks. Whereas other characters' interactions, I won't name any names, but you probably know, they kind of reach the pinnacle of interest at a plat, and they never really change or grow in interest beyond there, either due to one character or both characters lacking in dynamics and nuance. So it's not just the challenge is lacking, there just isn't any other new experience. You've already experienced the thing. Once you've seen Jeff eat the enemy team and spit them off the map for the 20th time, there's nothing more to what that character can bring to the table, and so there's nothing new that you haven't already seen. It's not just all about flashing points. That's the selling point. It's about what is the competitive nuance and complexity that keeps people watching. There are some competitive games out there, PvP games like CS, for example. I don't know how that game is popular. It bores me to tears from an entering point. But if I ever actually committed myself to playing CS and watching CS, I probably would get hooked because of the amount of complexity and variety that that game can provide. It's not just the competitive integrity, it's also the variety of what that game can provide. And that's what Marvel didn't have. And that's why Marvel has not aged very well for a lot of people. And the key thing with Marvel is it's not just, oh, it's not a tough game like, or Overwatch, It's that even for the casual community, they have moved on. Because even as a casual player, there's only so many flashing lights that can actually work. Something different has to change. So you need something with depth, something with patience. And flashing lights are great. But eventually it's like, well, okay, now what?
Games because they're fair. Why do people buy games or download them in the case of games that don't require a purchase?
Now, for some games that works. For games that are not intended for replayability, that works. But I think the problem with PvP is that because they inherently have that competitive mechanic, they're rewarded more often for having a good competitive system and a good quote-unquote balance / design that encourages replayability, because the nature of PvP is competitive, and that's how you get people to stay. If you're talking about a single player gotcha RPG, whatever I'm just using terms, I don't know what the frick I'm talking about. But a game that where people play for 10 to 15 hours, that was a really cool, exciting, fun, silly experience. You move on, then yeah, go all out. Who cares if it's balanced? Maybe. Because it's not intended to be an experience that you're supposed to stay with. It's not an experience you're intended to stay with. This is the problem with a lot of roguelikes too, right? So, I've enjoyed games, movies, TV shows, and even books that were complete slop because it was a short, fun experience. But the books that I keep reading again and I keep, or TV shows, I think is probably a better, because that's a much bigger time commitment. I don't watch a TV show if it's not good. I don't watch a TV show. I'll watch a fun slot movie, but I will not watch a TV show that's not good, because that's going to be commitment. And if I'm not invested in what's happening over a longer period of time, I'm sorry, it's not going to keep me. You can only have so many twists and turns, If you have depth, you do not necessarily need change, right? And this is something that I think the Overwatch devs can learn from. One of the Overwatch devs' principles is that they do tend to artificially force change sometimes for variety, but sometimes that leads to some really bad outcomes. And while I understand the principle, I think the novelty of introducing new maps and new heroes alone is probably most of the change that we need.
Looks fun. You can do a bunch of cool stuff in it. Explosions, style, mastery. Every person's definition of fun is unique, and the type of fun they seek is their primary motivator when deciding what to play. People also buy games because of FOMO. Their friends or their community are playing and they don't want to be left behind. Gamers will often play a game we don't love just to keep up with our friends, even outside social pressure, such as everyone's playing it.
I have enjoyed Dark Souls so much more with playing with Stefano and Tech and them watching me.
Triggered the desire to not be left behind. Back before post-launch live service update cycles were the norm, the point of a sale was all that mattered. As a developer, if I could get you to buy your Super Nintendo copy of Street Fighter II, my relationship with you
all
ended
marketing,
right then and there.
All marketing.
Wouldn't have mattered to me how long you played the game or what you thought of the game balance or the fairness or any of that.
So your experience within the first dozen hours was probably the only thing that actually mattered. At least at that point in time.
was deeply unfair. You'd likely only be playing it against your local friends, and none of you were good enough at the game for that to even really matter. So, as a dev, I just hope that I did a good enough job to make you want to buy the next version
That's
of
a
the
great
game
point.
in a year or two. Now, game development and marketing costs have skyrocketed. Development timelines are only getting longer, and the way consumers interact with competitive games has completely changed. After your initial purchase or download, it's important for developers to keep players playing. If they aren't
He looks a
playing,
little like
they
Frito.
won't be around to buy DLC and fill the online matchmaking queues. So now, it's become just as important to keep players from quitting as it is to get them to buy or download the game in the first place, especially if the game is free to play.
Remember that Overwatch. Remember that Overwatch. Remember that Overwatch. The quality of what you're doing is just as important, if not more important, than releasing a freaking new hero every season that's not polished, that's not finished, that's not, yes, balanced, and not designed in an interesting way that rewards replayability. I think the definition of most of the heroes released in the past year has been novelty slop, where it's an interesting idea that just doesn't reward dozens of hours of application. And pretending that only matters in this whole free-to-play mindset, battle pass mindset, that's how you keep players. My player base of people that I coach over and over and over again, there's a reason why they play Tracer. There's a reason why they play Winston and Ana, because those characters, right now, if I log into Overwatch, I want to go play Ana, man. I don't want to play the new crap. I tried it. It was fun. Got boring. I want to go back to the things that feel fun and visceral and interesting and thoughtful and complex. Screw balance. That's the where modern game design is. Either that or you have these massive single-time experiences that they can overcharge for, you
you want to stop players from quitting, you need to fully understand why they quit. Players quit because sometimes it's not about the game itself, and there isn't anything you can do. Maybe a new game came out and pulled their attention away. Perhaps real life happened.
And by the way, when you are competing with this argument, you will never be able to keep them. Never. You can keep them briefly, and then they will move on. The demographic that always chases shiny toys, you can only keep them for so long. And I would argue that even if you have the shiniest new toy on the planet every single month, I actually don't know if that's I don't know if there's like a study with the cadence. I actually don't know if Overwatch released a banger every month that they could get those people keep coming back. I feel like it has to be like hit it really hard right in the mouth and then recharge for a long time. Like, I don't like the way season one, the content of season one as much, but I like the way that it was handled. And it worked. But you can't have a season one every single month.
And that drastically lowered the player's free time. But there are reasons that players quit that you can at least somewhat control. If a game becomes more frustrating than fun, players will quit. If a game becomes more thoughtless than engaging...
Okay, and I'm sure he's going to talk about it, but like, what makes you mad about a game? What makes you mad about a game that is controllable? What's it? Playing through the Dark Souls series has really opened my eye. Not opened my eyes, but confirmed my opinion of this. Lack of agents, lack of visible agency, or intuitive outplay. Our creativity and engagements. You understand? I can do nothing different. Therefore, what's the point? Because all the more successful games that have been on for a long time, you lose just as much as you do in Overwatch Ranked. Right? Cook DS2 GOAT. I think DS2 does a lot of things that try really well, but DS2 in comparison to the other games definitely has more situations where you go, what am I expected to do in this situation? I actually think Dark Souls 2 is not a hard game, but it's actually, I think, easier than Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3. But there were more situations in Dark Souls 2 where I was like, what am I supposed to do? Like, what am I supposed to do in this particular engagement? And I end up approaching the engagement from a really linear, cheesy way to try to figure my way out of it. And it's usually the same solution every time. There's no variety, there's no strategy. You just do it. So if I'm unable to see the solution and I'm unable to solve the solution, or the solution is really boring, that's what really makes me mad. I feel like I've seen it all and I'm bored. Right. This surface level complexity.
Players will quit. So, to summarize, games no longer are sold in a box and left as is. Competitive games need to last for years
I'm sorry, guys. We keep pausing this video, but and this is good. This is good.
just to justify the rising cost of development. Developers are expected to keep players engaged in playing. That means frustration is a real problem that must be dealt with, boredom is a real problem that must be dealt with, and so developers decide on goals, and then they tinker with their games, and this gets called
Boredom, real problem, is part of the justification, bubble my mouth, for people probably mixing up the meta, adjusting the balance. Right? I mean, come on, guys. My view count triples on patch note days, right? And I know that's a relatively small subset of the Overwatch player base, but you know what I'm saying?
rather interchangeably game tuning or game patching or game balancing. But each of these terms has their own definitions, and we should not use them interchangeably. Let's reiterate the terms as I've defined them. Game tuning is the act of making adjustments in your game in an effort to achieve a goal. Game patching is the act of deploying updates to the game. And game balance is merely one possible goal of game tuning.
These are kind of semantics. This is more of like the technical side of things, to my knowledge,
So sad when I
but
play
whatever.
ranked, I tell myself I bear witness. But the real answer is that it's obviously my programming. And I lack the constitution to queue.
But what is a balanced game, really? How do we know when a game is finally balanced? Is it when every weapon or character is used equally or wins equally?
Huh.
Is it when the players have nothing left to complain about online?
Yes,
Are these
usually.
things even possible? When we tune a game, we're looking to reach some specific, measurable outcome. So a problem we're about to run into is that game balance doesn't have just one definition that everyone agrees on. Each part of the audience for your game is looking for something different based on their own ideas of what successful game balance looks like to them. Most players' primary driver for wanting game balance is the idea of fairness. They think they want a game in which all options are equally viable, and they can rank up or win a tournament with any character or weapon or team comp that they choose.
Right, and the problem with fairness, as we've seen with the modifiers, is that people don't actually want fairness. They will always assume that they are being unfairly targeted. When fairness is provided, even when it is a good system, there will always be critics. So basically, it doesn't matter if it's perfect. People will always complain. You could have a literal perfect 50-50 Overwatch with every character designed like Winston, Tracer, Genji, and people would still say that the game isn't balanced. There would still be a subset of people out there that say the game isn't balanced.
They want a game where the tools they use are objectively powerful, but are perceived as fair by others, and that those tools are rarely used against them. If the game doesn't feel fair to an individual, that individual gets frustrated. Viewers matter a lot to any modern competitive games ecosystem, and the viewer's primary driver...
I think this is underestimating people's intelligence, surely? No, it's just not. it's just not. It just isn't. Not if you know anything about, is it sociology is a term here? Behavioral psychology, it's just not. It's just not. Now, that doesn't say you give up on the goal entirely. Balance is still a desirable, good balance and good design. It's still desirable because the majority of people, remember what we said, Citizen Kane versus Hello Kitty. There are still people out there that are going to think Citizen Kane is a crappy movie. But we don't care. It's close enough. Good enough. You know what I'm saying? Right? It's good enough. It's good enough. There's good and bad.
For wanting game balance is variety. They want to tune into live streams and see like a lot of different characters and team compositions and weapons represented to keep things interesting. They want to see lots of play styles interacting with each other, especially when viewing tournaments. It's a lot less fun when the top 8 character selections look like this. If the choices being made on screen are too repetitive, viewers get frustrated. And this third one? Yeah, we'll talk about this one later.
Spicy.
So how do developers figure out how to tune the game to make it more fair and give it more variety? One common strategy is to survey or talk to players to see what it is they want changed. Another common strategy is...
I think this is a great solution. Let me give you my little baby conjecture. You guys have seen me do many design critiques, balance critiques, coaching ideas, just basically big projects. And I always ask you guys this stuff. I love doing the scripting on stream, not just because, I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but I actually really get a lot of advice and ideas that I otherwise wouldn't have. I think one of the best things that that I have done with many of my things is opening up more to my community and getting feedback from you guys. And I've utilized a lot of your advice, and I think it's made the end product better. But some of y'all are idiots. I mean, some of y'all have really bad takes. Some of y'all want things that don't make any sense. Some of y'all don't know what you're talking about. Sometimes I don't know what I'm talking about, right? So This is more along the lines of you have a vision of what you're going for and what you have ideas, but you do have to filter those ideas through. I'm glad we're not in the days of Overwatch 1 where they never listened to the players, because I think that the Overwatch 1 devs needed more feedback and more people calling them out on their crap. But that's obviously within context. You need your own vision and your own ideas, and you rinse and repeat, and you try things, of course.
To use telemetry to look deeply at data that represents real in-game outcomes, such as use rates or win rates, to try and make it so that things make sense mathematically. And yet, despite trying all of these things, competitive games so often struggle to achieve good game balance. Why is that? Let's break down each of the traditional methods.
Because it's not freaking easy. I assume that's what he's going to say, is it's not easy to do these things. My solution for improving game balance has been allowing characters to have closer to 50-50 win rates by bringing the floor up, reworking Roadhog to where we can allow him to be better because he's less frustrating to play and has a higher ceiling of output. Same thing with Moira, same thing with Mercy. These characters are allowed to perform better at higher ranks from a balance perspective once they require more effort to put in. The problem with that is that's hard work. That takes time. That risks taking people off that enjoyed the original character. That's risk. You know what I'm saying? And also, we're at a point in time where content cadence is so fast that maybe we don't have time to rework those characters. So they will never be at the highest rank of balance. You understand what I'm saying? So the problem is that it's difficult. It's a lot of development hours, and it's development hours put into reworks and thinking of ideas rather than new ideas. And I think especially with there's just like this push-pull, right? With the meta of game design right now, where it's like a lot of the time it's like, instead of fixing an old character, why don't we just create a new one? And I could not possibly empathize more. I guess empathize probably. But also at the same time, there has to be a, coincidentally, balance between that. And I think Overwatch in the last year or so has really dropped the ball there. So, because you can't balance, you can't, from a design perspective, you can't have characters like Moira Mercy to be balanced, given the way that the amount of effort of those characters. It's not possible. It would not be good for the game for those characters to have 50% win rates and GM. It would not be good for the game, right? Here's another hot take. It might be potentially dangerous to have a character like Tracer perform very well on Bronze, Silver, Gold at her current level. Because that might mean, given the context of the other easier heroes, that she would have a 58% win rate and GM. Now, my solution is not to nerf Tracer. My solution is to bring the floor up. I think that's a more interesting solution. But you see the problem here. It's work. It's hard freaking work. And this is why it's like, I do empathize with this.
It's for making tuning decisions and see.
Don't look at Mercy's win rate and GM. Yes, and that's a balance problem. That's a balance problem. But it's not so easy as just nerf hammering her.
Where they tend to go wrong. Let's start with telemetry. Data lies. On the first day of my high school statistics class, our teacher shared with us a quote from early 20th century Austrian psychiatrist Wilhelm Steckel. Statistics is the art of lying by means of figures.
Except when I'm using
that quote
them.
really stuck with me. As it turns out, if you're clever, you can use data to prove almost any point you want. Or worse, data can convince you of a false truth. Data can be very useful in convincing your development teammates of a design direction, but it's much less useful for finding the right tuning decision to make for your audience. Checking telemetry from League of Legends, you might find that the item Mejai's Soul Stealer has an absurdly high win rate, often close to 80%, but this statistic is highly misleading. The item
When is it being picked? Where is it being picked? By whom is it being picked?
is rarely purchased unless you're already winning, which means the player purchasing it was already very likely to win before making the purchase. The developers understood why the win rate for this item was the way it was, and that kept them from making the mistake of trusting the numbers alone and making a poor tuning decision. This means that in order to find guidance within the numbers, you need an extraordinary amount of context. Let's say that.
What is Bayesian? Am I butchering it? Bayesian sounds right. Statistical analysis? What are you guys talking about with Sekiro and Dark Souls? What's the TLDR? I think Sekiro is a much better combat experience than a lot of the Dark Souls stuff because the constant aggression is required and pairing is a much more aggressive style of defense because of the proximity required. But I understand the feedback there. We'd have to talk about it later.
You look at your character pick rates, and one of the characters is very underrepresented. Do we have any idea why just from the numbers alone? Is it because the character's too weak? Or are they difficult to use? Or do they lose matchups to some of the most common characters? Or are they just kind of ugly? Without the reason why, this data is effectively useless as a
Bayesian.
means to understanding what changes to make in your game. Early on in
Bayesian.
Overwatch's lifespan,
Bayesian.
developers saw the use rate of the support hero Symmetra was low, and so on December 13th, 2016, they overhauled the character, changing the way her moveset worked. Developer design notes said they wanted to make Symmetra feel more active and give her more meaningful contributions to the team. Overall, Symmetra players like the
That's a design change. It's not a balance change, notice. I agree. It made the character much more enjoyable and interesting to play, and a lot of other people have enjoyed playing Symmetra since. That is partly subjective, of course, but I think from a design perspective, giving her more flexibility with how she can play, from a balance objective point of view, allowed them for more knobs to tweak and more creativity with how you can balance the character as a whole. There is objective truth to a subjective change because it allows for more ways to balance the character appropriately rather than nobody plays it, so we don't want to nerf the character. Nobody plays it, so we don't want to buff the character.
changes, but the use rate barely went up. The players were somewhat happy, but the goal of normalizing the use rate was not achieved.
I don't think that was the intent, was it?
And give her more.
Due to the nature she felt weak in certain switches, different maps and game modes. But that wasn't the intent. You see what I'm saying? He's actually reading into this, and that's not at all what's being said. She didn't feel active enough. Now she feels more active, which indirectly, maybe you might say that we were hoping that more people would try her. Second, due to the nature of her teleport, she felt weak in certain situations. Okay, nothing has changed there. I don't see that this was the intent of the change whatsoever. This is not balance. This is design choice. This is smoothing out the interactions as both the Symmetra player and playing versus Symmetra.
Or meaningful contributions to the team. Overall, Symmetra players liked the changes, but the use rate barely went up. The players were somewhat happy, but the goal of normalizing the use rate was not achieved. She still wasn't very popular. On June 26th, 2018, a year and a half later, Symmetra was reworked a second time, this time moving her from a support role into a damage role.
And I like this rework too.
Many Symmetra players lost their fun in this overhaul.
I don't care. This is not a strict negative. Some players left, some players played that otherwise wouldn't. I'm the perfect example of that.
And some physically disabled players could no longer play the character at all. The use rate dropped below the original version while simultaneously making the player base upset. Without understanding why the use...
But maybe that was a short-term investment for a long-term goal. Look at her pick rate now. It's still not particularly high, but if we look at her pick rate now, let's actually look at it really quick here. Different context, obviously. Different context. Right now, Symmetra's pick rate is 3.4.
Below the original version while...
And it would go... here's your statistics here. 1% pick rate. And now it's a 3% pick rate. 3% pick rate. And the cast is larger now. A lot of context missing here. But again, we're using statistics here as a way to describe the statistics need to be dangerous. We have to be careful here.
Simultaneously making the player base upset. Without understanding why the use rate was low to begin with, tuning the character, or worse, reworking them entirely, is like throwing darts while blindfolded after being punched in the face.
But that, again, that's not necessarily the intent. The intent of the character might have been to make the character more interesting to play and more interesting to play against, which indirectly would maybe hope more people to play the character, but also just smooth out the experience of Overwatch. This guy played Symmetra? This seems like a bias here.
Making the player base upset. Without understanding why the use rate was low to begin with, tuning...
Why the use rate was low to begin with? Maybe because the character wasn't that interesting. Maybe because the character was more niche. Maybe because the balance of the Overwatch design team at the point in time was that Symmetra was still conceived, or the hero was perceived as niche, and that understanding of the character would not change for years and years and years. We saw that with Brigitte, a character that was hated for years. Mauga, here, still hated. And it took players a long time to change their opinion.
The character, or worse, reworking them entirely, is like throwing darts while blindfolded after being punched in the face.
And again, this is assuming that this was the intent of what was done.
Pick rate low because Symmetra was weak? Or was it because her toolkit didn't fit in well with the dominant strategies running the game? Or was it because she was only fun to a certain type of player? And if I may ask, is it even a problem that her pick rate was low, or that the game has niche characters that...
Again, was this the goal? I mean, if I want to go back here, again, I see nothing here that is specifically targeting towards this character was changed to hopefully improve her pick rate. And even if it was the intent, I mean, it kind of seems like it succeeded. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe I'm the one missing the statistics read here, but I mean, Symmetra has had a not bottom tier pick rate for quite a long time. Bottom tier is actually true, but bottom tier.
Characters that aren't tournament viable? Well, is it? Without context.
Irony. There's some irony here. Obviously, it's a little bit unfortunate that he goes to pick on a situation that I actually have a lot of knowledge in. And I'm sure there's other aspects of this that he's going to talk about that I have no knowledge in. But this, if anything, I guess emphasizes his point. But my point about this is not to disagree with him statistically, but to point that, again, conflating balance with design is one of the worst things that you can do as both a developer and as a player.
It is often worse than useless. It can make you... Without context, data is often worse than useless. It can make you think a problem exists where there isn't one, and it might lead you to making decisions that remove the fun of some of your players. Data without context is dangerous. We should also consider that data is almost never qualitative, and it's easily skewed. Developers that use telemetry to observe the win rates of various characters and weapons will find obvious and large differences when they start to sort that data by player rank. Can we really trust a qualifier like player rank to sort and understand this data? Ranking systems are only good at sorting people who use them a lot. Consider that there are tournament level players who do not play rank mode often at all, and when they do, they may be much lower ranked than their actual skill level due to their lack of ranked playtime. You must also realize that not everyone in the top rank...
This is an argument for bronze players sometimes not necessarily playing the game very much because they're discouraged by being bronze. And so therefore, there could be a lot more, not only is bronze a smaller percentage of the player base, but they play far fewer games, which is why many times, even though GM Champ is also a relatively smaller sample size and can lead to some homogeny, is that the right term? These inbred ecosystems where people like agree about certain characters and handshake certain things, but the amount of games that are being played dramatically increases the potential accuracy of what those numbers provide. That being said, this feels like basics, yes, but yeah. Okay.
Ranking bracket is of equal skill, and so this can affect a character's win rate rather drastically even within that segment of players. And within that segment, you may find that certain strategies or characters are barely used at all. Think about what else goes into the win rate. Is this a 1v1 game or a team game?
Leary versus Hera?
Is the character...
Oh shoot, was that the recent Red Bull versus Will? No, dude!
Barely used at all. Think about what else goes into the win rate.
No, I just got the results spoiled, bro. I haven't seen the tournament yet. I'm still finishing TTL. No, I haven't watched Red Bull yet. I'm literally finishing TTL. I'm on the semifinals. No, bro. What are the odds? Oh, the map. I guess it goes to map 7. Or, okay, it's best of 9. Okay, so there's a couple of games that are still a mystery, bro. Dude, what are the odds? Man. Next time I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna come across and there's gonna be like a birth certificate of like, Spylo was adopted. And be like, no, what are the odds?
One game or a team game? Is the character difficult or easy to use? How do we interpret the stats of a character who thrives in online matchmaking, but struggles to place well in full tournament brackets? How close are the game's best character specialists to reaching each character's known potential? And what don't we know about a character's potential? Even if we could perfectly understand the quality of our win rate data, we simply can't learn enough from it to identify if we even have a problem to address, let alone possible solutions to that problem. Maybe we can spot a lopsided matchup with data from time to time, which can be really helpful in knowing where to look, but it isn't at all helpful in figuring out what to change. Remember, data will lie to you. Using Street Fighter VI's publicly available telemetry, we can see such a case in action. Dhalsim, Lily Honda, Rashid, Blanka, and Kimberly are the bottom 6 characters in terms of use rates and ranked, both across all ranks overall and when isolating the master rank players. And yet, the characters with the highest win rates in master rank are, in order, Honda, Kimberly, Dhalsim.
This is what we talked about in terms of effective balance. Do those characters have higher skill ceilings, or are they picked more appropriately in higher ranks? Right?
JP, Blanka, Rashid. So this is almost the exact inverse. And player conceptions of these characters placed in the tier lists bear no relation to any of this data. Most players think...
This is why I made that whole video about stop watching tier lists, because your experience is completely subjective, first off, and even if you were to go into like the Overwatch hero statistics and pick by win rates and silver gold, that's completely lacking the context of what you enjoy, what your personal strengths are, which is just why it's like, in general, with the exception of maybe some outliers, it's just not good feedback.
Blanka and Rashid are high tier. Honda and Lily are low tier, and ideas about
They are
Dawson
fine.
and Kimberly's
Yeah.
strength vary
And again, I'm talking about, like, I feel like I don't have to explain this. I'm talking about, like, tier lists about who to pick for the season.
wildly. This data could easily lead you to believe that these 6
And I agree. Data lies seems like an oversimplification, but he's being provocative for the video, so we'll cut him some slack. Let's be gracious here.
characters are weak due to underuse, or make you think that they're too strong because of their high win rates. Data without context is dangerous, yes, but even trying to apply proper context to your data is almost impossibly difficult. So if we
Is it? Is it? I feel like I need more examples of that here. I feel like that's a very, very, very provocative statement there, and I need more from that. Like, I don't know anything about Street Fighter, and I just had immediately a conjecture about why that was the case, and I don't know if that's the true or not, but I think the more systems that you have, in terms of like bands and map bands, the more complicated it gets, but that seems like an oversimplification. I think that's an oversimplification. I think it's more important. It's difficult to know what to do with that data because the solutions. Let's go to the Kiriko example, right? I explained what is broken about Kiriko in pro play, what is broken about and what is frustrating about Kiriko in rank play, and then trying to decide what to do with that information was challenging. But I don't think it was super challenging to understand exactly. Yeah, I think that's a big oversimplification. It's a big oversimplification. And I don't like that because I think data lies is an important statement to say, yes, but also what's the alternative? Like, it's important to put data under context, and that data can lie to you, and you can interpret data off of your own bias, and then let's leave it at that. And let's encourage people to look into the data and educate themselves. That's like saying don't read books because there's a lot of really bad words out there or a lot of really bad stories and bad information. You know, it can be misconstrued, but I don't think it's bad. I like it when people use data against me. And then I have to think about my ideas and consider that. I like it when I pull up hero statistics and I'm completely wrong about something. Like, wow, well, okay, let's think about the context here. Let's think about the map. Let's look at the map pick rates. Man, is there something I'm missing here? Because I end up learning more about the game. I'll talk with Gavin about this kind of stuff. And it, like, you know, maybe we're missing something, but that's better than being completely uneducated at all.
can't really trust data to guide us, we should probably talk to the players in our community, right? After all, they play
so maybe that's just more of a segment discussion, but I think that's not a good thing to say, even if it is used to kind of move into the next chapter.
Most. They're often extremely skilled, and they know the game pretty damn well. Well, unfortunately, even though most of them don't mean to, players frequently lie too. If you've been in or around game dev long enough, you've certainly heard the phrase, players don't know what they want. This isn't entirely true in my experience.
Right, Poop Spoon. I've read books on that, and a lot of the times when it comes to medical data, the conclusions on some of the moments where the medical community has been desperately wrong is not because of the over-reliance off of data. It's because the data wasn't accurate or the data wasn't good, and that we should have actually looked at the data more carefully. Not that we should have cared less about the data. You know what I'm saying? That
There's a relatively well-known clip of players don't know what they want. This isn't entirely true in my experience.
I thank you for saying that. That's like the classic Jeff Kaplan quote, which I think is just a load of horse manure, like hyperbole. Players often do know exactly what they want, but what they want might not be possible, feasible, and might not be good. And oftentimes you can get some really good ideas from players.
There's a relatively well-known clip of me from the wonderful Fight On Killer Instinct documentary by Hold Back to Block, in which I tell an anecdote about a time when the KI community rallied together and really wanted us to nerf Jago. Specifically, his ability to heal himself by landing fireballs during his instinct mode made them feel like they had to kill him 3 times instead of 2. But nerfing his healing, as they had requested, would have cut away at the character's core identity and a large part of what makes him unique and fun to play. The community was laser focused on seeing the healing as a problem.
Okay, that is more of a problem of what is the most visible problem, okay? Not necessarily the most effective problem. And what is the most what is a problem that I have the least impact in what and how that is done? I'm trying to think of like the best way to put this. Like, I have the least agency with that interaction. I can do nothing to stop that. I have no counterplay, right? So it's both visibility and counterplay in terms of that. And I do agree that there could be some complexity with that, but also if something is visibly and consistently frustrating, even if it's not necessarily the most powerful aspect of the character, I mean, we've had this before, right? Like this is a very dangerous thing. I'm curious where he goes with this. I'm gonna let him go in a second. I'm gonna give my 2 cents here. Where Kiriko is a great example. The most visible aspects of Kiriko weren't always nerfed for quite a long time. Other aspects of her character were nerfed, like the cooldown of Suzu. And so what would happen is that those peaks of frustration would remain. The character would just be worse. And that shouldn't be the goal. That should be the goal. Visibility matters when it comes to nerfs, because if the character is already balanced and people still hate playing versus the character, you don't need balance changes. You need design changes. Do you see what I'm saying? So what is the most visible problem when people play versus Kiriko? And can we find a way to keep that character relevant while addressing the visible frustrating aspects or the lack of counterplay aspects of that character? Right?
Set it too. But nerfing is healing, as
right. And saying hero identity as a way to defend bad designs is garbage. I agree with that too. I'm not saying that no character should ever have an edge. Every character needs their own identity, and certain friction needs to happen, right? That's the whole point of competitive games. But I agree with you, Willie, that when I hear that, I just inwardly cringe. I've got the willies when I hear
requested would have cut away at the character's core identity and a large part of what makes him unique.
But yeah, unique. My unique identity for Roadhog is that he can't move while he's vaping. His vape full heals him, and his hook one-shots you every time. Doesn't matter what character you are. That's my identity. Oh, but he has weaknesses.
Fun to play. The community was laser focused on seeing the healing as the problem, and their view of the game was that Jago was either too strong or too frustrating to play against, depending on who you asked. Whether this was the true state of the game or not is not relevant. They believed Jago was a problem, and their perception, no matter how flawed, is the reality they live in. To tune games properly, you must accept this. A player's perception is their reality. So instead of succumbing to the community pressure campaign and nerfing Jago's healing, we took a different approach that allowed us to maintain his fun and unique healing gimmick, while weakening some of the more brainless parts of his kit that allowed him to negate his intended weaknesses too easily. The community cooked us pretty hard for a few weeks, insisting that this wasn't the change they asked for and wouldn't make a difference. But a few weeks after that, complaining about Jago had all but stopped. Players knew they wanted a weaker Jago. It's just that their idea of how to do it would have had way worse knockdown effects on the game and Jago player base than what we landed on. And of course, a very small number.
I wish I had more context to this. I can't really deconstruct this argument because I just don't really know the context of what actually happened with Jago, to be honest with you guys. So maybe it indirectly helped with the outplayability of the healing. Maybe it indirectly affected the visibility of the healing or the frustration of the ability to not be able to interact with the healing. I have no idea. But yes, my point still stands.
Of Jago players were unable to adapt to the changes that we did end up going with, and they either switched characters or quit the game entirely. That sucks. But it's a natural part of the tuning process. You can't please everyone, but you can limit the negative blowback of a nerf if you're thoughtful. Was Jago too strong on paper? Did he even need to be nerfed in the first place? Believe it or not, it doesn't actually matter. Ultimately, players were frustrated, and something had to be done about that. The something we chose weakened Jago, which is what
from a balance perspective, maybe nothing necessarily needed to change. But yes, I think that people will always complain. I think that's a fundamental rule of people. People will always complain. There's nothing you can change about that. But something you didn't necessarily need to change Jago's performance. You just need to change the way the character feels. I assume that's kind of what happened here. Like that's why I've always been like a proponent of nerfing Kat's tether, because it's not really going to affect her performance that much. It's not going to adversely affect her balance that much. She's not going to be an unplayable character. It's just going to be a visible change, right? It's going to be a crowd pleaser. And there's nothing wrong with that. But
players wanted, but the way we did it strayed pretty far from most of the common complaints. So in a way, players do occasionally know what they want. It's just that they don't usually know the least destructive way to get there. Most of your user base will lie.
I do agree that it's consistent that Overwatch players will often go like provide really, really brain dead feedback without understanding the context of what's necessary. But yeah.
But I'll state again, they usually don't mean to. They're generally well-intentioned and they just want the game to get better.
I agree.
Better for who? Even among the most well-meaning users, you'll find the overwhelming majority of them struggle to see the big picture or consider the viewpoints of others. Their idea of a better game is very commonly one in which they, with their character or weapon of choice, can win more easily.
People are selfish.
Things that beat their playstyle get weakened, and their playstyle gets stronger, and no one complains about their playstyle, so they can feel good about using it. I used to think this way myself, so I'm not trying to cut you down if you currently think this way. It goes without saying that this isn't a good way to make a more fair or less frustrating game, so you need to take every piece of feedback that you get with a massive grain of salt and try to apply as much context to it as possible.
But we should do that with stats. I'm joking. I'm being toxic.
Can be easily misled by data. Sure.
Good night.
They can even more easily be misled by players. Data can be convincing, but players can be very, very loud and hard to ignore. It is, of course, not possible to know what you don't currently know.
People
but that will stop players from insisting that their perspective is the truth. After all, to them, it currently is. but their perspective can shift quickly. Players are very easily influenced and misled. Influencer types can, often without even meaning to, construct completely false narratives that large swaths of your user base will bandwagon on and help amplify.
That's why people always make fun of me for being the nuanced guy. And I'm not perfect at this. I know that I'm guilty of this, but I really try to not do this. I really try to not do this. Because I have a greater responsibility.
Suddenly, the desires or misinformation of just one popular player
The Orisa, the damage that Flats did to the tank community with his Orisa complaints. But it's so hard because Flats is a smart guy, and Flats is right that Orisa provided way too much value for the amount of effort that she put in for most strings, right? But the whole I swear the whole tank counter swap rock paper scissors thing was essentially carried by the counter by the bigger content creators. I swear it was carried by that. And it's hard to say because was Flats complaining about it? Did that actually provoke good change in tank design? Did it help to keep Orisa nerfed? Maybe. Maybe Flats, maybe the player perception was inaccurate slightly, but Flats did us all a service by keeping Orisa out of the top of the tanks. So it's complicated, you know? I don't know.
And start to sound like hundreds or thousands of people who all agree about what the problem is and how to fix it. Groupthink is a major issue that puts a lot of social pressure on devs that can be very difficult to navigate. And it isn't just influential players or malicious players who can influence a crowd. It's often tournament results themselves. Early on, after the launch of Injustice 2,
doesn't happen as much with Overwatch, but I do think that this has happened at times with Overwatch. Malga nerfs and so on, yeah.
Generational talent Sonic Fox won nearly every tournament they attended using Captain Cold, a character that many at the time thought was on the weaker end of the roster. Sonic Fox's dominant win streak resulted in a community that was forced to reassess the actual strength of the character, and eventually developers that nerfed the character despite Sonic Fox's insistence that Captain Cold was indeed weak, and just counterpicked certain characters well. But you don't even have to go on a dominant winning streak to change.
There's also another side of things as well, where a dominant performance from a professional player with certain characters actually allows other people to understand what the character can actually provide. I do think that people, as far as win rate, probably went up after watching the Dallas DreamHack tournament, because people actually were like, oh my gosh, this character is broken. I need to make this character work. Do not follow them on Twitter. Why?
People's views. After Super Street Fighter 4 launched in April of 2010, right before tournament season really kicked off, many of us looked to our strongest players to assess the power levels of the 10 new characters that were added to the roster. Going into EVO 2010 on July 9th, the widespread sentiment among top players was that Adon was among the weaker characters added to the game. Many of us went into that event writing the character off completely. And then GamerB took 5th place out of about 1,700 players with Adon that weekend in the largest open bracket tournament we had seen to date, totally upending how we had viewed the character for months without a single balance change.
Yeah. Question, how much does that trickle down?
For all you people out there who don't believe that Adon can take it to the top 8.
In an even more dramatic example,
let's
look at Super Smash Bros. Melee, one of the most popular competitive games of all time, and a game that has not been patched since the 1.02 Player's Choice discs were released in 2003. Melee has a very long and well-documented history of community-agreed-upon tier lists to rank the strongest and weakest characters. By all conventional wisdom, Yoshi sat as the 21st best character in the game, in a roster of 26. Not good. And then Amsa appeared in the tournament scene and started getting results with Yoshi. Yoshi's rank went from 21st to 12th, from 2013 to 2015, and after Amsa's win at Big House 10 in October of 2022, arguably the hardest Melee major of all time, Yoshi now sits as the 10th best character in the game on community tier lists. Despite nothing about the game changing, Yoshi rose 11 spots in the ranks.
But again, to be fair, the community perception isn't wrong here. People were unable, I mean, again, I'm completely guessing here, but I assume that people were unable to perform with the character, and then watching this guy do something that other people had not done to that level before, people go, oh man, maybe I should try that. And then his performance, probably even on a casual perspective, did improve. And it did improve. It wasn't just, oh, all of a sudden this thing is good, right? But it's like when people reevaluate certain pieces of art within a different context. People are able to appreciate certain aspects of the art that otherwise may have been overlooked. It doesn't mean that's kind of like the subjectivity of art, but especially in games, right? You will win more games if you play like Amsa or whatever. Like, that's just not something that people did at the time. You know? It's just people get better at things and new things are discovered. This is not a part of players' lie. This is a part of players evolve. People evolve. People get better. People change. People figure things out. And that does, I'm sure, trickle down literally. People do play the character more correctly or better now. And so he does perform better. That's a guess. I don't know if that's true, but I assume it's true. It's not like people watch the major and just decided, oh, yeah, Yoshi's great now. And no, I'm going to guess, let me guess, am I wrong? Did other people within the tournament scene and the casual scene start to pick up Yoshi and perform well with Yoshi besides AMSA? Or was it literally only AMSA? Do you kind of see what I'm saying? I assume it has to be the former, no? Like, he was just a better hero now. Kind of only him? No, I'm not saying that, but nobody? Okay, so then that is a player perception, but I think that's an important. If literally nobody else but AMSA was able to get it done, then that emphasizes his point well. But I think that that's a very important distinction for somebody that doesn't follow the fighting game scene. That needs to be clarified because that's very misleading. Because that happens all the time in Overwatch. I mean, it literally will affect statistical performance of characters once one or two people figure something out.
Of the 987 competitors.
Again, we simply cannot know what we do not know.
Yes, Symmetra is a great example. Nobody played Sim. Sim was fine, but nobody played Sim besides Yubi. And then Symmetra literally almost single-handedly changed the professional meta and even affected how her performance in ranked was.
Sonic Fox thinking their tournament-winning character is weak, or a consensus of top players thinking that a character they don't even main is weak just before a breakout performance.
Dude, nothing changed about D.Va. And all of a sudden everyone's like, oh my gosh, this character's broken. Nothing changed, almost besides her booster perk. And even with a nerf, right? And it was affecting her performance in ranked, too.
Or AMSA believing in their character's power despite ridiculous execution requirements and being the only one in the world who can do it. It just goes to show you how easily players and developer opinions can be swayed by tournament results and influencers.
Yes, if AMSA is the only person,
pressure campaigns.
If AMSA is the only person in the world that can do it, then yes, that really shouldn't have much of an impact on how that hero is perceived. And if it does, that is a great explanation of how biases come into play.
Arrive at your doorstep. It's incredibly hard, maybe impossible as a developer, to know what situation you're actually in and guess right. Is the character weak or strong? Without many years of evidence,
it's a good anecdote. I just think it deserves more context.
Be wrong other times, and it's a huge part of why tuning a competitive game is so difficult. And of course, when talking about our inability to know what we don't yet know and how that influences the way we think about our passions and the world, I need to remind you, dear viewer, of the Dunning-Kruger effect. We can be extremely confident that we know everything about the state of a game when we, in fact, are only seeing a small part of the big picture. Even the strongest players in the world who are regularly winning tournaments may only be aware of a tiny fraction of what's possible within a play space. And while balanced discussions and tier list theorizing can be incredibly fun, it is for these reasons that players make misleading and unreliable sources of guidance when deciding how to tune your game. Okay, so we can't rely on data or players for guidance. But what about the goals we'd set out to achieve in the first place? Let's examine our list of goals and try to understand if we're even attempting to steer in the right direction. Goal number one, a favorite goal of players, is fairness. Fairness should not and cannot ever be a goal. Why? Because no two players can ever universally agree on what is fair. It's an emotional metric that changes by the minute depending on who you ask, the results of their latest ranked match, what salty player showed up on their social media algorithm that day. It is simply not an achievable goal because game balance is mostly vibes. You cannot measure your success.
That is what data. Game balance is not vibes. Game balance is data. Like, that's why I brought it up. The difference between design and data, right? You use data within the context of the timed effort. Now, this is where the subjective part is. It's hard to quantify the time or the skill ceiling, the value ceiling, the skill floor, the skill. This is why I have a value floor or whatever. That stuff is hard to quantify. But again, it goes back to that whatever the paradox you guys are talking about, or whatever, where it's like, you know, I don't know when a grain of sand becomes a pile, but I know a pile of sand when I see it, and I know a grain of sand when I see it. You understand what I'm saying? So saying that balance is mostly vibes from this perspective, yeah, but I know when Roadhog has a 40% win rate and Roadhog has a 60% win rate, that's a balance problem, right? Now, does Roadhog deserve to have a 45 or 46 or 52 or 53 or 54? Right? Like that deserves a discussion. That might be subjective. That might due to your experience with whether Roadhog deserves to have a higher win rate or not. It's a question of is Roadhog have a high skill ceiling? Do we have any anecdotes on that? Do we have any math on that? Is the overall player perception of the game better or worse when Roadhog has a higher win rate? Do we yes, it's hard, but doing anything is hard. Doing anything well is hard, but it doesn't mean it's not worth doing. I think this is kind of like, let's see where he goes with this, but I'm not really, I don't like the way that he's talking about statistics. I don't like the way that he's talking about statistics as being like, oh, it's complicated, it's mostly vibes. Let's see where he goes with it. But okay, well, we'll just let it go.
Not an achievable goal.
Right, regional difference, very important thing, very difficult. I think regional difference is probably the most important challenge that I think Overwatch faces, because that's one that I don't think there's necessarily an easy answer for. Heck, regional differences just by the mentality of a culture. Like, can you change Asian culture where as on average, Chinese and Japanese and Korean players throw games more when you don't play the meta? Can you change that? Can you change that culture from a video game? I don't think you can. Can you change Western culture where people don't join voice chat and people just kind of go off and do their own thing? That leads to inherently toxic metas with Roadhog and so on. Can you change that? No, you can't. Exactly, Minkus. So it's hard. So there's a lot of gray area there, but it doesn't mean that there isn't black and white.
Game balance.
There are black and whites. There's just a lot of gray in between.
Mostly vibes. You cannot measure your success by measuring fairness, as the only way to do so, data or player surveys, are frequently misleading. Remember, as a developer, you also don't know what you don't know. Things you think you know may be false, and you are just as easy to manipulate as the players are. Remember that League of Legends example from the start of the video about Vladimir Sanguine Pool? That wasn't the only time something like that happened in League. When the champion Riven was released, she was viewed by the community as weak. Riot devs apparently agreed and hotfixed in some buffs for the character. Shortly after posting the hotfix notes on the forums, the character's play rate spiked and the feedback was very positive. Players reported how good the buffs felt and what a difference they made, but the hotfix hadn't actually gone live yet. The character was unchanged. Game balance is mostly vibes. The idea of
it's probably part of the but that's not balance. That's not balance. That's for player perception. He's conflating player perception of how a design feels, or maybe players' opinions on balance, with actual balance. That's not the same thing. When I say, guys, I think Zenyatta is probably not a super, I would say, remember what I said? I said Zenyatta is probably like 4th or 5th in GM for win rate. I think he's good, but I don't think he's great. And then I looked and he was 1st or 2nd. That's vibes. I was wrong. And I could sit there and think about maybe the context that I missed or my own personal bias, but I was freaking wrong. I was freaking wrong. Does that mean Zen needs to be nerf hammered to the floor? No, you need to read the balance. Is Zen deserved to be 1st? What are the contexts behind why he might be 1st? But I was wrong. I was wrong. Okay? I was wrong. And when you look back to like the map, like Antarctica, right? Is players' perception of Antarctica rework higher because players were forced to try it or motivated to try it through the map voting rewards? Maybe that's a good design change, potentially, minus the SR things, to get people invested in something that otherwise was perceived as negative. A lot of people thought Antarctica was a really bad map. I didn't think it was that bad. It gets reworked, and now all of a sudden people think it's great, even though it's definitely a much better map, but it's not that much better. But people got to try it a lot more, and now people are used to it, and people are willing to say that it's a good thing just because they've been exposed to it. All he's proving is that player exposure to something might improve, like player perception is malleable, but that doesn't mean that that's the fact. He's conflating your ability to read statistics with you know what I'm saying. That's perception. That's not balance.
Live yet. The character was unchanged.
Dude, I was wrong with Freya too. I thought Freya was a healthier step in the right direction for snipers, and I still think that there was potential there, and I think she's better than many ways in Hanzo Widow. But my perception was biased a little bit because I struggled a lot with hitting her bolts early on, and early Freya players were not very good at getting the 2-tap. And so the Yoshi players with the Freya started to kind of come out of the woodwork, where all of a sudden everybody's hitting those 2-taps instantaneous. Shut the frick up, Jacob. And then now I'm like, oh yeah, wait, you could do that consistently. I don't like this design all that much. So it shifted.
Game balance is mostly vibes. The idea of fairness.
No, I gave you the feedback from Vendetta from day one. I would say I'm on average pretty good at reading generally how a character is going to be perceived by most strengths and the problems pretty well. I very rarely make obvious errors with that, and I think I do a pretty darn good job of it. I love taking a purposely joking comment as a way to glaze myself. The best. Guys, did you know I work out? I'm also married. The women, they love me.
So individual to each player that it can never be an achievable or even measurable goal.
Not yet. That's y'all's responsibility.
Even when groupthink makes it seem like thousands of players have the same view on an issue, their overall feelings of fairness will differ greatly. Only way to tune your game into a state in which no player is complaining is to make them all quit.
True.
Because of these reasons, I strongly recommend that we stop using the idea of fairness as a tuning goal. Goal number 2.
No. What? No, fairness is not a tuning goal? What? If you're saying that that nobody will agree on what fairness is, it's like saying nobody agrees on what ethics are or what morality is. Are you kidding me? Yes, there's some difficult decisions here. No, that's such a nonsense statement. No. Let me somebody say it again.
No player, all feelings of fairness will differ greatly.
True.
Only way to tune your game into a state in which no player is complaining is to make them all quit. Because of these reasons, I strongly recommend that we stop using the idea of fairness as a tuning goal.
No, that's just a nonsense statement. I don't even think he believes it, or maybe he's just phrasing it weird. You should say that perfect fairness is inachievable, and we should aim to provide a fairness. I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. We want to make the game as fair as we could possibly do it from a data and a player perception metric. You know, like the thing about it is like, yes, people always complain, but there's going to be metas, whether they're balanced or not, where players feel that the meta is more fair and not fair. And it's your responsibility as a developer to go, gee, why does everyone think that this meta is fair, even though it's less balanced? Wait a second, actually, it is better. The numbers line up. So what about this is different? Is it just the new heroes? Is season 1 of Overwatch just like, is it the rank, like Gavin talked about this with the rank resets. Like maybe the rank resets aren't that bad. Maybe it's just the visibility of having the rank reset that kind of stresses people like me out. I don't know. I'm not immune from this, but that's such a nonsense statement. This is a nonsense statement. Of course players want fairness. Of course players want fairness. They just don't always know exactly what perfect fairness is, and they're not always perfect communicators of what perfect fairness is. They're just like the data. You got to sift through it.
Goal number 2. A favorite goal of viewers is
Right.
Variety.
Okay, anyway, does that make sense? Maybe I'm being like not as gracious with that interpretation, but it's compounding off of the context of the other things that he has said that I have disagreed with up to this point. I feel like being a nuanced guy, I feel like you aren't giving him nuance. He's not saying never to factor fairness ever. Again, listen to what's being said here.
Because of these reasons, I strongly recommend that we stop using the idea of fairness as a tuning goal.
Do you have any other way of interpreting that? I just think, I honestly think that my criticism here is that I just don't think that was a very well thought out line. I don't think he believes that. Fairness not as a tuning goal is crazy. If we're dictating fairness based off of the amount of effort to output, the amount of how strong a character is versus how weak a character is, whatever metric you want to use for fairness, subjective, objective, I don't think that makes sense. You got to get what I'm saying? If the point is that fairness is not exactly measurable and achievable, maybe I'm conflating balance with fairness. I don't want to read too much into it, but the soundbite with the context of what's been said up to this point, I just don't agree. I don't agree.
Goal number 2. A favorite goal of viewers is variety. But variety is not the result of mathematical balance or fairness. It's the result of enabling diverse player expression. Let me explain why. Each individual player has their own playstyle and their own.
I think this is a good soundbite here.
But variety is not the result of mathematical balance or fairness. It's the result of enabling diverse player expression.
Sure, that's a credit to you can play the same hero, but approach engagements in different ways. Why were they wearing full body Under Armour in June for your flag football? Because it was kind of chilly, and also it's turf. So for the leggings, it's turf. For the over, it's whatever. because you'll rip your legs to shreds in football if you don't have leggings on. I mean, half of those guys have torn big old. You can get like first-degree burns from the turf.
Let me explain why. Each individual player has their own.
Probably said fairness as the only tuning goal, right? So let's be charitable here, okay? So fair. I think the mindset is that fairness as the primary tuning goal certainly is not wise, and perfect fairness is also impossible because everyone's definition of what perfect fairness, just like perfect balance, is not perfect. But fairness should be a goal because we should do our best to try to define what fairness actually means. Saying that statistics lie and so we shouldn't use statistics is nonsense. And I don't think that was the point that he was trying to make, but that's kind of how it came across. It would have, especially towards the end, right? It would be much more interesting to say that statistics can often lie. Context really matters. I encourage you guys to use statistics within context, and these are some of the things to look for. Fairness is almost impossible. Players can be players can misperceive the problems of the game and things. Players can even perceive bad heroes as good or good heroes as bad. And they can, like the Yoshi example that we talked about. So players don't always know exactly what fairness looks like and conflate their personal experience with fairness. Balance, fairness, who cares? That's what needs to be said, in so many words. And we've gone 25 minutes. I mean, goodness gracious, we have plenty of time to be able to say that. Like that does,
style and their own view on what aspects of your game or characters are fun.
I remember seeing a video like this about was a perfectly balanced game, but only because it had two characters, one of which was a reskin of the other. Yeah, sure.
Fun. This includes the type of risks different players want to take.
Okay, let's go back a little bit.
Diverse player expression. Let me explain why. Each individual player has their own playstyle and their own view on what aspects of your game or characters are fun. This includes the type of risks different players want to take when trying to win. Some players want to play it as safe as possible and focus on reactions with a low-risk, low-reward strategy. Other players may want to gamble, taking big bets and trying to get maximum rewards. And everything in between those two extremes exists as well. If a character is harder...
So that's a good point. It's like when you have very differing play styles, which one of those should you reward more? I think first off, you have to kind of decide what's the intent of your game, of what purpose, from a, again, design perspective, not balance, right? Is what's the intent of what your game? Do you want slower engagements? Dark Souls 1. Do you want faster engagements? Dark Souls 3. Which one's better? I don't know. Your choice. That's completely subjective. Is it executed well in a slow fashion? Is it executed well in a fast fashion? That's still very subjective, but the risk, reward, and choices, I think, are the more objective part of those things where you could do multiple different things because that novelty provokes interest. And then the crucial thing, if you really have any sort of conflict, because especially in an asymmetrical game like Overwatch, you do have slower and faster characters. So the question often, my metric has always been generally the amount of effort required to get those outcomes. Not because I want Tracer and I like Tracer, although that's true. It's because generally that's the best way to keep the game feeling more fair, because if you have characters that require lower effort dominating from a balance perspective, then they dominate all ranks, and everybody has to play that character. So that's you want to reward people, as he said at the beginning, and this live service format, for people applying themselves to characters to keep them coming back. That I can outplay that character, but I can't outplay that character. I could put the time in and get better at this character, but I could just not even put in the time in and just immediately get there with that character. That to me is the fundamental point of balance, is to provide that sort of metric. Now, there's a ton of wiggle room with how you interpret that. As we already said with the Roadhog example, how do we define whether Roadhog is a low skill ceiling or a high skill ceiling character? I think there's probably a subjective gradient there. I don't think anybody in the right mind would say that Roadhog is a very low skill ceiling, and nobody in the right mind would say that Roadhog is a very, very, very high, the highest skill ceiling. But that removing those outliers alone does help give us a little bit of guidance with what we might want to do with that character. Not to mention how the game feels from a fairness perspective when he's good. Okay.
To learn and pilot and optimize, should that character be equal in theoretical power output?
Okay, hang on. This is important.
Maximum rewards. And everything in between those two extremes exists as well. If a character is harder to learn and pilot and optimize, should that character be equal in theoretical power output with a character that's trivial to learn and pilot and optimize?
Where? At what point? In low ranks? Sure. High ranks? No. I mean, that's just how life works, bro. That's just how life works. Your mutual fund versus your penny stocks. You understand what I'm saying? This is just this follows a pattern of life. Let's see. The 8-hour arm workouts versus lifting for weights for a decade.
An easy character could be considered low risk. A difficult character could be considered high risk.
Maybe. I would say I would not conflate risk with value. That's way more contextual. Like, think about a character like, let me think of a good example here. There are ways to play higher ceiling characters with, like for example, Wrecking Ball can often be a relatively low risk character versus many compositions because they don't have the damage to punish you. But you are required to put out more damage than normal to hit your shots, hit your slams, hit your grapples. Otherwise, you are outvalued by other tanks. So even though your life is not at risk, the risk is the lack of value that you actually get. And there could be very high risk characters like Vendetta, where they die off a cooldown. So we need to kind of define risk here. What is about as low risk as you can get? Right, exactly.
If both risks result in the same reward, which character will most players choose? Or, to put it more...
Or again, risk versus effort. It's not the same. Risk versus effort. We have to define those terms clearly.
Plainly, one character is low risk, high reward, and the other one is high risk, high reward. What I've observed over the years is that when a game is tuned toward a more flat mathematical balance, playstyles start to converge. When this happens, players gravitate towards one of two types of characters. They'll either play the characters that are easiest to win with, thus lowering their risk, or they'll play the characters that look the coolest or sexiest, because the vibes...
Yes, that's true. That's why having a perfect 50-50 balance, if not all of the effort versus output is the same, is very, very, very dangerous. Because not all characters are created with the same amount of intent and effort in mind, or risk, if we're going to use that metric.
Matter a lot to us. And watch out if your easy characters are also your coolest ones. We won't often achieve tournament variety by flattening win rate and use rates, because doing so flattens out the number of reasons different players gravitate toward different characters or play patterns. It's the quantity of different motivators that you offer to your players that breeds variety. Despite not being widely considered to have the most balanced roster, the original version of Guilty Gear Xrd Sign would frequently see large variety of characters in tournament top 8s. Why? Because the characters are so different and diverse that they appeal strongly to different player types. Conversely, in the Tekken series, many of the characters share variations of the same game plan and have similar risk-reward values, but in Guilty Gear, almost no characters play even remotely alike. This is why when Tekken misses the mark, it's much more common to see something like 4 Bobs in a Tekken 6 top 8, like at EVO 2011, or 6 Leroys in a Tekken 7 top 8, like at...
There's like the sociology behind it, behind where like player expression can be a driver of metas, as he said, especially in an individual game, but in a team game like Overwatch, there's a psychological aspect behind following the trend because you just got your teeth kicked in by X character. People identify in Overwatch at the competitive professional level less often with individual heroes. They're more competitors, and they're willing to shift their performance to match what is perceived as the meta. And that snowballs, because the more that you do that, the less that you define yourself within a specific set niche. You understand? So like if I'm the professional flex support player or the professional poke support player for the Florida Mayhem in 2018, maybe I am willing to brute force Ana and nothing but Ana until proven otherwise. But now that in with the world that we are now maybe I define myself as, well, I'm just going to play whatever's meta. And then what's meta? I don't know. That one team that's better than everybody else in scrims beat us with that comp, so let's try that. We saw that with Cat Bastion. We've seen this with Kiriko Lusu. We've seen this with the Pharah and the Dallas Dreamhack. Do people identify metas accurately? Not perfectly, no. No, a lot of it does tend to trickle down, and people are very quick to follow the trend. People are often very scared of making the wrong meta reads, even in pro play. Most innovation when in metas usually comes from teams that are almost professional or not great at professional. Usually you see one of two extremes. You either see actual meta innovation usually comes from teams that are so confident in their abilities that they're willing to try new things. And they're able to find success with those things because they're good at them. They're just good at the game. And then that forces everyone else to kind of play catch up. Or you see on the opposite extremes, the people that are still technically pro, but just aren't that good, so they don't really care about their performance. There's no ego on the line here. So they're willing to experiment and try, and they build their identity through that creativity expression. And then all of a sudden, they start punching up because those strategies might actually be good. This has happened many times. Goats meta, Double Shield, Orisa Diva. We've had Moira metas, Torb Hanzo, I'm trying to think here. There's even stuff all the way back into Overwatch 2. Team avoided comp, Pharmacy Lucio Diva, Ball as a hero, Symmetra to a lesser extent. All of these were really not top tier teams. They just evolved. So, and you even have individual players dictating metas where they are just kind of ranked players, or they're just really good at this X hero, and then all of a sudden people go, oh man, this character is a problem. You know?
EVO Japan in 2020. If the Guilty Gear developers worked hard to flatten the game using data, they'd end up destroying many players' favorite playstyles, and the result would almost certainly be a game with less
flattening unless your game is quote unquote perfectly, everything has the same skill ceiling, the same skill floor. How on earth could you even quantify that? It's basically impossible for that to happen, and is not, I agree, it is not desirable
for viewers. And
as
we
we've
did,
already
in
talked
fact,
about
end
earlier
up seeing this in motion at the launch of Guilty Gear Strive, which had top 8s dominated by many appearances of Soul Bad Guy, a character boasting the trifecta of easy to use, powerful, and super cool. Because at launch, Strive was more simple, and many of the characters felt more samey than in past iterations of the franchise. Players gravitated towards this
I don't know
very
anything
easy
about
and powerful
fighting game,
badass.
but this looks
Down the line, as new
awful.
mechanics and extremely unique characters were added to the roster, tournament variety improved a great deal. As a goal, variety is an admirable and understandable one. It's actually measurable with telemetry or by looking at tournament results. And if you aren't hitting a good level of variety, your player base will absolutely let you know. But unfortunately, I believe that you'll have a much harder time achieving variety.
Remember, the variety, as he mentioned earlier, can come from the depth of the characters being played, not just the variety of the characters being played. And ironically, the depth of the characters being played being stronger encourages variety in lower ranks because you're rewarded for different approaches to the same systems. You can play those difficult systems very well, or you can play the easy systems and just get free value. Your choice. Nothing compresses variety more than an imbalanced state, where low, easy effort characters overperform, such removing, as he said, any emphasis to try anything else.
Variety by making it your end goal. Variety is a symptom of a healthy game ecosystem, not the result of a mathematically balanced game.
True.
Variety is another enemy.
True, but also you can plant the seeds for an ecosystem. Right? And I'm curious to see where he goes with that, because there are mathematical, oh, wait, that character, Vendetta, let me give you guys an example. Nerfing Vendetta's win rate by nerfing Vendetta created a more healthy DPS ecosystem. So he's not disagreeing with that. Again, I think the thing I'm struggling with this video is this guy knows what he's talking about, right? But I don't, sometimes it almost feels like he's contradicting himself with the way that he's explaining his points. Maybe I'm misconstruing things, but you guys see what I'm saying, right? Like this again, I want you guys to listen here.
Aren't hitting a good level of variety, your player base will absolutely let you know. But unfortunately, I believe that you'll have a much harder time achieving variety by making it your end goal. Variety is a symptom of a healthy game ecosystem, not the result of a mathematically balanced game. Variety.
But what does that mean? Well, how do you create an ecosystem?
Variety is another enemy, optimization of play patterns, which I'm going to talk more about later. And finally, the third goal that we skipped over at the beginning, the only real and true goal worth pursuing with game tuning efforts, player retention. Retention is all about making your existing players.
Is it better to balance upwards or downwards? Neither.
Players want to play more.
If you balance for only the high ranks and you ignore outliers in lower ranks, you lose the variety and enjoyment and ability to replay the game for the vast majority of your player base. If you focus only on the lower ranks, then you reduce the amount of interest and investment in people that want to replay your game over and over and over again. But the solutions are not conflicting. A great example of this, as we've talked about many times, is Sierra, a character that is really bad in higher ranks, but really, really oppressive in lower ranks. A character that doesn't have a functional skill ceiling, but has a ridiculously oppressive value floor. This makes it frustrating for players in bronze and silver, to play versus Sierra, and makes it frustrating for people that want to play Sierra in higher ranks. So the value shift of how the character needs to perform is less away from things that are easily able to abuse, and more towards performing higher skill maneuvers that allow you to outplay and win duels and outthink and outstrategize the opponent. Would that result in shifting her balance? Yes. But we'd shift her balance by addressing the design and not just by reducing or buffing numbers strictly.
Or, at a bare
What's up,
minimum,
Butsu?
preventing them from
Doing well,
quitting.
mate.
Fairness is a cute idea. Variety is nice to have if you can get it, but if players aren't playing, there isn't any point to anything you might change in your game. We tune the game and engage with players so that they'll continue playing. That is the goal. We already discussed why players quit, and among the reasons within our control are that they get too frustrated or the gameplay stops being thoughtful and engaging. So
if the game still feels fun and fresh, realist, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but I think that can be a little bit of a short-sighted goal. A gun feeling fun and fresh, fame and fresh, a game feeling fun and fresh, if it can only be propped up off of the legs of novelty. And novelty is a very difficult, it's a cruel mistress because it doesn't last forever. The novelty of the experience through application, we've talked about it over. Again, we talked about it with Rivals. I won't go rehash the same points, but I'd encourage you to go back and we talk about it a little bit more in depth. So
using this, we can break down our main retention goal into smaller parts. We need to A, reduce player frustration, B, increase and reinforce thoughtful play patterns that result in engagement, and C, do all of that while trying to enable and maintain a high level of diverse player expression. Easy, right? Naturally, doing all of those things while keeping a community happy with the direction you're going is not so easy after all. But in my experience, there are strategies you can use to make it work. So here's my approach to game tuning with those goals in mind. To the developers watching this, the tuning strategies and methodologies I use work for me. They might work for you or they might not. My goal is to share with you what I've learned so that you can use the parts that make sense for you and your project. Just remember to always be critical about what you use and why. To players watching this, I hope you take away an improved vocabulary about game tuning and a wider view of what the goals of game tuning really are. And I hope that you can use this to improve the way you communicate with developers and each other. The classical approach of using data as a metric to measure the success of your tuning efforts is what I'll call tuning for flatness.
Okay. Tuning for flatness is not necessarily a bad thing if you, for certain situations, if you've evaluated that players' friction is directly correlated with that lack of flatness. Case in point has been players' disengagement with the Overwatch competitive system as a result of Vendetta wildly overperforming. Part of it was due to her strength as a character. Part of it was due to her design. But it is, I feel, probably, almost certainly, objectively true, by flattening the DPS curve, people's enjoyment of the game improved. That is not a one-size-fits-all approach, as we've hammered over and over and over again. So let's see the elaboration here.
Wherein you try to achieve fairness and variety by normalizing telemetry and survey data. But when tuning, you need to approach the problem less like a banker balancing the books, and more like a beekeeper making sure that the hive is healthy and thriving. Imagine that you're responsible for balancing the environment of Earth, and you get a data report and discover that there are 20 quadrillion ants on the planet, but only 3 trillion trees. If you believe this is an imbalance, you aren't in the right mindset to tune a competitive game. A version of Earth with 20 quadrillion trees would have no space at all for anyone to exist. A version with only 3 trillion ants is going to cause serious ecological disasters as the food chain collapses. Good game tuning has a lot more in common with musical composition than it does hard science. It requires harmonious choices, purposeful and intentful imbalance of volume and frequency and tempo to achieve the desired emotional effect. What works in one song won't necessarily work in another, which means one game's right answers might be totally wrong for another. All aspects of your game need to harmonize and come together to be stronger than the sum of all of its parts. I call this tuning for harmony. When tuning a game, you're the conductor. Your job is to lead players emotionally where you'd like them to go, not follow the player's whims or manipulate telemetry numbers. A game that is tuned for harmony is trying to achieve retention by creating a game state in which the highest number of players can each have their own unique brand of fun, express themselves, and stay engaged. This is a harmonious environment where joy and passion can thrive. Any imbalance that you put into place with intent is, based on your vision for the game, there to make it more interesting and exciting. It isn't an accident. Mathematical imbalance in your telemetry is not seen as a problem under this lens. It could be a symptom of a problem sometimes, but it could just as well be that the imbalance actually makes the whole stronger. How will you know the difference? Well, in order to tune for harmony, you're going to...
Okay, so like that was all just, fluff talk and setting it all up and more philosophical, which I'm not going to be critical of because that's fine. He's kind of describing his philosophy, and then he's going to go for half an hour and actually talk about it. So that I'm looking forward to reading that. We probably should stop here. I want to finish this on Saturday, so we'll go into his picture about how to actually do this. Yeah, we will get into this Saturday. Frick, man, good video. Good video. Good video so far. He's done an excellent job structuring his points. I've strongly disagreed with some of his points, or at least the way that he's communicated those points. But I've very much enjoyed the discussions that we've had so far, and I'm looking forward to seeing where this goes. Yeah, I'm done, Jacob. It's late. We've been streaming for 5 hours, so. But yeah, this is I love this kind of crap. So great video. Thank you very much for recommending it. And a midway shout out to Game Design Direct for so far a very enjoyable and well put together video so far. But yeah, my main critiques so far have been sometimes I feel like it feels a little bit like a Spylo title, you know, like a YouTube title, where it feels a little bit like we're fishing, we're lacking for, we take the time to set up context behind some of the claims, and then maybe we kind of abandon that context, or we say, oh well, this just doesn't. I think it's more about the way that it's being said, and less that the points themselves. So, so yeah, I will wait to give my final opinions until we get to his actual concrete feedback, because I think that that's probably much better representation of what he believes to be the case, rather than just how it's being communicated, if that makes sense. Because you could probably nitpick my videos to pieces as well. So we will take some time with that. But okay. Goodbye. I'll see you guys later. I'll see you guys on Saturday. We might do some stuff with Hottie as well on Saturday. We will see. We will see. Goodbye. Loves and kisses. Goodbye, YouTube as well. Farewell. Have a good rest of your Thursday. I'll see you guys in a couple days. Bye-bye.